Chapter 14. Magic. Chapter text. Harry saw a few hidden in the fields as he and Fleur arrived at the village, but they vanished as soon as they saw the large snake with him. Harry didn't see anyone else along the way or when they entered the clearing by the nests. It was like being in a ghost town. Harry heard a little bit of movement in the trees and realized they must all be watching him. He turned to Fleur. Section I will grab your neck. Section it will not hurt. Section you will stay still. Section Fleur looked as apprehensive as a 10-foot snake could look, but still responded. Section yes, Commander. Section Harry placed the plastic pipe he was holding on the ground and reached over to put his right hand around Fleur, a few inches below his mouth, and lifted him lightly. Then, using his left hand, signed to the open air. I bring, snake. I hold tight. There was movement above him in the trees. Chief became visible and climbed down, walking in a large circle around them before approaching Harry from the front. Harry spoke to Fleur. Section do not strike. Section stay perfectly still. Section Fleur acknowledged him. Section yes, Commander. Section Harry released Fleur, causing Chief to jump back a bit. Harry reached down and picked up the pipe and spoke to Fleur again. Section I will strike your head. Section you will not move. Section Fleur sounded a bit angry but acknowledged. Section yes, Commander. Section Harry reached out with the pipe and lightly struck Fleur on the head. The snake ducked a little at the impact, but did not move otherwise. Chief took a step towards Harry and stood by his side. Harry handed the pipe to Chief and spoke to Fleur. Section this hidden will now do the same. Section it may be harder than I did. Section do not attack, do not retaliate. Section Fleur turned to look at Chief and spoke. Section yes, Commander. Section Harry mimed striking the snake to Chief, who held the pipe out and struck the snake. Chief, in his apprehension, ended up striking Fleur even lighter than Harry did. Harry took the pipe back and signed. Snake, home, mangoes, berries. Snake, eat, small animals. I hold, tight. Chief nodded and put both hands on Harry's shoulders as he did before. His eyes lit up in bright blue for about 10 seconds this time before they dimmed. His head tilted to the side with some kind of confusion. Then he just nodded and chirped to the air. Some of the other hidden climbed down, but stayed at a distance. Harry and Fleur left for the fields where Harry explained his orders. Section here is our food, growing on the plants. Section small animals also eat our food and dig up their roots. Section eat as many of them as you like. Section that will be both your requirement and reward for having a nest here. Section come here to hunt when hidden are away. Section understand. Section Fleur responded. Section yes, Commander. Section I can taste a burrow near here, may I eat? Section Harry was surprised there would be something so close, but now was as good a time as any to start. He told the snake. Section show me. Section inside a log, less than 50 feet from where they stood, next to the mango field, was a den of rodents. Fleur managed to envenom an adult and a few infants before the rest escaped. Fleur ate those that were already dying, and as the bulges of the animals moved down his length, he made a sound with parcel tongue that sounded satisfied. It sounded like a burp. Harry asked, Section what do you require for a nest? Section Fleur spoke, though it was a bit muffled with the digesting of the rodents. Section the home of these snacks will do just fine. Section maybe just more leaves. Section Harry acknowledged the request. Section keep our fields clear of these snacks, and you will have what you require. Section stay away from the hidden, stay away from the female who smells like I do. Section there is another who will smell like the kingsbane, who you are also not allowed to touch. Section Fleur looked around nervously at the mention of the great snake. Section he will smell like many animals, but he spends many days with the kingsbane and will carry his scent too. Section he may speak to you as I do. Section I will try to visit with you as often as I can. Section eat well. Section Harry walked away just as he heard from behind him. Section yes, Commander. Section Harry was relieved that his plan had worked. He would need to monitor Fleur closely and make sure the large, but lesser snake continued to follow his commands. He hoped he wouldn't have to strike the snakes again, but steeled his mind to the possibility. Lyra and the hidden came first. This serpent was not his family, not his friend. He felt his hand tighten around the pipe in his grip. On the way back to the village, he ran into Charlie and the beach crew arriving. He took Charlie aside and showed him the snake's nest. Charlie was very apprehensive about the snake in the log, but liked that the fields would be protected. The next day, he went to visit Flare to find Teacher placing stones in a large perimeter around Flare's nest. Teacher just pointed to Harry's scar in a jabbing motion to remind him of the creeping death. Harry worked with Teacher most of the day to gather and make the large ring of stones around the log where Flare was nested. Time seemed to speed up from there. Food was plentiful, and even more importantly, it was readily accessible. Harry and Lyra noticed more of the hidden either lounging around or experimenting with various things. The hidden had set up banana leaves in such a way that they allowed rain to be funneled into some of the larger water bins they had brought back, the ones that were too heavy to lug up to the lake to fill. Some others had dug out another field to plant more mango trees. One of the beach crew took some of the plastic debris he had hauled back to the village to make a roof for his nest. They needed to go back again soon to retrieve more supplies. The next trips to the beach involved almost the entire tribe. They brought back various panels of wood and plastic, other objects to experiment with, and more rubber ducks. Flare's nest ended up surrounded by tall pipes, spaced apart from each other, and adorned with various colored objects on top. Many of the nests in the trees now had plastic and wood roofs with floors made out of World Cup shirts and other clothing. One of the smaller trees just had the entire canopy made up of plastic sheeting pieced together in different ways to keep out the rain. Most of the innovations were coming directly from the other hidden, and not from Harry or Lyra. A few months later, the island had its first large rainstorm of the year. Harry and Lyra were still considered the youngest capable of catching the flying animal to soften the rains. It took them only 3 tries to catch it this time. The previous year, the hidden had stayed huddled together for warmth as their nests still leaked little bits of water. This year, due to the roofs built from various garbage and sealed with torn plastic bags, all the nests were dry. There was ample food stored inside the nests, so no one had to venture out into the downpour. Whispers and a few of the other young hidden did run outside from time to play in the rain before coming inside to dry off. The change from the previous year was like night and day. After a few days, the rain let up and the ground dried slightly. It was then that they had another visit from the giver. He came into the village and greeted everyone. Chief made sure he was given any of their new material that he needed. He ended up asking for a few plastic pipes, a large water jug, and a hard plastic sheet, almost as tall as he was. Harry brought the giver to meet Flare, who trembled in fear and reverence when tasting the air around him, as he spent so much time with the usurper. The giver spoke with Flare just enough to remind him that he was doing good work for Harry, and that there was no need to fear a visit from the Kingspan at the moment. This time, Whispers joined Harry and Lyra in their visit to the giver's cave. Whispers was anxious, as it was his first trip, and stayed close to Lyra the whole time. They had become very close and swore that Whispers was starting to learn to read Lyra's lips, even if he couldn't speak real words in return. When they arrived, Whispers' eyes glowed blue, but he didn't vanish when the usurper came to greet them, only stared wide-eyed at the enormous serpent. The giver entered his cave and came out with a large pot filled with liquid. He had a frame set up in the middle of the clearing that he hung the pot on and put a burning feather beneath it before he started to speak. Section I have begun to understand more of the knowledge that I took. Section, the 2 things I have been focusing on have been combining essences outside of myself and building a new staff. Section Whispers had crawled down off Lyra's shoulders and approached the pot as it started to bubble. He took a sniff, then gagged and ran back to Lyra to settle in her lap, making small choking noises for the next few minutes. The giver continued to speak in the meantime. Section, my staff suits me just fine, but I would like to try to build one just to see that I can. For that I need ingredients. Section, the pot in front of you. I am making protection for the wood. It will help keep your staff from being damaged. Section, it is similar to the protection on mine, as mine has been used for generations without damage or decay. Section, there are things on this earth that are special, that have something extra in them. Section, the hidden are one of them, so is the usurper, so are the 2 of you and myself. Section, for every single that is special, there are 1,000 things that aren't. Section, the special things are both plants and animals. Section to build a staff, I need to combine both of them. Section I need plants that connect with the earth, and I need special animals that subsist from the earth. Section by combining them, it is possible to create a way to channel our own power and effect change. Harry held up his hand for the giver to stop and started to translate to Lyra. When he mentioned special and non-special things, her eyes widened and she interrupted. He's talking about magic. Harry had a flashback to reading Redwall and The Hobbit, and then those memories were washed away and replaced with his Uncle Vernon poking him in the chest and yelling, "There's no such thing as magic." But that didn't make any sense to him now. He could turn invisible, like Bilbo and the Ring. Strange things happened around him all the time. He had completely accepted that he lived on an island with invisible white monkeys that learned sign language, a talking snake, a strange man that absorbed abilities and memories, and an evil man that lived in his scar like it was somehow not magic. So many memories rushed before his eyes that he couldn't focus on them, but there had been so much magic in his life already. All the things that happened to him growing up were definitely magic. That also meant that his aunt and uncle almost certainly knew exactly what it was. He couldn't figure out why they would lie to him, but they hated him, so that was probably reason enough. Lyra saw his brain working and nudged him. "What's going on?" "I just realized I've been doing magic for a while, and my family lied to me the whole time. I'll tell you about it later." The rest of what he is saying is that to build a staff he needs to take a plant that connects to the earth and combine it with a magic animal, then use what he is cooking in the pot to make it last longer. Then the staff will help us use our own magic in a more focused way instead of having to be frightened out of us as we did with vanishing. Lyra nodded. The giver had been waiting for the two of them patiently. Harry rejoined the conversation. Lyra says that what you are talking about is magic. Section that the special plants and animals are magical. The giver sat for a minute with his eyes closed, then opened them. I focused on the memories that I have taken. Lyra is correct. It is magic. I don't know yet how it works or where it comes from, just that it does. For now, we should focus on collecting magical samples. Tomorrow, we will travel to the hoo-hoo nest where I get the red feathers I use for fire. I have also started to collect the shed of the usurper. I will give you what I have. Try to feel for the magic in it. By being able to feel the magic in them, you may notice it in other things too. He presented them with a few red feathers and some snakeskin. He could feel the power in the shed, not as much as being in the presence of the snake, but it was there, just dulled a bit. Meanwhile, Lyra seemed to be having a similar reaction to the feather, though she was staring at it with wide eyes, as it emitted tiny sparks of orange and brown. She closed her eyes and scrunched them as tight as she could, and the sparks became even more intense until the feather itself burst into flame in her hand. Small, colored sparks still zipped off the end of the fiery orange flame. Lyra opened her eyes and stared at the burning feather with a sense of awe at what she had just done. As she relaxed, the fire dimmed, and the feather was left with just a small singe at the tip. The giver was giving all of his attention to Lyra and her display. His mouth was open and breathing heavily. He spoke with eagerness in his voice. Yes, yes, yes. I thought one of you might have a reaction like that. Her staff will have feathers of the hoo-hoo in it. I wonder how the birds themselves will react to her. We will leave first thing tomorrow. We need to hike up to the top of the mountain to reach the nest. They spent the next couple of hours setting up the plastic panel they had brought as a small overhang at the entrance to the giver's cave. He told them that he would enjoy sitting outside the cave in the rain while not getting wet. When Whispers, Harry, and Lyra were sitting around the fire before going to sleep, Harry decided to tell her about his past. She had told him about her father, mother, and brother, after all. He should share his past life with her so they could understand each other better. "I want to thank you," he stated. "When you spoke of magic as a real thing, it cleared my head and opened my eyes like turning memories into color." "What do you mean?" she asked. "Your parents didn't tell you about it." "My parents are dead," he responded. Thinking about it made him sad, but he didn't even know their names or what they looked like, so he couldn't shape his grief as if he had known them. It was simply sad to think of. "They died before I can remember," he added. Lyra moved closer to hug him, with their little brother joining in, and he felt a bit better. Harry hoped that he had helped her feel the same way when she cried while talking about her family. I was raised by my aunt and uncle. I can't seem to find any happy memories of them. Some memories of helping my aunt with something start happy, but all of them turned sour. I remember strange things happening around me. My teacher's hair turned blue, my cousin's bike fell apart, lights would flicker, and I knocked out all the power on my block at the end. He thought for a moment. What happened on the ship? I think that was me too. My aunt and uncle just called me a freak and punished me when these things happened. I remember my uncle even yelled at me once that there was no such thing as magic, but they said that I was just like my parents and that they were freaks too. He trailed off. So they knew. He raised his voice a bit with anger in his eyes. They knew. They knew it was magic. They knew what was going on, but they just called me a freak and locked me in my room. They let my cousin hurt me and blame everything on me. Harry was seething with anger. He thought if he had fangs like a snake, they would be dripping with venom right now. Lyra was holding him tight with all her strength and crying just a little bit. She sobbed a bit as she spoke. Why? Why would they do that? Whenever my brother did magic, he was given presents and candy. That's why I was sent away. I never did magic, not when I was being hurt, not when I was locked in my room, and that's why they called me a squib. That's why I was so happy when I disappeared, and the hidden came to me and comforted me. That's why I was so shocked today when the feather lit up. I have magic and I can use it. My family was wrong about me. Harry was shocked. Some people wanted their children to do magic. They wanted their children to be freaks. No, that wasn't it. They were the exact opposite. They thought those without magic were freaks. No one should feel bad for having magic, or for not having it either. My relatives didn't love me for having magic, and your family didn't love you for not having magic. Both of them were bad. Families should love their children in any case. That's why we are family, because we know what it's like to have relatives that don't care. So I care for you the way your family should have, and you care for me the way mine should have. We are our own family. At this point, they were both crying a little as they curled up into each other and fell asleep. In the morning, they began the hike up to the top of the mountain. The distance to the top wasn't very far, it was just very steep. The giver had made the climb many times before, so he knew the least dangerous route, but it still took them until after midday to reach the peak. There were many places where Harry or Lyra nearly fell or slid down the slope just a little bit and had to find their way back up. Whispers and the giver had no such problems and waited patiently for them when they fell behind. When they reached the peak, they found a small valley residing there. They didn't know that they were in an extinct volcano and just saw it as a valley on the top of the mountain. Looking down into the valley, about 30 feet in front of them was a small red bird with a few red and yellow feathers on its head and long red and yellow feathers on its tail. It could probably fit in Harry's hand. It hopped here and there, digging in the ground with its sharp beak. At one point, it hopped to the side and looked in another direction and then vanished in a puff of smoke, startling everyone except the giver. Harry asked, "Section, what was that?" "Section," the giver responded. "Section, that was a hoo-hoo chick, a child." Section, look further around, you will see many." Section, Harry translated to Lyra, and they both started scanning the whole valley. Occasionally, they'd see one of the little red chicks moving around, and sometimes they'd see a puff of smoke, and it was gone. The giver explained this peculiar phenomenon. Section, the hoo-hoo is a bird of fire, but from the use of their feathers, you may have guessed that. Section, I have used their feathers to provide warmth, light, and to purify. Section, a single feather will provide warmth to any that are in their light. Section, the birds themselves can move instantly with a flash smoke and a blaze of fire for the adults. Section, Lyra asked a question that Harry translated. Section, where are the adults? Section, the giver pointed across the valley to the side where there was a small overhang with a cave made of rock. Section, that over there is the nest. There will be at least 2 adults inside taking care of the hatchlings and occasionally leaving to find food. Section, for now, we will just gather feathers. Try not to disturb any of them and back off if you are approached. Section, they set out and began to search for feathers. They found many red feathers scattered around the valley of different sizes and some with yellow markings. The little hidden was very helpful in gathering the feathers, sometimes digging them up or pulling them out of tufts of grass. Occasionally, a chick would investigate them, but flash away when they got close. It was nearly impossible to count the number of chicks that were out, as they never knew which they had already tallied. At one point, Harry thought he had gotten up to 24, but then he turned around and saw a few that were in a place that had been empty a minute ago and gave up. Harry watched Lyra on the other side of the valley. Every so often, she would pick up a feather and concentrate on it and wave it around, giving off sparks and light. Whenever that would happen, she would dance around and let sparks fly as she spun like a dancer. Harry approached her as she calmed down one particular time and took a mango from his bag and gave it to her and told her, "That was some beautiful magic. I wanted to give you something sweet. I don't have candy, but I have a mango." Lyra's eyes glistened as she jumped into his arms to hug him. Whispers saw them eating the mango and scampered over to join them, and when they were done, they tossed the seed in the direction of some of the chicks, who vanished immediately, but returned after a minute to peck at it. From the top of the island, they were able to watch the sun sink into the water on the horizon for the first time since arriving. They had seen it rise from the water, but this is the first time they could see the water to the west. From the top of the island, they could also see a smaller mountain on the island to the northwest, with almost no vegetation on it down to the water line, and another island near the horizon, where the sun was setting. It seemed small from where they were. After the sunset, Harry and Lyra laid on the ground and watched the stars. They could see the constellation of Draco, and Lyra's stars were still too close to the horizon to see clearly. Lyra didn't remember any other constellations other than Polaris, the North Star. Right as they were about to sleep, they heard a chirping and clicking noise. On the ridge, to the north side, they saw the giver waving at them to come to him. As they got closer, they realized this was also the first time they had seen him at night. The black hair on his body seemed to be shifting with an unseen wind, like he was wearing a cloak of shadows. His hair seemed to make him blend in with the darkness, and Harry thought that if he curled up to hide his exposed skin, he would just fade away. He called them over to the edge to look down at the northern side of the island. They peered over the edge and saw a large spot of white light moving around the valley towards the shore. It was partially obstructed by the trees, but the glow connected with something deep inside Harry. His chest felt like a cold air had seeped inside, and his whole body shivered full of energy. He took a deep breath in and remembered when he had bought some wintergreen-flavored gum at the market, and the feeling he got when he took a deep breath in while chewing it. It was like that, but much, much more. He lay there, transfixed with the glow for a while. Lyra brought his mind back as she whispered, "What is that?" Assuming correctly her question, the giver answered. He grunted 2 syllables, like when he tried to speak the name of his people in the snake language. "Section it is a section asterisk grunt grunt asterisk," he repeated. "Section it is a guardian of the sorts. Section it protects what lies in its domain. Section," he put his staff in front of them and pointed to the horn section. "My father's staff contains a horn of the creature. Section, my mother always told me that when my people die, they become these guardians. Section, but I do not believe it. My parents did not become protectors when they died." Section, they were all silent for a while before Harry asked, "Section, how did your father get the horn?" Section, I can feel a connection to it. Even here, the light fills me with energy." Section, the giver responded. Section, the parts of the staff need to be taken by force or given freely. Section, I can't imagine a tree giving its wood away, so until we can talk to a tree, we must take it. Section, I do not believe the horn of the section grunt section could be taken by force without injury, so you must ask for it. Section, I am hoping tomorrow to see if Lyra can ask a hoo-hoo for feathers for her staff. Section, then we can try to visit the section grunt section to see if it will part with an antler. Section, now, I need to sleep. Section, and with that, he did in fact tuck himself into his fur and vanish into the darkness, leaving only dancing shadows in the spot where he lay. Harry translated to Lyra about the light being a protector and that they would need to ask the creatures for parts to make their staves. Lyra agreed with the giver. "I don't think you'll be able to take anything from a creature that is a protector or a guardian. You protect me, so I know." Harry hugged her as they sat, looking at the stars. "You are going to need to ask one of the birds tomorrow for a feather, and not one of the little ones we saw today." Lyra hummed to herself. She wasn't sure what she would do yet, so she just leaned into Harry and they fell asleep. The morning came and they ate breakfast. Lyra was sure to throw some berries and seeds to the hoo-hoo chicks that were nearby. The chicks seemed less apprehensive about their group today, but still kept their distance. The nest where the adults were was an outcropping of rocks that had plants growing over the edge and a small opening on one side. Only Lyra was small enough to fit into the opening. At the entrance, they peered in and saw tiny sparks of flame towards the back, but couldn't make out more than that. Lyra looked towards Harry and the giver, who both gave her a shrug. Lyra kept down on her knees and continued to look in, but the sparks were all she was seeing. She inched a little closer and saw a spiral of fire race towards her. She jumped out of the way as the flame roared out of the small cave. Harry and the giver were already out of the way, but jumped further away from the entrance all the same. The spiral ended about 5 feet from the cave entrance and dissipated. "What was that?" Lyra exclaimed, knowing full well what it was. Lyra tried another tactic next. She tossed in some berries from a safe distance. She tried throwing some seeds. She didn't hear anything from inside, but no fire came out. Next, she sat down at the front and just said, "Hello," into the entrance. There was a sound from inside, and some tiny sparks started moving. A couple of the seeds got tossed out of the opening. Lyra took some more of her berries out of her pocket and tossed them into the opening. She listened more carefully to the sounds and was pretty sure that the berries were being eaten. Now she placed a handful near the entrance outside of the darkness and waited. She sat there for nearly 10 minutes. At one point, she looked back. Harry and the giver were sitting a little higher on the hill watching her and eating from a take-out container of berries while they waited. Near the end of the 10 minutes, Lyra saw movement and a bird walked out towards the berries she had laid out. It was beautiful, and she heard Harry gasp behind her. It looked like an eagle in bright red with smaller differences. The beak was sharper, like it might use it to hunt or tear. The feathers didn't change colors either, though there was a shine to them. It had the yellow spotted feathers on its head like the chicks they had seen as well. It had an incredible look of determination, fierceness, and intelligence in its eyes as it looked at her. The head gave a small tick towards Harry and the giver, but then turned back to Lyra. "Hello there. I mean you no harm." She spoke softly to the gorgeous and awe-inspiring bird. "You are beautiful. Would you like more berries?" Lyra held out her hand with more berries, and the bird took a few more steps towards her cautiously. Now she could certainly say that the bird was a predator. The legs started narrow, but turned into fierce talons at the end. They could easily rip flesh. This startled Lyra, but she held her hand with berries steady. When the hoo-hoo had fully exited the cave, they could see the tail feathers also matched the chicks. They were long and didn't stretch as far back as a peacock or a pheasant, but changed colors to have yellow towards the end and were fringed in gold. Now Lyra heard the giver gasp at the sight. Slowly, the bird ate a few berries from her hand. The beak scratched her hand a little but didn't draw blood. Once the bird was done with the berries, it looked up at her expectantly. Lyra took a mango out of her pack. She pulled it open and put it on the ground in front of the bird. She picked out some of the meat and held it to the bird before trying it. It seemed to enjoy the mango and ate a little from the fruit. Lyra experimentally placed a hand on the bird's back to stroke it. It flinched a little, but continued to eat from the mango. Lyra whispered compliments and continued to pet the bird as it ate from the mango. When it had eaten about a quarter of the mango, it stopped and looked at her, tilting its head to the side. "I was hoping you could give me a few of your feathers." She heard a chirp behind her, and Harry was holding up 8 fingers. Lyra turned back to the bird. 8, if possible. She placed 8 berries in her hand, and one of the feathers they had collected from the chicks, hoping that the intelligent eyes of the bird understood her. The hoo-hoo looked at her and made a quick chirp noise. Then it looked back to the cave and made a noise that sounded like a chirp with a mouth full of water. There was more movement in the cave, and another hoo-hoo came out. This one was slightly smaller, and this one had red only on the neck, and the rest faded into brown. Lyra could hear from behind her what sounded like the giver hyperventilating. The all-red hoo-hoo chirped to the other, and the second hoo-hoo ate from the mango. After eating a little, the second one grabbed the half they had been eating from and started to drag it back into the cave. Just as it was about to disappear into the darkness, the tail shook and 3 feathers fell off. The red hoo grabbed the other half and took it as well, and like the other gave a tail shake, causing 5 feathers to fall off. Lyra could hear Harry and the giver approaching behind her. That was the most exhilarating experience ever, and she got the feathers. Slowly she reached down and picked up the feathers. Every time she picked one up, she felt warmth shoot up her arm, connecting with something deep inside her. The red feathers felt hot and filled with power. When she picked up the first brown feather, it gave her a different kind of warmth, like being held and comforted or soaking in the hot spring. The giver reached for one of the brown feathers, and Lyra handed it to him. He held it up to the light, and then pulled a splinter of bamboo from his bag and plucked a hole in the quill. The woven hidden hair string that held the red feather on his staff was pushed through the hole, and the 2 feathers hung together on his staff. Put the remaining 7 feathers in 2 small plastic bags, separated by color. After walking back to the edge of the valley, all 3 of them started talking at once. That was amazing, they ate from my hand. Section, I've never seen the brown one before, what was that? Section, you need to bring them more mangoes. How'd they do the fire at the beginning? It's not a dragon. Section, your staff will be incredibly powerful. Section, dragons are real. They understood me. They understood numbers. Why did we need so many feathers? Section, you sounded like a little girl when you gasped at the birds. Section, eventually, they all calmed down and questions got answered. The giver told her that they shouldn't be held too much. She connected them to her magic. Now they need to find the remaining elements to her staff and combine them. Harry asked, Section, now it's my turn. Section, the giver responded, Section, yes, we will head down to the valley now. I have not been there for a generation. Section, keep Lyra between us. There will be many snakes. Section, Harry nodded. Section, they may stay away because we taste like the usurper. Section, if they come, do not back down. Order them to leave us alone. Section, the giver nodded, and Harry translated to Lyra about the snakes. She didn't seem too worried, but so far she hadn't met any snakes that were dangerous to her, neither had Harry for that matter. They started to hike down the hill towards the valley where they had seen the glow of the Guardian. Soon after hitting the tree line, there were voices everywhere. Section, snacks, 3 snacks, big snacks. Section, there is 1 small one too. Section, stay quiet, the prey will come right to us. Section, they are large, use all of your venom. Section, many more voices. Harry estimated at least a dozen snakes were stalking them. He called out loudly, tapping into his magic to amplify his voice to speak to the snakes. Section, we are not prey. Come forward and show yourselves. Section, the giver followed his lead. Section, we are strong. We come from the valley of the usurper, the Kingspan. Section, cross us at your own risk. It will be your death. Section, at the mention of the usurper, there were hisses of terror, and quite a few different kinds of snakes came out of the trees and popped out of the grass, tongues flicking every which way. One cried out, Section, I taste the Kingspan, we must flee. Section, Harry responded quickly, Section, the Kingspan is not here, we come on his behalf. We seek the protector of this valley, the one that glows at night. Section, all the voices of the snakes vanished, and they could hear retreating slithers. The snakes either feared the usurper, those who smelled like him, the glowing protector, or all of them. Whatever the case was, it didn't seem like the serpents would help them. No more snakes came out to greet them, but they often saw snakes retreating into the tall grass and canopies of the trees as they walked by. Having no path to follow to find the protector, they just went straight for the center of the valley and waited for nightfall when it would be a lot easier to find a glowing white animal. After sleeping with a rotating watch, night fell. In the distance, they could see a bright glow moving behind the trees. They couldn't tell how far away it was, and it ended up taking them another hour to reach the glow. Walking out into the clearing, they were once again speechless from the sight before them. Like the hoo-hoo was similar to the eagle with many differences, the guardian was similar to an elk with many differences. For starters, it was white, the purest white that could exist, with a large patch of hair on its chest. The face of the guardian was narrow and had no hard edges to it. Even its ears sticking off the side had smooth lines all the way around. No matter what side they looked at it, every line on the animal looked smooth or curved perfectly. On its head, it had antlers that looked like wax had melted upwards and were perfectly symmetrical to each side of the head. What was also strange and interesting was that the animal itself didn't seem to give off the glow that was all around it. It was as if the glow centered on the creature, and it lived inside the light. They had no idea what to make of that at all. Harry fortified himself for his task and took some food and walked out into the clearing. The animal continued to walk around, eating little bits of foliage as it moved. Harry walked in a large circle so he would be approaching it from the front and not startle it. As he arrived in front, it picked up its head to look at him. Whatever this animal was, it was amazing to see the pure white contrasted with the void of the night in its black eyes. The guardian held his gaze as he walked towards it. Harry prepared a handful of berries and stopped to hold them out when he was about 10 feet away. The guardian seemed to grow as it approached him and was tall enough that the top of its legs was over his head. Or maybe he was just short. He thought he was just over 8 years old or close to it. The large head of the guardian ate from his hand. He could feel the thick and slimy tongue picking up berries and eating them. When the guardian was done, it looked at him in the eye without blinking for a minute before nudging him with its nose. Harry filled up his hands with more berries and decided to ask his question. While the animal ate, he asked, "I am trying to create a staff to use magic. I felt a connection when I saw your glow. You are a beautiful animal, and my heart stopped when I saw you. I was hoping that you could give me one of your antlers." The guardian finished the berries and looked him in the eyes again. They both heard a crinkling noise and turned their eyes were drawn to where Lyra, Whispers, and the giver were sitting on a rock on the other side of the clearing. They had just finished a box of berries, and the box had made a crackling noise as the plastic bent. The guardian had heard it too and went on full alert, turning its whole body towards them. Harry tried to calm it down. "They are friends. It's okay. Have some more berries." The guardian huffed and scratched at the ground with one leg. The others froze, not knowing what to do. Harry tried to run around the front of the creature, calling out, "They are friends." He pulled a mango out of his bag, and it turned towards him and stared him in the eyes before turning back towards the others on the rock. It lowered its head and charged the others. Life moved into slow motion. Harry saw the giver and Lyra split and start to run in opposite directions. He couldn't see Whispers and assumed he had vanished. The giver moved much faster and waved his arm, darkness spilling out of his fur until he disappeared behind a tree. Lyra turned invisible, but the guardian was still charging at where she was. Harry ineffectively ran after, yelling and screaming the whole way. With one loud scream, Harry felt a tight squeeze around him and found himself standing in front of the tree that Lyra was hiding behind, the guardian charging down on them. Harry threw his hands in the air and yelled as loud as he could, "Stop!" Silver light erupted in front of him, creating a translucent wall in front of him. The guardian crashed into the shield, and Harry felt his whole body tremble at the impact. One of the antlers splintered at the base and fell to the ground with a mighty crash. Harry collapsed to his knees, his hands still raised to keep the shield in place in front of them. Nearly unfazed, the guardian got back up and stood solemnly before him without stepping forward. Harry slowly lowered his hands, and the shield vanished. Lyra turned visible next to him and knelt to support him. He felt like we had run to the tip of the mountain and back down at least a dozen times. Every part of him was aching and burning like there was a liquid fire in his veins burning him to his core. The guardian slowly lowered his head, and with its remaining antlers, pushed the severed one towards Harry. Harry could barely move, so the guardian pushed it closer. Harry reached out and grabbed it with one hand. Immediately he felt the power contained inside. It rushed through his body like a cold breeze, extinguishing the liquid fire that had been burning there a moment before. He stood and used all his strength to lift the horn until it was standing up with him, the tip a few inches above his head. Harry reached to the horn with his other hand, gripping it with both hands. As soon as he did, the cold breeze seemed to turn into a hurricane, flowing through his entire body, and light blossomed around him, though like the guardian, it did not seem to come from him specifically. Harry looked around the glow and swore that the edges looked like a flower. It reminded him of something, but that thought didn't stay long before he dropped the horn, and he sunk to his knees again. His eyes nearing unconsciousness, he saw the guardian nod its head in a small bow before turning and walking away just before he collapsed, and darkness took him. Chapter 15. Undeliverable. Chapter text June 24th, 1991. Odysseus knew he was a great owl. He was given a strong name to signify the long journeys he was tasked to deliver messages for. He didn't get as much work as the other owls at the castle, but the others could not travel as far as he could. He spent a lot of time in the castle, waiting for a letter to carry, but he knew he would be alerted when he was needed for a trip befitting an owl as important as himself. He felt a tingle in his mind, telling him to report for an acceptance letter. Odysseus leaped through the window by his perch in the owlery and spread his impressive wingspan to fly over the castle grounds of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. He flew low over the greenhouses and the lake that connected with the castle, before adding a few wing beats to ride a wind current up the main tower to a room hidden by magic and only accessible by owls and the headmaster. He had arrived just in time to watch the show. He perched himself on the ledge of the window next to an old writing desk. On the desk was a large book, a long black feather quill laying on its side, a stack of envelopes and papers, a metal stamp, a bubbling pot of red wax, and a vial of green ink. A page of the large book glowed gold, and the quill jumped to attention and dipped itself in the green ink. One envelope slipped off the side of the stack into the center of the table. The quill pounced on top of it like a predator, pinning its prey to the ground, and scribbled away. When it finished writing, a paper from one of the stacks in the room jumped from the top of the pile and folded itself perfectly in half, and drifted gracefully into the waiting envelope, slipping in like a missing piece to a puzzle. The envelope rolled over and waited as the boiling pot of red wax dropped a dollop of the hot wax on the back of the envelope flap, and the stamp jumped in the air and landed on it like a child jumping into a puddle. No matter how many times he saw it, Odysseus never stopped enjoying this performance. When all the pieces returned to their spots, the envelope stood up on its edge, with the writing facing Odysseus. He studied the address to see where it needed to be delivered. For the very first time, he had no idea where this was. Odysseus knew an incredible number of places, though sometimes just the name was enough. He didn't know this name, the address was a misnomer, and the location was completely unheard of to him. He did the only thing he could think of, deliver it to someone who could help. Taking the letter, he silently glided down to an office on a lower floor. He landed cleanly on a perch next to the desk and presented the letter to a very proper-looking witch in a forest green robe and a black pointed hat. She took the envelope and exclaimed, "What in Merlin's name?" On the envelope was written, "Harry James Potter, Hidden Village, Ma." She stuck the letter in her pocket and hurried out of the room. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was a man who planned out everything in his life. He would plant seeds decades in advance and give them bits of water or support here and there until he was able to harvest the fruits of his labor. The seed that was about to bear fruit he received on October 31st, 1979, when an unexpected boon fell into his lap as he was interviewing his current divination professor here at Hogwarts. When he received that particular seed, he made sure to plant it quickly because he needed it to sprout within a very small time frame. He had to pluck a couple of weeds that sprouted up around it, as the only nutrients in the soil needed to be the ones put there by him. He assigned a minder to watch the growth of the plant, as he was far too busy to monitor it every day, and was pleased to be notified that it had finally accepted the soil it was growing in. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk and chuckled at his own mind, making analogies about his various projects as growing plants. The previous school year had ended just a week ago, and the acceptance letters for new students had already started getting sent out. The previous Muggle Studies teacher, a man of few adjectives, had elected to take up the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore suggested that he take the summer learning more about the position by going on a tour through some of the harsher parts of North Africa and the Balkans. On a shelf near his desk was an old mechanical device covered by a glass dome. At the base, there was a golden plaque that read, "Edison Stock Ticker 1969-3. Suddenly, the dome blinked red 3 times, and the tape printed out Minerva McGonagall before it separated and floated to his desk. Dumbledore could hear someone coming up the stairs to his office. He tapped the paper with his finger, and it disappeared into the table as the door to the stairs in front of him turned transparent to show a woman running up the stairs towards the door. From years of practice, Albus waited for the perfect moment when a hand was almost on the knocker for the door to say, "Please come in, Minerva." Albus used this trick to seem just slightly more omnipotent to those he did not see regularly. He knew that those he saw regularly got annoyed with this parlor trick quickly, even if they didn't fully understand how it worked. Minerva McGonagall almost always expressed some kind of disgust or annoyance when he did it to her, but this time she just skipped over those emotions and placed a letter on his desk. "What is this?" she demanded. "I thought he was supposed to be at the Dursleys." Albus looked down at the letter to see. Harry James Potter, Hidden Village. Albus normally kept close control of his reactions to anything he encountered. Most of the times that he was surprised, it was to something still within the range of possibilities he had expected. In the myriad of possibilities he had accounted for, this was nowhere in that scope. He had been expecting young Harry's letter to go out any day now, but according to everything he knew was reported and expected, Harry's letter was supposed to be heading to Watford in England. What was going on? The shock and confusion were evident on his face, and Minerva jumped on it. "So you don't know about this either? I told you it was a bad idea to leave him with those people. Now, where is Ma? I've never heard of a place like that in England." Minerva told him with a certain amount of glee at the older man not having his feet flat on the ground for once. Truthfully, Albus had never heard of Ma. Either. He had been born over a century ago, and through his use of a personal time turner to add more hours to the day, he was probably closer to 130 years old than the 109 that most people assumed he was. This would take a careful approach to avoid tipping off anyone who might spread around that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was missing. Albus calmed his features. "This needs to be kept quiet. The last report I received was that Harry was fine with the Dursleys." He got up from his desk and walked over to a circular black stone object on a shelf near the door. Pulling out his wand, he tapped it, and it glowed bright red for a moment. This device monitors the power of the protection from Lily's sacrifice upon him. The brightness indicates the strength of the protection if he is loved and feels an attachment to his home. I borrowed it from the Department of Mysteries, and I am assured it works properly. Hearing this, Minerva relaxed slightly. "We still need to investigate this. Please go to Watford and visit the Dursleys. You may also want to visit Arabella Figg, who lives near them. She has been watching them for me and used to occasionally babysit for Harry as well." Albus walked back to his desk. "I guess you could do much worse for a minder than Alastair's cousin. She did help the Order keep a close eye on the Muggle side of things during the war," Minerva commented. Albus picked up a couple of papers from seemingly nowhere on his desk and looked through them. He picked up one and set it aside. "Gerald Abbott and Jonathan Davis also live in the area, and their families had contact with Harry when he was younger. We also traced the sale of the Harry Potter signatures that were posted in the Daily Prophet classifieds years back to Mundungus Fletcher. I confirmed they were genuine before disposing of them. Take Severus along with you when you speak to Petunia Dursley. He has familiarity with her from his childhood." Albus instructed, starting to put a plan in motion. With direction, Minerva took the envelope and left the office. The castle of Hogwarts was huge. It had 142 staircases on an average year. They moved, twisted, vanished, and reappeared. There were no elevators and no quick way to get from the tallest tower to the lowest point of the castle without a serious hike. However, all the students had left the school for the summer, and some rules were meant to be broken. As she reached the bottom of the stairs to Albus's office, she pulled a tiny broom from her pocket and shook it, quickly expanding to full size. Sitting side saddle on the broom, she coasted through the hallways. Some portraits on the wall yelled at her to slow down, but they were just echoes of people, not the real thing. When she reached the main staircases, she placed one hand on her pointed hat and went into a freefall, diving down 6 floors in a rush that she didn't often get to experience anymore. Some years she thought to start a pickup game of Quidditch with her students, but that wouldn't be professional. Coasting through the dungeons on her broom, with just the fires from wall sconces lighting the way, she stopped in front of a reinforced wooden door and knocked. It took about 3 minutes before the door was opened, and a man with a pleasant smile on his face greeted her. Almost joyfully, he greeted her. "Good morning, Professor. How is your summer vacation going?" "So that is the reason for your good cheer, Severus. All the students have gone home." Minerva chuckled. The man in question was tall and wore dark robes that seemed to billow in the non-existent wind of the dungeon. He had long black hair down to his shoulders that had a shiny appearance to it like it was slightly wet. His nose didn't stick out from his face, but seemed to be longer from his eyes down to his lips than most other people. Despite all of these slightly depressing features, his eyes held some life to them. "That is the best part of the year," he replied. "Now I can devote my time to things that actually give me joy." He led her into the room to his desk. In the classroom behind him, there were 10 large cauldrons with different colors and gases escaping from them. Closest to his desk was a tiny cauldron made from gold. There were 6 different glass pipes over the top of it, distilling different colors of liquid into tiny vials attached to them. "Did you just start the Felix?" Minerva frowned. "Albus has just given us an assignment, and I know you're not going to like it." "I began 2 days ago. I was planning on the next school year having a few moments of light and luck. What does the old man want?" The happiness on Severus's face was beginning to fade. Minerva pulled the envelope from her robes and placed it on the table in front of him. He stared at it and developed a sneer, but then confusion took his face as he asked, "Is this where the old man stashed the boy? I certainly have never heard of it, and it says, 'hidden' right in the name." Minerva shook her head. "No, we do not know where he is. Albus wanted you to join in the initial investigations. He had originally placed the boy with Lily's sister." A look of revulsion came over Severus' face. "He put the boy with Tuni. Is he insane? I can't think of a worse place for any child other than leaving him on the doorstep of Bellatrix Lestrange." Minerva's face twitched for a second at his comment. Severus had been a master of the mind arts for some time now. While he was skimming surface thoughts, he learned to correctly correlate facial cues with the thoughts they were associated with. So seeing the twitch in Minerva's expression, he examined what he just said and came to the correct conclusion. "Did you leave the boy on the doorstep of Petunia Dursley?" he asked Minerva, already knowing what the answer would be. "Albus left a note," she exclaimed. "Well, that makes it perfectly all right," his voice drenched in sarcasm. Minerva gave him an apologetic look. "Well, it falls to us to fix the old man's blunder." Severus let out a large sigh. He leaned over to the small gold cauldron and dismissed the flame underneath it. The swirling, multicolored concoction turned solid gray, like cement, and cracks ran up the glass pipes around the experiment. He pulled out a piece of red parchment from his desk and ran his wand alongside, and it faded in color until it was a lighter pink rather than the deep red it was at first. Pulling out a fountain pen with an emerald snake wrapped around it, he wrote, "You owe me." The paper folded itself up into its own envelope, and a raven swooped down into the room to carry it off. He turned to Minerva and just raised an eyebrow toward her before they left the room. The first stop for the 2 professors was Arabella Figg. She had helped in the last war by keeping in contact with various police stations in London to monitor suspected raids on Muggle towns by Voldemort and his supporters. She had been surprisingly good at hiding in plain sight and finding information that most wizards couldn't access with 2 wands and a magic eye. Being Alistair Moody's cousin didn't hurt either. The family was notorious for being sharp as tacks, even if they were a bit nuts. Arabella's home did not look like what they were expecting. The house in question was bright white with small lights running up the path. There was a lemon tree planted in the yard and a white picket fence running around the property. However, the biggest red flag that went off for them was the golden retriever puppy running around the front yard. Arabella was not a dog person. She kept cats, Kneazles and half-Kneazles. She bred them for sale in some shops, and she kept around a dozen just for herself. She used some of the smarter ones to help gather information or to use as inconspicuous messengers. There was no way she would ever have a dog. As they got closer, a young child ran into the yard and started to play with the dog. "Excuse me, young man, are your parents home?" Minerva asked the young boy. He stared back for a moment before nodding and running back inside. The dog growled a bit at Minerva, but the tail continued to wag as it did so. A young woman in her mid-20s exited the house in an apron and asked, "How may I help you?" "We were looking for an Arabella Figg, actually. We were led to believe that she lived here," Severus spoke up. The woman wiped her hands on her apron. "I'm sorry to tell you, but she passed away 2 years ago. Were you friends of hers?" They were both shocked but kept their surprise hidden, and Severus continued, "We were old friends and happened to be in the area. We hadn't known. Do you know what happened?" I was told by our realtor that she chased one of her cats into the street and was hit by a car. We bought the house about 4 months after. The woman didn't seem to have much sympathy but still sounded apologetic. Minerva frowned. Well, we are sorry to disturb you. We hope you have a nice day. The woman acknowledged her as they walked off. When they were far enough away, Severus turned to Minerva. 2 years ago, how close of an eye was Albus keeping on the boy? When was the last time she reported to him? He obviously doesn't know about this. I don't know. Do you think Alistair knows? They weren't that close, but 2 years, Minerva responded. I want to get all the facts before we confront the Dursleys about this. Let's move on to the Abbots. I sent them a letter earlier saying we might be by today. With that, they turned a corner and vanished in a snap. Reappearing at a designated point behind the Abbot's private residence, Minerva rang the bell. Gerald answered the door and his face lit up. Minnie, how are you? We got your letter just a few hours ago. Severus raised his eyebrows at the name Minnie. I'm doing fine, Jerry, she responded with an emphasis on the nickname. We hope to speak with you about something. This is Severus Snape. He took over for Horace as potions professor at the end of the war. Come in. It will be great to catch up, he said jovially. You could see some of the years fading from his face as he spoke. Stevie, he called, and an elf popped in wearing a crisp white pillowcase hemmed holes for his head and arms. There was a black and yellow braided rope wrapped around its waist tied to the side. A coat of arms was embroidered on the back, and there was a patch of a tea kettle on his right shoulder. Please set up tea and sandwiches for our guests, and please make sure to bring extra cream for the tea. He winked at Minerva when he said that last part. Minerva looked over to Severus as they walked in. He was a year ahead of me at school. He also witnessed my first animagus transformation and dangled a string in front of me for 2 hours before I could figure out how to change back. Severus hid a small grin, imagining the scene. They moved into the sitting room just as a plate with sandwiches and the tea arrived. We received Hannah's letter 2 days ago, but something tells me that isn't the reason for your visit. Gerald's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew concerned. You assume correctly, Minerva stated. We have some questions about Harry Potter. Gerald took a deep breath in and sighed. He took out his wand and said, I think this moved into a talk that may require privacy. A small beam of light shot from his wand and hit a colored piece of glass on the wall leading to the next room. The glass changed from white to blue, and they could hear the door lock. Following that, all the portraits in the room went blank. I'll try to make this the quick version. Hannah started having bouts of accidental magic very young, so we did not put her into any of the local schools and hired a tutor for her. She still stayed friends with Jonathan Davis's daughter, and one day, our little girl tells us that Harry Potter is in Tracy Davis's kindergarten class. We assumed it needed to be kept quiet, but we asked Jonathan's wife, Lauren, to pass on an invitation for our holiday party to the boys' guardians. They accepted, but stipulated that their own son could come along as well, which was fine. On the night of the party, we noticed there were a few things off. For starters, while the Dursleys were dressed well, Harry appeared to be dressed slightly less impressively. Not too much, but it did seem odd that their son was wearing a tailored suit, and Harry was in a mismatched jacket and pants, plus his trainers. Then Mr. Dursley forgot for a moment to include Harry in his family introduction. The rest of the party went well. Harry and his cousin Dudley played with the other children, but there was a small incident where some of the older magical kids passed Harry a remembrall. Severus leaned forwards. Interesting. Are there any reports of what it looked like? Yes, though we had the families of the children who saw it swear to keep it a secret. According to them, the smoke blossomed into a white flower of some kind before a deep redness appeared in the center. It was taken away by the chaperone before anyone could see more. Snape's eyes widened a bit at the description, but kept silent. The most significant issue came near the end. As the Dursleys were leaving, my wife gave Petunia Dursley a quick sobering charm so she would be able to drive home without issues after drinking. Snape was already shaking his head, dreading the worst. You seem to understand what happened, Gerald said, looking at Severus. Mrs. Dursley became furious and told us to stay away from her family. She threw away their gift bags, but we think Harry still got his. It couldn't be found afterward, and some of the guests had placed short thank-you notes in his during the party. There was a Muggle aversion ward placed on the bag, so I don't think they could have taken it from him. We should probably get going. There are a few other things regarding this that we need to check on, Minerva said. We hope you figure out what you need. You'll probably go see Jonathan next. I know his wife sent Dumbledore a few letters in the past concerning Harry's well-being, Gerald added, and we really do need to catch up. So I expect to see you again before the new term, or I might spread around the details of the catnip incident of 1953. Minerva looked embarrassed and agreed to return before they continued. There was no time to have contacted the Davis family, so they just showed up and knocked. A brown-haired girl with glasses answered the door. She had a wand that had been stuck in the front pocket of her jeans but was half sticking out. The two exchanged a glance at it before Minerva asked, "Are your parents home?" Just as a woman's voice called from inside, "Who's at the door?" The girl called back, "There are some people here to see you." A woman with sandy blonde hair hurried to the door and Minerva introduced herself. "My name is Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress at Hogwarts. This is Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. May we come in?" The woman was taken aback, a little bit hurried them in and offered them tea. The little girl stared at them for a moment before asking, "Are you going to be my teachers?" "We most certainly are," replied Minerva. "I will be instructing you in Transfiguration, and Professor Snape here will be your potions instructor. Did you just get your new wand?" The girl pulled it out of her pocket and waved it. Nothing happened. She frowned a bit. "When I did it in the store, there were green and white sparks." Severus spoke up. "That sounds like the colors of Slytherin House. I am the head of that house. I must warn you, though, if you end up there, you will need to be strong of will and make sure you stand up for yourself. It is the house of the ambitious, and sometimes that causes a lot of hurt feelings for others." The girl nodded, soaking up the information. Lauren returned with the tea at that moment. "So what can I help you with?" "We are actually on a bit of an investigation right now," Minerva began. "We were hoping you could tell us about your experience with Harry Potter." Lauren was about to speak when Tracy spoke up. "You know Harry? I haven't seen him for years. Is he okay?" "I remember he was really fast and was fun when he wasn't looking sad." Severus spoke up. "This might not be a conversation you want to have with your daughter here." Lauren put on a stern look. "Harry had a lot of problems, and I wrote to Albus Dumbledore quite often to tell him so. He always responded that there was no need to worry. From you being here, I'm assuming there was such a need. Anything you tell me, I will tell my daughter, so you might as well start talking." Minerva tried to think of a place to start. "We know he's safe, and from some specialized monitoring equipment, we know he is in a place where he is loved, though we have no idea where that place is." Tracy seemed to be trying to find a question to ask, but couldn't think of one. Lauren just replied, "If he is somewhere he's getting love, he's certainly not with the Dursleys." We didn't see him at all after he had kindergarten with Tracy, but she would always ask if he could come to play, and I would occasionally ask Mrs. Dursley directly when I would see her around. She always refused, and then after the second year of primary school, no one saw him anymore. First, we heard rumors around town that he had run away, but then that changed to him going to some boarding school I had never heard of specifically for juvenile delinquents. The first summer he should have been home, I wrote Dumbledore, and he assured me everything was fine. Minerva was now extremely worried and told Lauren that they would have to leave to check on other things. Severus warned them not to spread the information around and gave them both a quick scan to assure themselves that they didn't have the inclination to do so. When they left, Severus spoke to Minerva. "I don't think we should speak to Petunia today. It would be best to try to catch Alistair at the Ministry now, as his home is a death trap. Then we should report everything we have found to Albus. It seems like you might want to give him a piece of your mind right now." Minerva nodded, and they apparated away to the Ministry. The two of them headed down the Ministry elevators to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and were directed to one of the Aura training halls to find Alistair Moody. Upon entering the hall, which was magically expanded from the size of a one-bedroom flat to that of a warehouse, they saw Alistair training with a young boy. They were exchanging rapid spellfire, though while the boy was dodging, jumping, shielding, and swatting away spells, Alistair stood in one place merely leaning to the side or swatting away spells that got too close to him. Alistair was tall and fit with a short haircut that showed several scars down the back of his head, and one on the side. He wore a brown leather trench coat that you could almost feel the defensive enchantments peeling off of it. His left foot was missing, replaced with a metal prosthetic that had several sharp claws at the end. Suddenly, he cast an extra-large red spell at the boy, shattering the boy's shield and causing him to flop down on the ground unconscious. Alistair spun around and fired 3 red spells at Severus, which he quickly swatted away into the walls with his wand like they were ping-pong balls. On his face, Alistair had numerous scars with even a chunk of his nose missing. His left eye had been replaced. The entire upper and lower eyelid of that eye had been replaced with a bronze ring that had numerous runes carved onto it. Trapped behind the ring was a neon blue eye with a slightly darker blue iris and black pupil in the center. The magical eye moved quickly between Severus and Minerva, while his real eye remained focused on Severus. He smiled at Severus. "Good evening, Death Eater." Severus just rolled his eyes and replied dully, exonerated. Minerva spoke up. "We have to speak with you briefly. Do you have the time?" Alistair looked down the training room at the young man flat on the ground and asked with a devious look in his real eye, "Do you both need me, or can I speak with just one of you?" "I can handle this if you do not wish to speak to Severus." Alistair raised his wand and called, "Renovate." A pale blue light impacted the young man, and he started to stir. "Severus, you can take over for me while I speak with Minerva here." Calling down to the young man, "Tristan, time for some hands-on experience. This dark wizard will be trying to kill you." He pointed to Severus. "If you can last until I'm done speaking here, you can go home for the next 3 days and relax. If you don't," he trailed off purposely. Turning back to Severus, "Don't kill him. Let him last till the end of our conversation. Let him think that he has a chance." Snape remembered Tristan from his time at Hogwarts. He wasn't a bad student, but it was like someone just handed him a squeezed toy with the faces of all the students of Hogwarts on it. He was going to have some fun. The kid was training to be an Auror after all. The young man jumped to his feet, determined to have a long weekend as Severus fired off some powerful curses toward him. Alistair turned to Minerva. "So how can I help you?" Minerva put on a sympathetic look and asked, "When was the last time you spoke with your cousin Arabella?" Now it was his turn to look the same. "I've already heard. I was notified when she died. It's a shame they took her to a Muggle hospital. She might have made it in St. Mungo's. But now we will never know. Why are you coming to me about it 2 years later?" It was good that she didn't need to break the news to him herself, but now she had other questions. "Did you know she was on an assignment for Albus?" Surprised, Alistair narrowed his eyes and asked, "What did that old fool have her doing?" Her answer surprised him. She was looking after where Harry Potter was growing up, occasionally sitting for him too. Relaxing, he nodded and smiled. "Well, I'm glad she was able to keep operational security until the end, though from your visit, I suspect that he didn't know about her death until now either. Is the boy all right?" Cautiously, but knowing he could be trusted, Minerva told him that Harry was missing. Alistair gave a side glance and a nod towards Severus, who fired a particularly nasty ribbon of yellow light, tinged with a rotting brown color at Tristan. He successfully dodged it by jumping in the air only for the spell to sink into the floor and explode upwards, blasting him into the wall to his side and knocking him out cold. Alistair raised his eyebrows towards Severus, who reported, "He's okay." "I figure he could probably hold his own and take down most of the medium security prisoners at Azkaban, but the maximum security ones would wipe the floor with him." Alistair nodded back towards Snape. "So that's about the level you should be at." He turned back to Minerva. "Let me know if you need help tracking him down. Tristan could use the experience of a real manhunt. Good luck. I need to go wake him up and ruin his weekend." He started heading over to where the young man was still unconscious on the floor. Minerva and Severus left the ministry to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 16. Manhunt. Chapter text. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had been busy. First, he needed to find out what or where was Mai. He ended up delegating the search to Irma Pince, the school's librarian. He didn't give her details on the situation, just telling her he came across the location in some research but couldn't identify where it was. The rest of the day he spent trying to find Harry with magic. He retained some of the materials he used for the blood wards at 4 Privet Drive and attempted to scry that way. He didn't receive any information that helped. The only information he did get back told him that Harry or something connected to him was at the bottom of the ocean. He tried fiddling around with the ward monitor that appraised him of Harry's protection and love, but couldn't get any information except for what the device was intended for. He was hesitant to push it further because the unspeakables would be very angry with him for breaking one of their toys. Divination may be a woolly subject, but there were many actions even an amateur without an inner eye could perform. Towards the end of the day, he did visit their resident seer to ask if she had seen anything related to Harry Potter recently. She hadn't. At dinner time, the castle wards alerted him that Minerva and Severus had returned. They came directly to his office and he prompted them, "Did you discover anything?" Severus decided to be blunt and direct. "We discovered, or more accurately, we rediscovered that you are a fool and keep too much to yourself." After the hit to Dumbledore's pride recovered, Severus added, "Arabella Figg is dead." Minerva decided to put everything on Albus at once to give him little room to maneuver. "It happened 2 years ago. Car accident." Alastair already knew, but didn't know she was working with you or anything else. "We spoke with Gerald Abbott and Lauren Davis about Harry. It sounded like he had a horrible life with the Dursleys with very little happiness. Lauren's daughter, Tracy, is still upset that her friend vanished from her life and wasn't allowed to hang out with her nearly 6 years later. Additionally, it seems that Lauren was sending you mail to apprise you of Harry's situation, which you ignored." Dumbledore looked on with concern. "This is all very troubling. The device I have to monitor young Harry's well-being always reports him as in good health. Around his 7th birthday, it showed that he had love in his home and life. I had no reason to believe otherwise." Severus interjected, "But you still didn't think it was important that Arabella hadn't reported in for at least 2 years. That is just sloppy." Dumbledore just skipped over his accusations and continued with the meeting. "I assume you will be meeting with Petunia tomorrow. Good. I have been recently attempting various divinations to track Harry's location, but I haven't received any notable results. I asked Irma to investigate the location of Mai for me on an unrelated project. I will check in with her in the morning. How about we meet again after breakfast back here at 9? Good." He didn't wait for a response from them. He just said, "Good," and headed up to the apartment above the headmaster's office, letting the two of them see themselves out. Albus met Irma Pince the next morning over breakfast. "The search is taking some time. The name itself was too short to take parts of it and fit it into any language structure, so I started by eliminating as many locations as possible. After eliminating Western Europe immediately, I also excluded the Americas, North Africa, and the Soviet Union." "I see," replied Dumbledore. "Please continue this search. It is slightly time-sensitive. I would like to have an answer by the first few weeks of August, though any time before would be much preferred." "You normally don't have projects like this for me," the inquisitive librarian said. "This is typically my summer break, so other than extra pay, I would like something a bit more. Do you remember the request I put in 2 years ago?" "I do," replied Dumbledore. "However, it would still take too much time to accomplish unless you wanted to work whole summers. As I informed you then," she started with a determined edge to her voice, "the Muggle library system has advanced past ours and has achieved a complex system of cataloging their information. In the past, I just asked to start upgrading our library to match. Now I would like to make the request again. However, this time I will be requesting for students to sign on to the project at varying degrees of assistance. I will have the full proposal for you by the end of the summer to review, though I want your approval now." Albus sighed. She saw his need to find the information and pounced on it. Sometimes he needed to remember that every house could have cunning, not just the Slytherins. "I approve," Albus conceded. Severus and Minerva, properly dressed in smart Muggle attire, approached 4 Privet Drive in Watford. Severus had been grumbling the whole time they walked down the street. He told her a couple of stories of Petunia reacting to his and Lily's magic, and Minerva had hoped Harry would not have been subjected to that kind of person, as people's personalities did sometimes change with age. Severus rang the doorbell, and a large man answered. Large wasn't quite correct. The man was fat but tall enough that it didn't look terrible. Hagrid had the same issue. "What are you selling?" the man asked gruffly. I'm actually an old friend of Petunia's. I lived in Spinner's End growing up, and I was hoping to speak with her. Severus tried being cordial. It still sounds like you're selling something, the large man replied gruffly. And who is she? She is a friend of mine, Severus responded simply and without explanation. The man glared hard at the two of them. The first sales pitch I hear, I am throwing you out. Without inviting them in, he turned and yelled, Pet, some people are at the door who say they know you. As a child, Severus would have said that Petunia's face looked like a shrew. As an adult, he thought it looked more horse-like as she came down the stairs to the front door. She started with a pleasant look, and a smile before recognition seeped into her features. You. She yelled at Severus, her lips peeling back, revealing her equestrian-like teeth and gum line. Turning to the man, Vernon, you open the door for freaks. And back to them, you cannot come in. Vernon pulled himself up a few more inches and puffed up his chest. He seemed to be looking at a spot a few inches above Severus' head. He knew what that meant from the students who had been told by their parents about the existence of legilimency. You could never be sure who was one. So many people adopted the tactic of just focusing on a spot above a person's head to not look them in the eye while talking. You are not welcome here. I do not permit you to enter. Vernon spoke firmly as if his voice held some sort of power, which it did not. We are not vampires, Minerva added to try to calm the situation down. You're accomplishing nothing by saying that. Vernon turned white as if he were trying to hide all the blood in his body at the mention of vampires. Vampires are real. Minerva had tried cordial, so he switched tactics to his favorite one, fear. Yes, vampires are real. I'm sure if you would like I could bring a few here to arrange an introduction, or you could let us in and we can talk. Petunia walked inside and pulled her husband after her. Severus and Minerva followed and sat down on the couch without instruction. You know why we are here, began Severus, and expecting a stream of lies asked, Where is Lily's son? Vernon replied on cue, He's at school. It's summer vacation. It's year-round. What school? St. Brutus's. Doesn't exist. It's a juvenile detention center for criminal children. It still doesn't exist. He's allowed to come home during Christmas. You can wait till then, Vernon added, totally committed to the lie and not knowing anything else to say. From a place that doesn't exist, Petunia and Vernon were panicking. Minerva pulled out her wand. I think it's time we change tactics. She shot 2 spells, freezing the 2 in place with their arms and legs snapping to their sides. Their eyes were still wide open and looking around for any escape possible. We know he isn't anywhere in the UK. Vernon made a grunting noise that sounded a bit like Greenland. Minerva sighed and nodded to Severus. Go ahead, I will act as a witness. Severus stood and leaned over Petunia. This could have been avoided, he said, as he looked her in the eyes, and he raised his wand and spoke firmly, Legilimens. Vernon watched from the corner of his eyes as the man continued to stare into his wife's eyes, both of their eyes twitching back and forth, matching the other's movements exactly like they were looking in a mirror with only the eyes reflecting. After nearly 5 minutes, Severus broke eye contact. The look of hatred in his eyes was unmistakable, and his wand was alternating between glowing orange and pale green at the tip. Minerva was acutely familiar with spells that had those colors, and gasped at whatever could make Severus so intent on torture and murder that his emotions would show through his wand instinctively. Severus, breathing slowed, and the color faded from his wand. We will talk about all of this later, he told Minerva. I am going to go through the fat man's memories now. I am positive that the only thing that kept me from cursing Petunia was that she was Lily's sister, so please stun me the moment I break eye contact with him. Severus returned to stand over Vernon and made eye contact, raised his wand, and repeated the incantation, Legilimens. His time under the spell was a little longer. When almost 10 minutes had passed, he broke eye contact. Minerva waited a moment to see the fury in her colleague's eyes before stunning him in the back. For extra measure, she disarmed him and bound him in ropes. Upon further thought, she levitated his body into a chair and bound him again to the chair. She didn't have any cuffs, so she hoped that would be sufficient, and she woke up Severus. The fury was still there in his eyes, but after realizing he could do nothing about it, he focused on clearing his mind. It took him longer than usual, but when he finished, and his emotions were hidden beneath his mask, he spoke. We can talk about what I saw somewhere else. For now, we may need to speak with them again. I don't think that it would be wise for me to point a wand at them, so please erase their memories of our visit." The Dursleys' eyes went wide and struggled to break their invisible bonds. In turn, Minerva concentrated for a few moments before pointing at each and incanting, "Obliviate." She banished the ropes on Severus, and he retrieved his wand. Minerva moved their bodies over to the couch facing the television and turned it on. They left with haste to return to Hogwarts. In Severus' office, the two sat down. Severus let out a large amount of air and reached into his desk and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey. Minerva admonished him half-heartedly, "It's 1:30 in the afternoon." Severus nodded and said, "You're right, it is." He placed the bottle back on the desk and pulled out a similar one that had a gold leaf label on it that said, "Private Reserve." Minerva gasped a little, as those were rare. "Some little brat each year thinks they can bribe me for better grades. I always tell them I will pay extra attention to their results, which nearly always ends up with them getting a lower score." He fished out 2 glasses and cast a chilling charm on them and the bottle before pouring 2 very generous helpings. "I won't go into the details of his experience," he began. "Basically, he was treated like a house elf and not from a good family. His cousin roughed him up regularly and even turned the beatings into a game with the help of his friends. His cousin scared away every person he could that tried to be friends with Harry. Every time there was any accidental magic, Harry was punished. He was also punished for every infraction of his cousin as well. It is extremely lucky the boy didn't develop an obscurus." Minerva was shocked. Obscuri were serious matters. They had the potential to destroy cities if left unchecked. There was an entire section of the Iqua Obliviator squad that trained for the event of one being released in a Muggle area. There had been 3 cases in the past century. One in 1926 New York, which was solved mostly due to luck of circumstance. The second was during World War II, which was covered up as a German bombing of a small town. The third was in rural China, and the magical government there simply adopted to kill the few survivors before the Iqua teams could arrive. Having one released in a suburb of London would have been catastrophic. They both drank a large swig of their whiskey and breathed out the fire that came with the first sip of the drink. The private reserve was something else. The flames even seemed to have a tinge of gold to their edges. Severus continued. Things got progressively worse for the boy, and after being stuffed in a washing machine by his cousin and blowing out the electricity for the whole block, those horrible people figured out a way to get rid of him. By asking around with some of the people who delivered goods to his work, Vernon Dursley found out about a group of traffickers who would take Harry away in exchange for £5,000. He sold Harry to persons unknown. Minerva sat there, mouth agape by the shock of it all. Severus motioned for her to look down, and she saw her wand was glowing the same orange light that he had earlier on his. She immediately placed it on the table to distance herself from it. "So how do we find him?" she asked. "I am not sure," replied Severus. "I have 3 leads from Vernon Dursley's memories. The first is the man who made deliveries to Vernon's company. The second is the 2 men he met when he sold Harry. For that, I will need to approach someone discreetly in the DMLE to make a pensive sketch of them for me. The final lead is that when Harry was put into a shipping container and there was a boat nearby, it is likely he was loaded there, and I have the name of the ship, Gang. That is a lot of work to follow, and we need to prepare for classes in the fall. Maybe we should bring Alastair in on the project." Minerva did not even know where to begin in finding the clues. Severus drank the rest of his whiskey, a little bit of smoke coming out of his nostrils. "I will write up what we found and how we suggest to proceed and pass it to the old man. I am also writing a note that I'm sure he will sign that he will not be allowed direct involvement in Harry's life when we find him, or I will pass everything I have learned to Amelia Bones. I hope you will also sign it." Minerva downed the remainder of her whiskey as well and stood up, smoke coming from her nostrils. "Have the notes sent to my office first, and I'll add my signature before it goes to him." Albus Dumbledore had felt through the castle wards that Severus and Minerva had returned to Hogwarts, but they did not come to his office. He assumed they hadn't finished their investigation. Then in the evening, their report arrived. He felt weary and sad, and a bit disoriented, and not knowing what direction to go in. He had too many things to do at the moment. He had trust in his people's recommendation and penned a note to Alistair Moody to visit the castle at his earliest convenience. 2 days later, Alistair Moody came to Hogwarts. He came with his trainee, Tristan Nevitt. Albus remembered the lad as being an exceptionally good prefect for Hufflepuff. He made sure to keep bullies away from the younger students of his house. It was a shame he couldn't have reassigned him to Gryffindor or Slytherin to deal with their problems internally. He led the two of them to a meeting room where he waited with Severus and Minerva. An elf served tea and then left. "I know what you're going to ask me," Alistair said before anyone had had their first sip of tea. "I have 3 conditions. The first is that Tristan joins me on this expedition. The second is that Minerva shall act as my contact until I find him. The final one is that if I need any of your influence, Albus, you will give it and not slow me down." Albus Dumbledore took a long sip from his tea and responded, "That is agreeable. It is good to get straight to the point." "I guess I am not needed at this time then," and he got up to leave. Tristan watched after Albus had left the room with a bit of awe that his instructor spoke to Albus Dumbledore in such a manner. He looked around and asked, "So what are we doing?" Alistair narrowed his eyes and told his trainee with a smile, "Your prayers have been answered. You and I will not be hanging around the ministry and shooting spells all day." Tristan was wary and had his hand on his wand, just in case the man took the opportunity to cast a stinging hex at him. "It's time for you to get some hands-on experience in tracking someone who doesn't want to be found. We're going on a manhunt. This will be your final exam. If you pass, I will present you with a golden wand at your graduation ceremony." Tristan's eyes lit up. The Golden Wand was an award given to only the most distinguished of graduates. It was an unwritten rule that the only way to get a command position in the DMLE was to have received one or have a friend who had an in with the minister. He didn't have any such friends. Constant vigilance echoed in his head as he snapped out of his daze. "Who are we hunting?" Alistair's smile widened. "We are hunting the boy who lived. We are going to find Harry Potter." Tristan's mind was racing faster than a nimbus broom. Harry Potter, that's who they were after. He had read stories to his little sister about when Harry Potter tamed a dragon at 4 years old and killed a troll when he was 6. He was treated as a mythological creature, and rightfully so. Before Tristan was at Hogwarts, he saw night turn into day when you-know-who was defeated, and while he didn't believe the children's stories, he would often laugh along with drunken tales told in the taverns about all the amazing things that Harry Potter could do. Harry Potter's tears could cure lycanthropy. It's a shame he's never cried. If 2 boggarts met, they both turn into Harry Potter. House elves want to wear Harry Potter's clothes. If a ghost ran through Harry Potter, it would get a cold shiver. Harry Potter is a death omen. If a Grim sees him, the Strals have trouble seeing Harry Potter. Harry Potter's sitting room rug is a living letterfold. Too afraid to move, a runespore once bit Harry Potter, and after 3 days of excruciating pain, the snake died. Tristan could go on for days. There were even ones that he considered ridiculous. And now he was going to hunt down this legendary creature. Wait a tick, Harry Potter is lost. This was serious. Tristan rallied his thoughts and snapped his brain into aura mode. Looking back at Alistair Moody, he asked, "How do we proceed?" With an expectant smile on his face, "This is your final exam. Take the lead." Getting a boost from his occlumency training, Tristan pushed all his apprehension and extraneous thoughts down and examined what he knew. Nothing. He was at Hogwarts with Professors Snape and McGonagall. Headmaster Dumbledore had been there, but his instructor was annoyed and dismissed him. Albus wasn't necessary and might be part of the problem. All 3 of them knew where Harry Potter was, but not now. Somehow Alistair was involved as they had visited him a few days before. He laid it all out to them. "Harry Potter is missing," turning to Professor Snape and McGonagall. "The 2 of you and Headmaster Dumbledore were aware of his location at some point, but were recently made aware that he is missing. Somehow the headmaster is part of the problem or caused the disappearance. The 2 of you have information that can help us get moving," and he trailed off, suddenly remembering something. Turning to the walls, he shot off a spell, and all the portraits turned blank. Turning to Alistair, "Sorry, I forgot to do it when we started." Alistair nodded and informed him, "I froze them earlier, just in case, without wiping them. 2 points from Hufflepuff." Returning to the analysis, somehow Alistair Moody was involved or related to your investigation when you visited recently. I will need to see all of your collected information before deciding on a path to proceed. Tristan reviewed all of the information and gave condolences to Alistair for his cousin. He came to the same conclusion as Severus about needing a sketch artist and a pensive for the men at the docks. We can probably find the worker Mr. Dursley spoke with and extract any information needed. From there, we will need to work with the ministry contacts in Muggle law enforcement. The sketches of the people Mr. Dursley passed Mr. Potter to might be in a Muggle criminal database, and there should be records for the route and destination of the ship in question. Turning to Alistair, as the senior aura to my trainee status, I will need you to arrange the meetings with the liaison to Muggle law enforcement. That's all I can think of right now. Severus and Minerva had been watching everything in silence the entire time, slightly encouraged that Alistair and his well-trained student were helping out. Minerva smiled at Tristan. "Thank you, Mr. Nevitt. It is wonderful to see how far you've come since you left these halls." He blushed a little at the praise as Minerva turned to Alistair. "Please keep us apprised of any developments." Alistair took their notes and the pensive vial with the memories of the memory of the faces of the men at the docks. "We will let you know of anything we find." Turning to Tristan, "Good initial assessment. Meet me by the gate." The young man headed out, and Alistair turned back to the two professors. "Try to keep Albus's nose out of things while we work. Now come out and watch me hex Tristan in the back. Any bets on if he catches it?" They both shook their heads. Alistair watched Tristan walking across the grounds and shot a stinging hex at his back. At the very last second, he stepped to the side and batted the hex into the ground with his wand, while he continued his pace uninterrupted. Alistair chuckled and headed out as well. Tristan went to get the pensive memory sketches. Armed with a bouquet of color-changing flowers and a box of chocolates, he talked to the girl who did the sketches to do a clandestine job from the memory. He also had to agree to a nice dinner with her, but as he didn't know how long the search would take, he made her aware that it might take a while. She told him that it also might take her a few days to complete the sketches. Next, they took a trip to the docks to find the man who had told Mr. Dursley about the people who took Harry. He was difficult to find because of a very common name. In the end, the man had been useless. He had been given a card by one of the men who took Harry, saying they bought unwanted children, and the worker had been paid £500 for each referral. He hadn't seen them or their ship at the docks again since that time. Alistair wiped his memories and added his name to the report they would pass on to the Muggle authorities. Tristan returned to the sketch girl and cried that Mad Eye was going to have his head if he didn't bring back the sketch today. Everyone knew not to get on Mad Eye Moody's bad side, and she just pulled the completed sketch out of a drawer and reminded him of his dinner promise. It took a few days to get an appointment with someone from Port Police that was read into the statute of secrecy, and 2 weeks for someone at Interpol. Port Police confirmed when the ship had docked in London Harbour and when it departed. The route of the ship took it through the Mediterranean with ports in North Africa before travelling through the Suez Canal. It had scheduled stops along the Arabian Peninsula, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and finally Shanghai. The London Port Police did not have any records of the ship reaching any of those points, just that they were on the schedule. In their meeting with Interpol, they ran the sketches right away while discussing the kidnapping of a missing magical child. They didn't give details, of course, but any group smuggling children was an important issue. They passed all the information on regarding the people involved and the route of the ship in question. After waiting a few hours for results, they were informed that one of the men was wanted in Europe as part of various smuggling rings. He was suspected to be involved with drugs and exotic animal parts, but hadn't been on the radar for human trafficking. Interpol was also able to find out the date the ship passed through the Suez Canal. They agreed to keep Interpol apprised of any more developments in the case. With new information, they returned to Hogwarts. 2 of them relayed their information to Minerva and then summoned Albus. Alistair had to poke Tristan quite a few times before he reluctantly and respectfully demanded Supreme Mugwump Albus Dumbledore contact his Chinese counterpart in the Iqua to arrange a meeting to help track the Jehim gang. By the end of July, They were able to schedule a meeting with the assistant to the Chinese ambassador to Wizarding Britain. After listening to their investigation, they were informed the matter would be looked into. A week into August, Alistair pulled Dumbledore into the Chinese ambassador's office to do his defeater of Grindelwald routine, and they were able to find out in 3 hours that the ship had never arrived in Shanghai when it had been scheduled to be there. A few days later, Irma Pince came through on her end and informed them that, prior to the Spanish invasion of the territory, the area around what is currently known as the Philippines was known, as my Dumbledore put them in contact with a man in the territory named Nestor Baelindang, who was part of the Auror offices in the Philippines. Apparently, there wasn't a lot of action for magical law enforcement in the area, so the man had jumped on the opportunity to help in a manhunt to find a missing magical child being led by a war hero and career dark wizard hunter. Nestor greeted Alistair and Tristan at the international portkey to help them get their bearings before starting the investigation. Nestor was shorter than Alistair and had a head of black hair in an undercut style with a puff on top. He looked strong, but Alistair would call it gym muscles and not from field work. They consulted him on their destination, but he had never heard of a place called Hidden Village, suggesting that they start their search in one of the older magical libraries in the country to look for clues. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had to accept the fact that Harry Potter would not be coming to Hogwarts this year. He arranged for a short interview with the Daily Prophet, explaining that Harry Potter was finishing a special preliminary education before attending Hogwarts. No other information would be given, as Harry's protection is paramount. There were plenty of politicians, and those wishing him either good or bad, or demanding additional information, but Dumbledore held all the cards, so they had no ground to stand on. One person who was overjoyed at the news was a red-headed girl out in the countryside who realized that Harry Potter would be in her year instead of one ahead. There was an endless amount of research for Tristan to do. Alistair claimed he was using his magic eye to read books inside the library from where he was sitting outside in a hammock outside, wearing a flowered shirt and drinking from a coconut, but Tristan was pretty sure he was lying. So his day was split up between endless research through historical records, looking for any mention of a hidden city, and his second task of surprising and hitting Alistair with any kind of magical or physical attack. The closest he had come so far on that front was timing an acidic potion capsule to cause a coconut to fall on the man's head while he was relaxing in his hammock. Half a second after the coconut began to fall, it was blasted out of the sky. Nestor helped by looking through records in older languages and taught some of them to Tristan. Mostly it was just learning the word hidden and any variations of the meaning so he could look for it written down anywhere. By December, they still had no luck and reported back as such. Tristan was determined to see this through. He needed to find Harry Potter, but he also wanted the golden wand, and this was his final exam. So he switched tactics. Nestor helped him collect records regarding the locations of as many ancient cities and ruins as they could find, and told Alistair that they were going to tour every single one of them to do in-person investigations. Alistair baited him and asked him if he really thought that would be the best idea, to which Tristan snapped and said he would plant Alistair in the mud and use his eye like a lighthouse if that's what it took. Alistair just nodded and gave him a firm punch in the shoulder. Tristan looked pleased and tried to punch him back, only to receive several stinging hexes to the stomach before the blow could land. Throughout the spring, they visited islands and ruins all over the region. This was considered preferable to sitting in a library. Nestor even met a girl that he swore he would take to his parents for dinner. Tristan was forbidden from flirting with the locals while he was on duty, but made a vow to come back for a vacation now that he knew every island and every beach perfectly. His blonde curls seemed to attract a lot of attention from the locals, and he had to tell every one of them that he was too busy when approached. Back in England, Dumbledore's plans were going strangely. All of his plans had included Harry as part of them, and without the boy, he was always shifting pieces around to fill in the gaps. Professor Quirrell did bring back a stowaway of Tom Riddle from Albania and positioned him to try to take the Philosopher's Stone. But now, without Harry, he couldn't use Lily's protection to finish off his spirit. He ended up trying multiple times to ensnare Tom in the simple but time-consuming traps of the third-floor corridor. As a last resort, he tried to imprison Tom's spirit inside the Mirror of Erist itself a week before the end of the school year. Unfortunately, after forcing his spirit from Professor Quirrell, the mirror could not hold him. Luckily, Tom was incorporeal and could not hold the stone either, so he fled. Alistair Moody also was no closer to finding Harry. Chapter 17. Lost and Found. Chapter text June 22, 1992. Odysseus had recently returned to Hogwarts after a trip to France and was relaxing a bit before going out to hunt. Unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards as he felt a summon to deliver a letter. Soaring over the castle grounds, he flew up into the room of the Great Book and watched the dance of the instruments to put together an acceptance letter. As the letter was finished, it hopped up onto the window sill. He knew this address and exactly where to take it. Snatching it up, he glided down to the deputy headmistress's office and held it out to her while waiting on the perch by her desk. She looked at it several times before flat out exclaiming, "What?" She took off towards the headmaster's office. Odysseus took off back to the owlery to relax before a night of hunting. Pushing the door in before he could even tell her to, she tossed the letter onto the desk saying, "We've got another one." Dumbledore picked up the letter to read the name. Lyra Cassiopeia Black Hidden Village Mine. Nearly a year to date, Minerva got to see the same shocked look on Albus's face as she had before. "I don't even know what to say at this point," said Albus after minutes of just staring at the envelope. After another minute, he waved his wand, and a silver phoenix flew out. "Please bring Severus up as soon as possible," he told the bird. 10 minutes later, Severus entered. Dumbledore passed him the envelope and repeated what Minerva had said. "We have another one." Severus took a look at the name and gasped. "Lyra," Minerva asked, "do you know who this is?" Severus replied with a very even tone, "I knew a Lyra in the past, however. I can't talk about her." He put heavy emphasis on the can't, which to those who dealt with these situations regularly meant a magical vow was preventing him from doing so. "I will need to speak to Arcturus Black about this. He is currently in hospice at St. Mungo's. Minerva, please send a patroness to Alistair, telling him to take a break, unless he is onto something pertinent, and we will update him later." Albus turned to the fireplace and threw in some green powder which exploded into flames. "St. Mungo's," he called out as the fire sucked him in, and he vanished. On an island in the South Pacific, a man with many scars stood on top of an old stone ruin as a bright white cat appeared before him. The cat started to speak, but as it did, its eyes glowed red, and a stunning spell burst through and knocked him flat. It continued to speak to his passed-out body as a very tan young man with blonde hair danced around and cheered. Albus Dumbledore was escorted into a large hospital suite. There, on an extra-wide bed not typically found in a hospital, was a man with wiry black hair with bits of grey mixed in. For a wizard, he wasn't old enough to be dying of old age, but the Black family had a history of dying young and insanity. Arcturus Black was not insane, but he was immensely powerful, below Dumbledore himself, but fairly close. He had a killer instinct for fighting and business. In the last war, he allowed his family members to make their own choices, staying neutral himself, and all of them chose to support the Dark Lord. Arcturus was sitting up in his bed with a desk across his waist doing paperwork being handed to him by a man in his late 20s with a square haircut and evenly groomed sideburns that went down to his chin with tiny points along his jawline. His robes had the insignia of a house steward displayed prominently over his heart. Arcturus looked up as Albus entered and set down his quill and pushed himself up to a more dignified position. "What can I do for the great Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore today?" he asked with a rasp in his voice. "I have a question about someone who may be a member of your family," Albus addressed him before adding, "Lyra Cassiopeia Black." Neither Arcturus nor the steward showed any recognition of the name. "And why do you have any interest in such a person?" Today, her Hogwarts acceptance letter was to be mailed off, and the owl did not know the location it was addressed to. Arcturus's eyes darkened heavily. Turning to his steward, he ordered, "Go to Black Manor and retrieve for me the short knife from the mantel in the basement by the circular window. Then go to Malfoy Manor and tell Narcissa and that pansy she lives with that I expect them both here within the hour. Make it sound like I'm on death's door or something else urgent." The steward gave a quick bow and disapparated on the spot. Arcturus then called out, "Elf." And a young elf in a perfectly white smock embroidered with St. Mungo's logo popped in. "Bring us a full afternoon tea for two." Turning to Albus, he said, "Just sit there. Do not speak unless spoken to, and you will have your answer soon." The tea popped in, and Albus helped himself to a cucumber sandwich as he waited. 15 minutes later, the steward came back in. He presented Arcturus with a knife that had a handle made of bone, but burnt black with the back of the blade, just inserted into the side of the bone. The whole thing was maybe 6 inches long, with a blade almost as wide as the knife was long. The metal edge looked like been used many times before and had never been cleaned. It didn't have any of the runic markings or gems of a ritual knife, but it definitely held some importance. 20 minutes after that, Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy entered the hospital suite. They were startled by the presence of Albus Dumbledore, who was in the middle of eating a lemon scone, but immediately went to the bedside of Arcturus to ask about his condition. Arcturus sat up as high as he could and spoke to Lucius, pointing to the corner. "Boy, you stand over there and wait until I call you." Lucius looked annoyed but obeyed. "Before we discuss anything, Narcissa, I will give you this." Arcturus handed the knife over to Narcissa, who looked at it, recognized it, and gave a glance back toward Lucius. He did not seem to understand the significance, but was wary because, after all, it was a knife made out of bone and stained with blood. "Lucius," Arcturus ordered, "come stand here with your wife." Very hesitantly, he walked forward to stand next to her. "Dumbledore has come to me today with something very interesting." Turning to Albus, "Show her the letter." Albus placed the letter on the bed in front of Narcissa, who leaned forward to pick it up. Narcissa's eyes began to water before she collapsed on the floor, sobbing into the bed in front of her. Lucius moved to comfort her only for her to spring to her feet and stab the knife she had in her hands into the middle of his thigh. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the white environment of the hospital with crimson red. Lucius screamed and tried to draw his wand, only for it to be disarmed by the steward standing in the corner. Albus thought he had pieced together what was going on, so he stood back in the corner and added another cube of sugar to his tea before taking a sip. The blood must have set off some kind of ward as a healer ran into the room and, seeing the situation, proceeded to attend to Lucius's wound. Arcturus pushed himself up even higher and addressed the man on the floor. "Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, you've been found in violation of the contract your father signed with House Black for your marriage to Narcissa Elidora Black. By her actions, she has chosen to annul the marriage due to your violations. As head of House Black, I revoke the dowry given to you for the marriage." Speaking to the healer, "Remove him from this room now and treat him elsewhere." The healer was a bit slow in her reaction, so the steward in the corner snapped Lucius into a body bind, which looked like it hurt immensely, before floating him out the door with the healer following. 2 elves popped into the room and began to change the sheets and clean up the blood pool and the trail out of the room. Narcissa was sobbing quietly in the corner. Turning back to Albus, Arcturus said, "Lyra Cassiopeia Malfoy is the daughter of Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy. She was disowned as a squib." Albus felt magic in the air snap, like a rubber band stretched too far. He knew this meant that her identity must have been under a knowledge for Delia's charm. An adaptation of the charm used to hide places, used in this case to hide information. He continued, "Lyra was disowned from the Malfoy family, but not from the Black family. While many members of the Black family are burned off our family tapestry, very few are actually disowned." There was a clause in Narcissa's marriage contract that stated that disowning a magical child from the family is grounds for annulment. To annul a Black family marriage involves the drawing of blood. That blonde prat obviously didn't read the contract. Narcissa stood up and walked back to the bed to take the envelope. "Where is this? I have never heard of it." Albus turned to Arcturus. "I won't ask for a knowledge for Delius, but I will ask for an oath of silence from all 3 of you that what I say now will not leave this room." Arcturus stared at Albus Dumbledore for a minute before turning his head to his steward and nodding. The man pulled out his wand and cast a great number of privacy charms around the room and banished the elves before their cleaning was complete. He then swore the oath that Albus had asked, followed by Narcissa, and then Arcturus. Albus told the assembled group. I only recently learned of such a place last summer, 2 days short of 1 year ago. I still do not know its exact location, but I do know the region. It is somewhere in the Philippines. I know of this because exactly 1 year ago, another acceptance letter was supposed to be sent out for another student with precisely the same address. Arcturus had always been quick, and if it warranted the presence of Albus Dumbledore, it must have been an important student. There was only one student who would be that important. No, Arcturus said quietly. You said he was. Narcissa just looked confused, so Albus pulled the other envelope out of his pocket and placed it in front of Narcissa for her to read, in green writing, Harry James Potter, addressed to the same location as Lyra. The steward was already silent, but the shock was evident on his face. The two blacks were also similarly shocked. Dumbledore took the silence as an opportunity to continue. So now, Harry and Lyra are in a place called Hidden Village, somewhere in the South Pacific, after Lucius sold Lyra to slavers. The room physically shook from uncontrolled magic. He did what? Arcturus bellowed. I can't be sure, but the people who were supposed to be watching Mr. Potter received £5,000 to have him put on a boat headed for China. Lucius may have done the same. The steward spoke up. The standard method of disposing of squibs is to take them to a specific orphanage in Australia. This has been the tradition that most of the sacred 28 have used for generations. They may not be magical, but they have the potential to have magical children with our blood. Albus continued. We are still tracking down Mr. Potter's location, but if you happen to have anything belonging to Lyra, we can scry for their location. Narcissa jumped on the opportunity. Darby. She yelled. A house elf popped into the room. His pillowcase was dirty and torn in different places with old stains on it. One of his ears had a small tear in it, and his gaze was on the floor without looking anyone in the eyes. Darby, my marriage with Lucius is annulled. As part of the dowry, you are being returned to House Black. Right now, return to Malfoy Manor and move all of my belongings to Black Manor. Do not respond to any calls from Lucius or my son. The top drawer of my larger dresser, there is a white envelope. Bring it here right away. Darby's features brightened before happily saying, Lyra. Then he vanished. 20 seconds later, he reappeared with the envelope and then disappeared again. Albus asked Narcissa for the envelope. I can get this to the team I have in the region. They can scry for her location and find her as soon as possible. We can get answers directly from her. After receiving a nod from Arcturus, she handed over the envelope. I just hope that after all these years, she can forgive me. Back at Hogwarts, Albus met with Severus and Minerva, who were in the middle of another glass of Ogden's private reserve. I felt the knowledge for Delius break, said Severus. Only Arcturus could have done that. I filled in Minerva on Lyra Malfoy. Albus smiled softly, as the Muggles would say, but wait, there's more. Then he proceeded to fill in the two professors on the annulment of Lucius's marriage, the stabbing, and the envelope. So now, I think that you, Minerva, are far overdue for a vacation, and you, Severus, could use a little bit of sun. Dumbledore smiled. Severus did not. It's the monsoon season right now in the Philippines. Regardless, they packed bags for both sunny and rainy weather and shot off messages to Alistair to be expecting them within a day. 12 hours later, they crashed into the sand from a particularly nasty international portkey. They met with Tristan, who led them to a hotel they were staying in. Minerva and Severus met Nestor and briefed all of them on the situation. Alistair summed it up. So there's a disowned Malfoy hanging out with Potter. Lucy has lost the backing of the Blacks, got stabbed in the leg and divorced. And now we need to scry for the Malfoy girl to find Potter. Nestor chimed in. Do we need a seer? My family name, Balindang, comes from a family history of seers. My grandmother is the only one alive now who has the gift, and I know she could assist. We don't need a seer to do the scrying, said Alistair, but it would help. I'll find out when we can organize a family dinner. There is no way we can visit her and not get fed, so we might as well organize a dinner to go along with it. I'll let you know when we can do it. Nestor stood up and apparated away. Dinner was planned for 3 days from then. This was their first real time off since the manhunt began, so Tristan disappeared, and Alistair made a crack about going to get his wand polished. Alastair and Minerva ended up going to a hot spring spa known for its rejuvenating powers to the Muggles, but in actuality, it actually sat on a magical ley line. Severus visited some local apothecaries and spent some time on the beach with a Muggle and wizard aversion ward up so everyone just left him alone. Nestor finally got some uninterrupted time with the girl he had been seeing and invited her to the dinner as well. The night of the dinner, they arrived at a large villa near the northern coast of Luzon, but before they could join the festivities, they were subjected to a thorough security check by guards in white robes and no emotion in their eyes. The villa was filled to the brim with people. Nestor's mother took the chance to invite most of their extended family. There was dinner, dancing, and entertainment that took the form of a mesmerizing troupe of magical fire dancers. Minerva even saw Severus with a genuine smile at many points during the evening. As the noise died down, the matriarch of the family, Aurora Bailindang, Nestor's grandmother, invited them inside for the scrying. She was a very small woman but had a presence that filled the room like an alchemy. When she looked at Severus, he felt like he was looking at the stars. They were also tiny, but looking at her gave him the feeling of being a speck in the endless universe washing over him like a wave. It took shaking himself to refocus on the moment at hand. He saw the others were experiencing something similar. They entered a room at the top of the villa and took a ladder up to the roof. The roof was set up in a large circle with a circular table floating in the center. Aurora instructed everyone to sit on the floor next to the table. As they sat, the table lowered to just above their waists. "What is the area in which you are searching?" she asked. Minerva pulled Harry's acceptance letter from her pocket and passed it to Aurora, who gave an incantation in a language Minerva didn't recognize and tapped the table. A map appeared on the table in the wood of all the islands in the Philippines and some a little further south, and the material of the one you are searching for. Minerva passed the envelope to Aurora, who took out a white handkerchief that had a corner of dried red blood. Opening the handkerchief, there was a lock of blonde hair. She passed these things to Nestor, who was sitting next to her. From a bag on her waist, she pulled out a pink crystal and tapped it with her wand. It floated out above the table, directly in the center. She took the handkerchief from Nestor and whispered into it, causing the blood to turn into vapor, which was absorbed like a vortex into the crystal. She then set the lock of hair onto the table directly below the crystal and blew at the end of her wand, creating a breath of fire that started burning the hair, smoke drifting up and wrapping around the focusing crystal. From there, she walked around the table and created 9 orbs of white light in the air, equally spaced. Upon reaching back to her original spot, she stomped her foot, and the orbs of white light focused beams of light into the pink crystal, which glowed for a moment before emitting one beam of pinkish light from the bottom angling straight for the northern part of the map to an island maybe 100 miles north of where they currently were on the mainland. Then the crystal cracked and fell onto the map. As it hit the map, a little extra energy arced out of it to the island that had been identified a second ago. It crackled above like pink electricity for a moment before vanishing. Aurora stared at the map and muttered, "Karakana Nakaskastau," switching back to English. "Well, there you have it. I wish you luck on your journey." She conjured a chair and sat down, looking exhausted. "Please spend the night here and continue in the morning." The group retreated downstairs to the dining room while Nestor remained with his grandmother. Minerva was looking at a paper map of the area. There are no Muggle or wizarding settlements on this island. There is no history of any either. The smaller of the 2 volcanoes on the island is not yet extinct, so no one has risked settling there. Severus spoke the obvious. "Well, it seems like the perfect place for a hidden village." Tristan spoke next. "I don't think we should all go. It is a village, so there will be others there besides the children. Too many people may seem like a threat. I recommend myself, Alastair, and Severus. We all have combat experience and can think on our feet if we need to. Minerva can call for help if we need it, and Nestor is an aura in a country with no crime, no offense intended." "None taken. I hope one day your country can also be as uneventful." Alastair nodded. "This is your show, Tristan. I approve, though. If things go sideways, I will take over." In the morning, they prepared to leave. Nestor's mother made their lunches to take with, and Aurora spoke with each of them individually. Tristan looked a bit frightened at what she said to him. Minerva gave her a soft smile and shed a tear as she listened. Alastor didn't show any expression, but when he was turning away, she slapped him in the head and said, "Constant vigilance." Nestor broke down in tears and hugged her after hearing his message. Severus's message was one many people had told him over the years, but hearing it from a woman who made him feel like a part of an infinitely huge universe seemed to make a dent. From looking at a topographical map of the island, Aurora pointed out a beach on the southern end of the island to travel to. Nestor received authorization from the Filipino ministry for the portkey to the location and passed a wine bottle that had been charmed to Tristan, who held it to Alastor and Severus. Nestor told them the portkey will activate in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All three men felt a hook inside their stomachs which pulled them in a quick spin. The distance was very short, so before they fully felt the spin, they were deposited onto a sunny beach. Alastor, with his wand already out, stated firmly, "Nobody moves an inch. We just walked into an ambush." Severus and Tristan froze. They didn't see anyone, but Alastor was the one with the magical eye. Tristan looked down at his feet and saw that while they were on an otherwise sandy beach, the three of them were standing on a circle of banana leaves that had certainly been placed there. In front of Severus, there was a wooden board propped up on the sand and a small bowl filled with what was probably blood. Alastor's eye was spinning so fast, the others could hear scraping against the brass plates on the front that kept it from falling out. "Okay, I don't know exactly what is going on, but we are standing on a marker that was obviously put here for us, and there is a wooden board and a bowl of blood in front of us. There is no one in my sight range, but buried in the sand around us are 38 living cobras, probably kings." The last bit was terrifying, though the fact that someone who knew they were coming knew far enough in advance to arrange all of this scared Severus the most. The board in front of them began to have words etched into it with an invisible tool, each letter dripping with blood. It said, "Who are you?" Snape stared at it and twirled his wand while muttering a diagnostic spell. "The board has some kind of charm on it that has parallels to the Protean charm, though it is done with blood magic in a way I can't determine," he told the other two. The blood was absorbed into the board and was replaced with, "Why are you here?" Alastor spoke up. "We are looking for 2 magical children, Harry Potter and Lyra Malfoy." The writing was replaced again. "Why are you looking for them?" Alastor read and responded, "We wish to return with them to their homes." The board went blank, but the bowl of blood echoed a strange noise, like whispers being pushed through water. Alastor and Severus recognized it immediately from the war and raised their wands. 2 large king cobras on either side of them rose out of the sand. Their tails anchored themselves as they stood straight up over 6 feet in the air. Once they reached the zenith of their height, their hoods popped out and both of them hissed menacingly. They did not attack. Alastor whispered, "Do not attack, Tristan, don't move a muscle. These 2 are just a distraction." Their attention was drawn back to the board as smaller bloody scratches were written again. They were thrown out of their homes like garbage. They do not wish to return. Tristan spoke up, "May we speak with them?" The bowl in the blood rippled as they heard more Parseltongue uttered, though the snakes around them stayed in their positions. Severus thought the hissing was coming from 2 voices. He had heard the Dark Lord use the language of the snakes many times, and the voice that spoke to the cobras had sounded different. So now he swore that there were 2 voices. The scratching started again and wrote out, "Spill your blood and swear you will not take them without permission." Alastor grimaced. They were speaking of a blood oath. A magical vow, contracted vow, or unbreakable vow could be broken, albeit with different consequences. A blood oath literally couldn't be broken. You couldn't form the thought or move your body in a way that would lead to you breaking your oath. They were predecessors to modern magical vows, as the others required writing or a wand to perform. Alastor spoke and said, "We will swear that we will not take the children from this island without their permission." Everything had a loophole, and they could just inform others of their location. The board scratched out, "Swear it." Alastor put away his wand and pulled out a small knife, cutting his palm. "I swear on my blood not to take Harry Potter and Lyra Malfoy from this island without their permission." He squeezed his hand, and blood pooled before falling towards the ground. Before it hit the beach, it glowed for a moment and fell upwards back into his hand. He shivered for a moment and then healed the cut with his wand. Tristan pulled out an identical knife and performed his oath. Severus used a small silver knife. The board scratched out, "We are sending escorts to take you to us." They waited for a few minutes, watching the trees before Alistair uttered in a shocked voice, "Merlin's saggy tits." They couldn't see what he saw, but they started to see footprints in the sand around them until they were surrounded. Alistair whispered, "Demiguises, 6 of them, the largest I've ever seen." The 3 of them heard Parseltongue from the bowl, and 6 smaller cobras came out of the sand and climbed up the invisible bodies of the demiguises until they appeared to be floating in the air at shoulder height to the group, all of them with their hoods out and focusing their attention on the 3 wizards. "One more is coming," said Alistair. When this one arrived in front of the group, he became visible. He was less than 3 feet tall, probably a child. He stared at the group, opened his mouth, and in a very throaty-sounding growl said, "Come." They all were speechless, but they followed as the small one started walking towards the tree line. Behind them, they heard the whispers of Parseltongue, and Alistair told the other 2, "If you want to have a tiny heart attack, look behind us." Against better judgment, Tristan and Severus looked behind them to see the remaining cobras surfacing around the circle of banana leaves they had been standing on. They were all between 3 to 15 feet long. The more frightening part was watching as at least 50 smaller snakes, all with patterns that denoted venomous, slithered out of the sand below the banana leaves they had been standing on. The assembled group of close to 100 snakes followed behind them. They now walked through the jungle where they couldn't even see the snakes that followed them, but there were still the ones in the arms of the invisible demiguises that seemed to hover around them as they walked. Eventually, the jungle broke and they were walking through several cultivated fields of different bushes and trees, all separated by the type that was being grown. They reached the outside of a small circle of trees to see some kind of creature standing there. It was a little shorter than Tristan, with dark eyes and a comically large nose. Its body was covered by a coat of black hair that seemed as dark as night, but occasionally they could see it move with the wind. Severus stared at it for a moment before informing the others, "I think it is a duende, similar to a dwarf, but living above ground. I had read that they were extinct, though when I read about them, they were described as shorter and nothing about the black fur." Another demiguise ran by them carrying the board and bowl of blood from the beach. The duende took them and placed the items on the ground in front of it. Alistair's eye was spinning again. There are demiguises everywhere. Beyond the trees in front of us is a clearing with a single tall piece of bamboo in the center that appears to be magical, and an enormous demi is holding on to it. There is a tree at the back of the clearing with quite a few demis in it gathered around what might be the children, but I can't tell for sure at this distance. There was scratching on the board. "You can see us." "How?" "My eye can see things most can't," Alistair said without elaboration, pointing to the blue eye. And then added a moment later, "The one by the bamboo is coming." From the trees behind the duende, an enormous demiguise walked out. He was at least 5 feet tall, hunched over, at least 7 standing up straight. He walked straight over to Alistair and stood up to his full height, which nearly dwarfed the grizzled aura. Alistair seemed to be putting all of his energy into not attacking, though his knuckles were white around his wand. Putting its hands on the man's shoulders and looking him straight in the eyes, the large demiguise's eyes glowed blue for a few seconds before stopping, giving them an ominously creepy smile, and walking back in the direction he came. A minute later, the board scratched out, "Sorry about that. Charlie was curious about something." That threw the 3 wizards as much as everything else. Tristan asked, "You said us. Can we assume we are speaking with Harry or Lyra?" The board scratched out, "Yes, this is Harry and Lyra." "Can you come out to speak with us?" Tristan asked. There was muttering in Parseltongue from the bowl of blood, and the duende put down the board and picked up a staff that was behind him. It had many horns on the top of it from different animals, as well as an assortment of feathers and teeth on strings hanging off of it. "They're coming out," said Alistair. They could see from the ground and grass that many invisible demiguises were coming from the tall trees beyond, and then 2 children came out, a boy and a girl. The girl was about 46 and had long blonde hair with highlights of silver in it. It was tightly braided, but still came down to just above her knees. There were tiny red and yellow feathers stuck into the braid at random places. She was carrying a staff as tall as she was. It appeared to be made of the tall trees they had come out of and had two ropes spiraling up the sides, embedded in the wood. One was silver like the hair of the demiguises everywhere, and the other was black like the hair on the duend. At the top, they twisted off to the sides, similar to the eyebrows on most demiguises. There was a single large red feather on a string tied to the top as well. She wore an eye-red heart and white t-shirt and cut-off jeans. The boy was just about 5, tall with black hair that also had streaks of silver in it. It was wild, like he had been standing in a windstorm, and it just stuck. A scar was partially visible under the hair on his forehead. The staff he carried was also as tall as he was. The wood type couldn't be seen because the entire staff was covered in an orange and green snakeskin. There was also a large white horn protruding out the top that was tipped in black. He also had a smaller horn of the same type tucked into his belt. He wore a World Cup jersey from 1982, celebrating West Germany's win, and bright green shorts. Both children looked exceptionally fit for their age and had deep tans which made the girl's brown eyes blend into her face and the boy's green eyes stand out. They got closer with the duend following behind them. The demiguises holding the snakes backed away, and the snakes they had been holding dropped to the ground. Harry spoke. "Who are you?" "How did you find us?" Alastair took the lead. "I am Alastair Moody. This is Tristan Nevitt and Severus Snape." At hearing Severus's name, Lyra tilted her head slightly. Severus asked, "Lyra, do you remember me? I am your brother's godfather." The girl stared. "I'm not sure. Did my father send you?" "Certainly not. Is there somewhere we can sit and we can tell you everything?" Severus asked. The children whispered to each other. "Not yet," said Harry. "We can sit here." Then came the next big surprise as Harry Potter spoke in Parseltongue towards the trees above them. The three wizards froze as an enormous snake came out of the canopies of the trees. It was as thick around as the adults, and every time they thought it was going to end, it didn't. It was possibly 40 feet long, and every single snake they could see fled from the area as the monstrous serpent touched down on the ground. The duend sat on the ground, but the snake moved back and forth until it formed a couch for Harry and Lyra to sit on. Harry stroked the flattened red crest on its head as he sat down. None of the wizards moved. Alastair and Severus were wondering if Harry was a new Dark Lord in the making. Tristan was just terrified. Severus was the first to move, and he conjured a high-backed chair to sit in. That snapped Alastair out of his thoughts, and he conjured a more plush chair, with Tristan conjuring a chair that had a small table attached to it. "That was interesting magic," Lyra said curiously. "I didn't know that was possible." "That is partially why we are here," Severus began. "We want to allow you the opportunity to learn more magic." "Go on," said Harry. "There is a school that teaches magic, known as Hogwarts." Seeing Lyra's tiny amount of recognition, Severus continued. "It is where both of your parents each met and attended school to learn magic. If a student is eligible to attend, the summer before their first year a letter is sent to them telling them they have been accepted. Harry, yours was to be sent out last summer, but we had no idea what the destination was. It was addressed to a hidden village in a country we hadn't heard of. We finally figured out what country it was, and Alastair and Tristan here have spent the last year trying to find it. A few weeks ago, your letter was supposed to be sent out, Lyra. We also had no idea where to send it. However, I recognized the name, and your uncle spoke to your parents. Your mother provided us with the means to find you." "What about my father?" asked Lyra. "When we left, he was in the hospital. When your mother found out you were magical, she stabbed him in the leg and ended their marriage." Lyra looked happy for a second, and then Harry whispered something to her, and she frowned. "This was only because I have magic, right?" she asked. "I don't know that for sure, but it seems so," Severus responded. Lyra looked sad and hugged Harry. "So you want us to come with you to go to this magical school?" Harry asked. "That is correct," said Alastair. "When do we have to decide?" asked Harry. All of the wizards had probably expected the children to jump on a chance to return to England, so they didn't have an answer. Tristan solved that problem. "We would like to speak with others and return here tomorrow. Would that be okay?" the young Aura asked. The two children whispered to each other, and then Harry and the duend whispered to each other in Parseltongue, adding another shock to their list. Harry turned back to the three wizards. "That would be acceptable, but any you bring here would need to swear the same oath." The three wizards nodded and stood up, vanishing their chairs. Tristan bowed to the children. "Thank you for agreeing to meet again." All three wizards apparated out. Chapter 18. Baby Steps. Chapter text. The three wizards entered their hotel room to find Minerva and Nestor having tea in front of the television. Minerva jumped up. "Did you find them?" Alistair simply replied, "Yup," and went straight to the kitchen cupboard and pulled out 5 tall glasses. Severus went to his bag and reached into it up to his shoulder and pulled out 2 bottles of fire whiskey. "Come, sit. We have a lot to tell you." Nestor and Minerva sat around the dining table in the hotel room as Tristan sat down looking like he had run a marathon in his head. Severus poured each of them a full glass of fire whiskey and sat down himself. Alistair looked at the other two. "Who wants to start?" What followed was a complete recounting of the events, which was constantly interrupted by both the ones that were there and the ones who weren't. A lot of fire whiskey was drunk until the bottles were nearly empty, and everyone looked exhausted and ready to slump over. "Oh, and something I didn't mention before," added Alistair at the end. "That big snake that they were sitting on, my magic eye couldn't see it. I definitely would have warned us if there was a 40-foot snake above our heads." Tristan picked up his glass and swirled the remaining contents in the light from the window. "You know what's been bugging me the most? Everything there was magic." Sure, it was shocking, but I can kinda figure out how all of it happened. The thing that bothers me the most was Harry's shirt. Minerva looked over. "You didn't say what it was, just that they had shirts and shorts, which is peculiar if they can't conjure anything." "Harry's shirt was from the 1982 Muggle World Cup," said Tristan. "Italy played against West Germany in the finals, and West Germany lost 3-1. Harry's shirt said they were the champions. That's what's bugging me." What followed was a drunken conversation about parallel dimensions that postulated everything from Harry or Lyra being from a parallel world to that they had access to a closet with a tier in reality that provided them such clothes, where all the championship sports games had the opposite outcome as their home dimension. The next morning they all ate their breakfast and washed it down with hangover potions. Afterward, the 5 of them prepared to take the portkey back to the island. Alistair warned Minerva and Nestor, "Last time we were greeted by close to 100 snakes buried in the sand around us. Do not panic if we get a similar reception." Placing their hands on the portkey, they were off. They landed on the beach, and the banana leaves were gone. Only a single, small demiguise eating a banana was waiting for them. He jumped up at their arrival. It turned out to be the same one as before they realized when he walked up to them and held out his hand, then in a throaty growl said, "Swear." Being told about a talking demiguise was one thing, hearing it speak was another, shocking Minerva and Nestor. When they recovered, they both took the oath. The demiguise then led them back towards the village they were near before. This time, as they walked through the fields, they saw cobras slithering around the perimeter and the silver demiguises tending to the crops. Near the area where they had been sitting before, there were racks of fish getting the scales removed from them and drying out in boxes of salt. Minerva mused out loud. "I thought demiguises were vegetarians." This time, they entered into the circle of trees that Harry and Lyra had come out of. In the center of the clearing was a piece of bamboo stuck into the ground. It wasn't growing there. The ground had been dug up, and the stick was put into the ground at an unknown depth. It was as tall as the surrounding trees, and at the top they could see lines of rope tied to nearby trees that they assumed were keeping the large pole from falling over. The trees around the clearing were balit trees, which had wide-open spaces on the tops above the main trunks. Many of them had houses with plastic roofs built in the spaces. Some of the trees had hammocks in them. Around the base of the trees were shelving units made of various things with different types of boxes on the shelves. As they were observing everything, every so often, a demiguise would run into the clearing and touch the large bamboo pole. Its eyes would glow for a second, and then they'd scamper away. The one that brought them in spoke again in his throaty growl, "Sit," before running off. They all conjured something to sit on, and having time, they made sure to get something comfortable. A few minutes later, Harry and Lyra arrived. Minerva stared at the boy who she saw before her. "Harry, I met you twice when you were a baby," she said. "You've grown up, and I see a lot of your parents in you." "I wouldn't know," said Harry wistfully. "I have never seen pictures of them. I don't even know their names. My aunt and uncle told me how they died, but I doubt it was true. What they told you was a lie, Severus said with venom in his voice. Their names were James Potter and Lily Evans. You will never have to see your aunt and uncle again if you do not want to. Harry nodded. So you want us to return with you? We are happy where we are now. Minerva stood up. You were told about the school. There is much you could learn. We can show you a few of the things you might learn there. Lyra spoke. We already know some things. Magic of the earth, magic of the animals, magic to hide, and magic to protect. Tristan spoke. Maybe you can show us what you know, and we can show you what we know. I'm curious how you did the magic with the writing in the blood. That involves the death of a snake. Would you be okay seeing that? It's kind of gross, Lyra said, sticking out her tongue. There was a small cut that was in the process of healing along the side of it. Severus was interested. I harvest animal parts for potions regularly. I have no issues, even if the others do. Harry got up and walked to one of the boxes on the shelves and returned with it while Lyra brought over 2 bowls. When he opened it, it was filled with an assortment of snakes, though all of them had 2 heads. Alistair fixed his magic eye on them. They don't appear to be magical. It seems to be just a birth defect. Harry whispered in Parseltongue, which had a chilling effect on Minerva, who had seen Voldemort speak it before. The snakes stilled in the box, and he picked one out, closing the lid. Harry whispered again, and the snake stuck its heads out straight as Harry pulled out a knife and slashed their throats right under the heads. He held the snakes upside down as the blood from each neck poured into the 2 bowls. Snape was nodding a bit at the process. Harry then pulled out 2 plastic spoons and placed them both in the bowls and stirred 3 circles to the right in each simultaneously, then balanced the spoons on the bowls. Lyra went off to do something away from them. Harry opened the mouths of the dead snake and pulled out their tongues, then simultaneously dropped them into the blood. Lyra came back with 2 small planks of wood and 2 paintbrushes. Once again, Harry simultaneously stirred the bowls 3 times around, this time to the left. Harry then opened a pouch on his belt and pulled out a black powder which he added to each bowl. Then came the magic. Harry picked up each bowl and tapped it with the horn on the tip of his staff. Each bowl floated 6 inches above the ground, though they didn't hover as much as they were stuck in the air, where he left them like they were resting on an invisible table. Then Harry reached for Lyra's head, pulling out 2 of the small red feathers in a braid and planting them with the quill into the ground. Lyra raised her staff and tapped the ground, causing the feathers to burst into a small flame below the bowls. Harry stirred the bowls simultaneously 3 more times to the right. He turned to their guests who were watching. I'll need to do a few more stirs in a minute, but do any of you have any questions? Severus was impressed. I want to see if I'm following. I assume in the end, the 2 bowls can be used for communication. Yesterday, you had 1 bowl on your end which you were speaking into to control the snakes, and you will treat the boards with some of the mixtures and then somehow write on one end which will allow it to be read on the other. Harry stirred the mixtures again 3 times. That's all correct. Nestor asked, what was the black powder you added? It was ash from wood that was burnt over the flame of a hoo-hoo feather like these here, replied Lyra, like Japan's mascot, that hoo-hoo. I thought they were only found in sanctuaries, Tristan responded. Alistair chuckled. I'm pretty sure they don't have Quidditch out here. But yes and yes to what you said, though obviously there are quite a few here if they are using their feathers for a demonstration of magic. Harry stirred the mixtures 3 more times one last time before nodding to Lyra, who tapped her staff and the flame went out. The tips were barely singed, and Harry handed them back to her to stick into her hair. Harry held 1 bowl to his mouth and whispered, hello. The other bowl simultaneously rippled and also spoke, hello, with a slight distortion. Severus smiled. I am very impressed. Tristan and Minerva were shocked. The amount of praise that Severus gave sincerely to a student each year could be counted on one hand. How long does this last? What is the range? It will last 1 whole cycle of the moon. As for the range, we haven't found a limit here on the island. Take 1 with you when you leave today. Minerva frowned slightly, as they had just implied that they wouldn't be leaving today. Lyra looked at them expectantly. Okay, your turn. Minerva stood up, smiled, and turned into a cat. Nestor smiled for a moment before turning into a 9-foot crocodile with a narrow snout. The others hadn't known about Nestor, so they jumped a bit in surprise. What followed was 2 minutes of a cat playing tag with a crocodile. The children were suitably entertained. When they turned back, Lyra asked, was that from a ritual involving hallucinogenic plants, a shelled moth, and a lightning storm? Most people knew the process of the animagus transformation, though few were willing to go through the process. For children abandoned on an island to know was very strange. "How did you know that?" asked Minerva. "Have the two of you done it?" "No, the giver says we are too young. I want to be a bird," she said with a pout. "Who is the giver?" asked Alistair. "He was with us yesterday, the one with the black hair," said Harry. "I believe his people are called Duend, somewhat similar to dwarves or goblins, but also completely separate. They were thought to be extinct," Severus informed them. Harry thought for a moment. "He might be the last. He is probably close to 300 years old. He mentioned that he knew 4 generations of Charlie's ancestors. He is the only one on the island." Lyra jumped to the front again. "Show us something else. We already knew about the animals." Minerva reached into her bag and took out her shrunken broom, shaking it to bring it to full size. She sat on it as it rose into the sky. She did a few figure eights before landing back on the ground. Severus could see that Harry's eyes were calculating the possibilities of such a device. Lyra's eyes merely expressed the desire to fly. The broom held the children's interest for a while as they asked all sorts of questions about the creation, the uses, how long they lasted, and finally Quidditch. They didn't have many games on the island, though the most popular was to surprise each other to make them vanish. With demiguises, this was incredibly hard because they could see the immediate future. Harry and Lyra could not do that. The idea of new games intrigued them. Could the hidden fly on them too? Seeing their questioning looks, she pointed above them. In the trees above there were at least 24 demiguises watching them. A few of them vanished when the group looked up. "I would imagine they couldn't," said Severus. "Just like only the two of you have made staves, brooms have to interact with a witch or wizard's magic to work." "They do have a staff," said Harry, and pointed to the large bamboo pole in the center of the clearing. "They just have limited use for it, so they built one large one for everyone." "What do they do with it?" asked Nestor. "They seem to have 2 magical abilities, invisibility and seeing the immediate future," said Harry. "They don't need to improve their invisibility, so the use of the staff just increases how far in the future they can see, though they can't see past any of our interactions with future events. Most of the village uses it to make the best use of their time when working to avoid any mistakes for the day. Charlie can see the farthest into the future at will, so he uses it to predict long-term events, storms, and visitors. That's how we knew you were coming. Have there been any visitors before us?" asked Alastair. "We had people come a year ago. They came to take the hidden," Harry said with a stern face. "We did not know they meant any harm and welcomed them when they arrived. When they attacked, the protectors of the island dealt with them." "Are you the protectors of the island?" Minerva asked hesitantly. "No, there are 3, the usurper, the hoo-hoo, and the creature of the north side that we do not have a name for. The giver has a name for him, but it sounds like grunting to us. My staff comes from his horns. The usurper you met yesterday, the large snake. Do you control the usurper?" asked Alastair with hesitation and an edge to his voice. He was fingering his wand as he spoke, though his hand had never left it to begin with. "Certainly not," said Harry with finality. "From what he's told me, magical snakes cannot be controlled, only bargained with. Lesser snakes have to be kept in line through commands, punishments, and rewards. Younger snakes I can command to do pretty much anything, as you saw with the 2-headed ones. Most of the snakes live on the north side of the island as they fear the usurper. It took a whole moon cycle to gather the ones we used for your arrival. We keep 10 hooded snakes to guard the fields from smaller animals here." "I want to see more magic," demanded Lyra. "We just told you a whole lot." The rest of the day had various exchanges of magic, with the children growing more interested in the prospect of the magical school. After a few weeks of regular visits, Minerva thought that they might have a chance of getting them to come back to England. Harry and Lyra felt that they might want to go as well, and told the assembled group at their next meeting, but had reservations. "We would like to come with you to learn magic," said Harry with hesitation, speaking for both of them. "But we also don't want to leave our home. What if more people come to take the hidden? We were able to bring together the protectors to get rid of them, and without us, it might have been too late before the giver could have done the same. Also, while we would live at the school during the year, we want to come back here when it's not in session. Before anything, we would need to be assured of the safety of the hidden. Nestor came to their aid for the first part. I work with the local government. We could establish the island as a sanctuary and put up protections that keep others from coming for the hidden. You have shown us that the hidden use their own hair to make ropes. If they were willing to give some of the ropes to my people, they would be highly motivated to protect a source of the hair. The people your protectors dealt with would have killed the hidden for their hair, as it sells for a very high price. If my government had a source to get it without killing, that would be an incredible bargaining tool. I will talk to Charlie, said Harry. Lyra stood on her toes and whispered something in his ear. We also want to bring along one of the hidden, our brother whispers. Lyra looked back, and there was the small demiguise that had spoken to them peeking out from behind a tree. Students are usually allowed to bring only an owl, a cat, or a toad, said Minerva, as if she was reciting from a list. However, exceptions have been made before, and it is clear that this Whispers is not a pet. I will need to speak with the headmaster about this. I will also speak to my government about setting up the sanctuary. Do you have any of the rope from the hidden eye can take with me to open the discussion with them? Asked Nestor. Lyra whistled to Whispers, who came running out from where he was watching the discussion. She said to him, along with gestures, "Bring rope." "Bring rope." Whispers scampered up the tree and came back down a minute later with a coil of about 20 feet. Nestor handled it with awe. Just so you can be aware of it, this amount of hair is worth enough to feed a family of 4 for about 2 years. He put it into a pouch on his belt. Minerva and Nestor apparated away, leaving Alastor, Severus, and Tristan on the island. We were going to head up the mountain today to gather feathers from the hoo-hoo nest. Would you like to come? Harry asked. Tristan was intrigued, as he had only seen a hoo-hoo at a Quidditch match when he was younger. Alastor thought it might be interesting. Severus was intrigued at the uses they had shown him in their primitive but effective potions. Everyone agreed. It will take until noon to reach the summit of the mountain, Harry began. We can just apparate to the top like we do when we travel to the island, interrupted Tristan. That would be useful. Can you show us how? Asked Harry. Children aren't allowed to do it by themselves. We can take you, but you need to get a license when you are 17 years old, responded Alastor. Alastor reached out to Harry, and Severus did the same for Lyra. The 4 of them and Tristan disappeared with a snap. Whisper looked around, then raised his hands in the internationally recognized sign of whatever. 5 hours later, Minerva was able to catch a portkey back to Hogwarts. The first thing she thought when she arrived was it's freezing here. She used to enjoy the British summers, even with the rain. It was pleasantly warm. Now, after spending the last month and a half in the tropics, it was freezing cold. She cast a warming charm on herself and flew her broom up to the castle from Hogsmeade. The previous year, she had stopped knocking at Albus's office. He always knew who was coming, so if he really wanted to, he could lock the door. She just walked in as he started to say, "Come in, Minerva." He took a quick look at her and smiled. I hope Severus is also getting some sun. He has, Minerva responded. He's also enjoying learning new things. Your reports have not been very detailed, said Albus. You found the children. They were living in a village of demiguises of all things, and they were reluctant to leave. I assume there is a new development for you to travel all the way back to speak with me. There has. The children have agreed to come back with a few conditions, said Minerva. I do not see any reason why they can't be met. One of them is already being taken care of by the Filipino ministry, which was protection for the island. And the others? Asked Albus. The children will return to the island for their holiday breaks. They also wish to bring along one of the demiguises, also a young one, named Whispers. They refer to him as a brother, and he can speak basic words and a rudimentary sign language. Minerva spoke firmly, as if there was no room for negotiation. I also have my own condition for their return. Neither of them will ever have to see their families here if they do not wish to. After a moment's thought, Albus replied, I can agree to all of these, though Arcturus will demand to see the girl. After you head back, I will speak to him and explain the situation. Until the school year begins, where will the children live? I figure we can put them up in the leaky cauldron with Alastor and Tristan acting as guards. That way they can explore the alley, retrieve their supplies, and anything else they need. I will fire-call Tom and ask him to allow the Auras to set up a room with extra protection, said Dumbledore. Good, we are agreed, stated Minerva. I will work on my lesson plans for the fall. After consideration, I am going to add an animagus class to the curriculum for my Newt students. Please inform the other professors to have allowances made for students under the effect of the mandrake leaves during the first phase of the ritual. I will return to the Philippines in a week. Please have the room ready for the children by then. I would like to see it before I leave. She headed out of the office, leaving Albus to his current problem of finding a new defense teacher. Only one candidate was applying for the position, and he was a buffoon. When Minerva returned, there was a lot of work being done on the island. In accordance with what Nestor had predicted, the Filipino ministry had jumped on the chance to have a continuing source of demiguise hair to boost their budget. All along the perimeter of the island, there were teams of warders and curse breakers setting up complicated-looking stone pillars, etched top to bottom with runes. Minerva found Harry yelling at one of the workers. The curse breaker was trying to explain something to him. We don't have enough space on the beaches on the north side. The geomancy doesn't work. We will need to set up in the valley and then extend outwards towards the beach. Harry yelled back, then find another way. The protector in the valley will kill you. Harry stamped his staff into the ground. The impact was half as loud as a clap of thunder, and ripples were sent through the sand around him. My staff is made from one of his horns. The protector is over twice my height and moves faster than you think. You and your people will die. Find another way. The curse breaker was shocked a bit by the staff's impact, but continued to dismiss him as a child. Harry turned to Minerva. Welcome back. Please find Nestor. His people are going to be killed if they go to the Valley of the Protector. I didn't even mention the snake breeding pits I set up, Harry said, his eyes widening at the last part. Minerva summoned a patroness to inform Nestor and then went in search of Alastor. She ran into Harry again at the village where he, Severus, Alastor, and Tristan were sitting around a bubbling cauldron. Tristan was sporting a new look. All of his hair was gone, and there was a burn scar along the side of his head. What happened? She exclaimed in shock. Tristan here got his first scar, said Alastor with a smile and a bit of pride. I was afraid that Tristan was going to be my first trainee to graduate without getting marked. Tristan did not look as happy as Alastor. I was warned by his last trainee about getting a Mad-Eye mark. But I had lasted this long, so I was hoping to avoid it. The moment after you left, we paid a visit to the hoo-hoo nest. Lyra showed me the chicks, and when I was going to hold one, the patriarch did not approve and I got roasted. I knew they could burn things near them, but this one threw fire in a spiraling flame from his tail. When I woke up at the hospital, the healers had repaired most of the burns, but I was left with no hair on my head and face as well as this scar, both of which they said would be permanent. Mom is going to kill me. She loved my curls. Severus joined in the conversation, which leads us to our current undertaking. We were discussing accidental magic, and because I have seen the memories of the Dursleys, one memory stood out when Harry regrew his hair overnight. Harry also mentioned it has happened again since then. We shaved Harry's head yesterday to check, and all the hair came back overnight again, oddly enough with the same silver streaks that used to be woven hair of the demiguises. Now it's natural. We're using the shaven hair in the base for a potion to try to regrow Tristan's hair. It will be finished in about an hour. Minerva sat down and waited with the rest of them. When it was done, they poured the contents into a bowl and a cup. In the bowl, they added some of the ash they had used before from the wood burnt over the hoo-hoo feather, as it would thicken the mixture and hopefully assist the process, since the burn came from the hoo-hoo fire to begin with. Then, using a spatula, they applied the paste to Tristan's head and then covered it in plastic wrap. He then drank the potion, informing everyone that it tasted like feet. Nothing happened. The next morning, the adults all woke up to screaming. They had been spending the night in tents while the warding teams did their work. Running into Tristan's tent, they saw what looked like a yeti in Tristan's bed. Severus cast a silencing charm on the young man and told him to quit yelling. When he had calmed down, the charm was dismissed and he started talking, though there was so much hair, they couldn't tell where his mouth was. I woke up, and it felt like I was sleeping in a cloud. I rolled over and my hands wrapped around some hair, and it reminded me of a girl I knew, so I assumed I was still dreaming. But then when I started to play with the hair, I felt it pull, and I realized it was mine. I opened my eyes, and I couldn't see. Tristan stood up. Hair was everywhere from his head to his feet in a vaguely human shape. He stuck his hands out and waved them, but there was hair coming out of them too on the backsides, just a few inches, but still hair everywhere. Alistair was trying to hold back laughter. "Hold on, boy, I'll get some scissors." He walked out. "He has a wand, why does he need scissors?" Tristan asked. "Well, I guess we can say the potion worked," said Severus, "though we may need to work on the dosage." Alistair came back in with a pair of scissors and a camera with a tripod. "I brought the scissors and a camera. We need to document this as part of the experiment. Also, I'm sure Harry will want to see it. Maybe your mother, too. If it makes you feel any better, consider it an order from a superior officer." From somewhere in the hair, Tristan grumbled, "It doesn't." Alistair readied the tripod and passed the scissors to Minerva. "Okay, before we start cutting, I want you to move around. If you don't, I'm going to cast tickling and dancing hexes." Tristan started to dance and spin, and Alistair began taking pictures. A few hours later, Tristan was down to just a few inches on everything below his scalp. He looked like a blonde monkey. He had his curls on top of his head, except for the burned scar down the side. His eyebrows and lashes had been the worst, as they were all about a foot long. A few more pictures got taken of his hair like this before they handed him back his wand and told him he could do the rest. Severus collected the hair to run tests on it. The next night, they were awoken by panicked shouting and chaos. A team of warders was coming back into the camp, carrying 4 severely injured wizards. One looked like all the bones below his waist were broken. Another had a hole straight through his abdomen with some kind of spell, keeping everything inside from spilling out. The third was carrying his own severed arm, and the last one was covered in blood below his waist. But it wasn't apparent where it was coming from until they passed by, and there was a gash across his back, with blood soaking his clothes. Severus started applying potions and bandages, while their healer started working. What the bloody hell happened? We were setting up the wards in the valley of the north side of the island when we saw this enormous white deer with a glowing light. It took one look at us and charged. All our spells just melted away before they hit. The spells didn't bounce or get absorbed. It was like watching the light of our spells turn into colored smoke. 3 of our guys got hit by the horns and 1 more got trampled. We just barely got away. Suddenly, Harry was there, appearing out of the darkness, fire in his eyes. Everyone looked at him. One of the warders yelled at him, "Lamang and Urgiger, what was that?" "I warned you," Harry yelled. "I warned you. But did you listen to me?" "No, you knew, didn't you? It's just a harmless little deer, isn't it? Why would you listen to me? You're listening to me now, right?" The warders stared at him and nodded. "One more thing I forgot to mention. If you come across a tree with 2 rings of stones around it, do not approach it. You will die. You won't get wounded, and you won't even get a chance to bring your dead friends back to camp. I do hope you listen to this warning." Harry walked away into the darkness. "You're all lucky the worst monster on this island was killed long ago," he said before he vanished into the trees. This was a terrifying island. The warders were able to finish the protections for the island on the north side by making them larger than the original plan. They also put signs around the northern section not to get near the glowing light at night. The Filipino ministry also assigned an XXXX rating to the animal, though no name was listed yet, just a description. Only thing that stopped the 5th X was that no one died. One of the warders was curious about the tree that Harry spoke about. However, after the incident with the protector in the valley, Nestor just stunned the man and sent him home. Finally, it was the day before Harry and Lyra were to leave, so they had a large feast on the island. The warding team brought a huge amount of food and drinks, while fruits, berries, fish, and grubs were set out by the hidden tribe. There was music and dancing and magic. The giver and the usurper showed up for an hour, scaring the daylights out of the warding team, who had never met the strange creature or the 40-foot-long snake. They left after collecting samples of the various foods that the wizards had brought and presented Harry and Lyra with a large bag that they didn't open. It appeared to be made of the shed skin of the giant snake. Harry and Lyra were along for the ride as the only children there, but they were at least enjoying the food and music. At the end of the meal, Minerva called for silence. "This is the end of a great project, and we have a few things to celebrate. First, charge your glasses." Everyone filled up on a drink of their choice. One of the curse breakers passed shots of fire whiskey to Charlie and Chief as well, who sniffed it curiously. "The first toast goes to Nestor Bailindang." Everyone cheered. Minerva continued, Today, he received his official transfer and promotion to be a section head in the Department of Magical Creatures in charge of this island and its safety. To Nestor, everyone drank. Charlie and Chief coughed up red flames and rolled on the ground. They got back up, shaking their heads all over the place. The curse breaker that gave them shots before held out two more which they took and sat back down. Nestor stood up. The next toast goes to Oscar Palando and his warding team. More cheers. This was a monumental project that will ensure the protection of at least 5 magical species and boost revenues for the Filipino ministry. To the warding team, everyone drank. Charlie and Chief didn't react as badly this time and had fun blowing smoke at other people at the event. Alastair stood up now. Charge your glasses. Everyone filled their glasses. This toast goes to Tristan Nevitt. Tristan was my 49th trainee in the British Aura training program. I say was, because today I sent in the paperwork completing his training. He can dodge hexes in his sleep. He snuck up me and stunned me while my eyes were open, has been scarred by a hoo-hoo. He had to be shaved after taking an experimental hair growth potion, and when he returns to England, he will graduate with a golden wand on his lapel. To Tristan, cheers rang out, and everyone drank. Charlie and Chief were now drunk, having never drunk alcohol before, and were engaged in a slap fight while blowing fire whiskey smoke at each other. The curse breaker who was giving them drinks was told to stop, and now gave them mango juice. Minerva got back up. This is the last toast, and then a surprise. This toast goes to the 2 children who are the reason we are all here. To Lyra and Harry. You 2 have faced insurmountable odds to reach this point. You have educated and taught a language of your own invention to magical creatures. You have formed bonds with other intelligent species. You have learned magic without education. Now you are braving the return to your homeland to climb to even greater heights. Your future is written only by yourselves. To Lyra and Harry, deafening cheers went up as all eyes looked at the 2 children. They looked up at all the adults cheering them, yet the cheers made them feel much larger. Severus stood up finally. The last part is a surprise. Not many know this, but I am actually a very good cook. Some will say that potions are a lot like cooking, and I will hex them for such a statement, though there are parallels. Now, Harry, you have not had a calendar for many years, so you might not know this, but today is the 31st of July. Today is your birthday. Harry gasped loudly. Lyra could see his eyes start to water, so she reached over and held his hand. Bring out the cake. 4 members of the warding team came out of a tent holding a cake that was at least 2 feet across on the base and 5 layers tall with a burning number, 12, on the top. All the lights in the party went out, and everyone proceeded to sing the happy birthday song to Harry. This was Harry's first birthday party. He was vividly reminded of the parties he'd watched or listened to from his room for his cousin. Here, the music, the food, the people, even if it wasn't all for him, it was still his birthday and he had been a part of it. The cake was there in front of him with candles, bigger and better than the one he had made for Dudley. This time, he would get to have some. When they stopped, they looked down at Harry, who had tears rolling down his face into a huge smile. Lyra was hugging him as fiercely as she could, and crying too. No one knew what to make of this, so one of the warders just cut him a piece of the chocolate cake and dropped a scoop of vanilla ice cream on it. Harry took one bite of it and started to cry harder. It was better than he had remembered, and it was his cake for his birthday. The ice cream tasted magical even if it really wasn't, and the combination pulled forth the memories of the tastes that brought him the little bits of happiness he had the summer before kindergarten. When he took his second bite, he started laughing as he was crying and passed his plate to Lyra as he laughed and cried more. Remembering when he saw his cousin eating cake out of his hand, Harry approached the cake and reached into it, took a handful, and ate it right there. He then put his cake-filled fist in the air and cheered. Everyone else took this as a good sign and cheered along with him. Cake and ice cream were handed out, and the festivities continued well into the night. Chapter 19. Family Reunion. Chapter text. Harry woke up the next morning after getting poked by one of the hidden. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Mango standing above him. Go away, Mango. I'm sleeping. He did not go away and instead poked Harry some more, eventually just picking him up to be carried. Harry looked around as he was being carried. He had fallen asleep on the beach with pretty much everyone else. He saw Cynthia carrying Lyra, who was just waking up as well. About halfway to the village, they both got down and walked. When they arrived, the whole village was waiting for them. Charlie and Chief were standing out in front of the group, but their eyes looked a bit bloodshot. The tribe had grown drastically since they had joined. There were a huge amount of children running around or being carried by their mothers. For the past 3 years, pretty much every female in the tribe was constantly pregnant. The abundance of food and safety had caused a boom in population, and there were now just over 60 members to the tribe. Mango had started building more nests in another group of trees nearby. Every year, the big summer storms washed more and more garbage onto the beach on the northeast shore, giving them tons of treasure to dig through. They had built small warehouses just off the beach there with the material they had sorted through to be used later. There was a lot of garbage that was just garbage, and the wizards had been able to vanish most of it. They had started to teach the hidden how to fish and procure salt from the ocean. They were able to add more protein and other nutrients to their diets with the fish and preserve them with salt. The children had learned the magic of the earth and the animals, which helped their crops grow quicker and the hidden to mature faster and grow much larger. Harry and Lyra looked over the tribe of hidden whose community they had helped to flourish and smiled at each other. Charlie stepped forward and signed to them, "You go, learn, grow, return, you, family." Both of them shed a few tears. Harry signed back, "We return, we fly together. We family." Hugs and embraces were given all around. Not every hidden had a name, but Harry and Lyra knew every single one of them. They knew their nests, where they liked to play, what fruits they liked, and every detail that didn't matter. Chief brought out various containers. Some had rope in them, others had food. There were many different gifts, and they treasured all of them. One container was oddly heavy. When it was opened, they found Whispers inside. Lyra carried him herself so he wouldn't think they were leaving him. Mango, Charlie, and Chief helped them carry everything back to the beach. The warders and everyone else were awake and cleaning up the mess from the party and packing up tents. Severus helped to load up all of their gifts into a magical trunk. Harry and Lyra said goodbye to the warders they had met, and to Nestor, who promised them he would keep an eye on everything here and write them regularly. Every bag they were bringing was shrunk and put into pockets. Nestor brought them a steering wheel from a ship that had been in one of the garbage searches. "The portkey will activate in 5 minutes," he said. "Lyra, Harry, portkeys are used for long-distance transportation. They are extremely unpleasant. You need to hold on tight, even though it will feel like you are spinning in circles endlessly. For the distance you are traveling, the travel time will be around 3 minutes. It will feel much longer. When you arrive, you will fall, you may twist your ankle, and you will almost certainly throw up. Remember to hold on tight. You have 3 minutes left." Harry and Lyra said their goodbyes one more time to Chief, Mango, and Charlie. Whispers gave embraces and headbutts to the other hidden as well. Harry gave Charlie a big smile and ruffled his hair, and Charlie returned the gesture. They walked back to the steering wheel as Minerva started the countdown. They held on with both hands as tight as they could. Whispers was wrapped around Lyra's chest under her shirt. Minerva finished the countdown. 3, 2, 1, activate. They vanished with a snap. Harry and Lyra were on their hands and knees, emptying their stomachs as soon as they arrived. Lyra thought she almost preferred the journey in the ship to the portkey. At least this was over quickly. The adults were a little bit winded and dizzy, but they were standing. Lyra felt Whispers vomit under her shirt. Tristan leaned down to them. "If it's any consolation, you'll get used to it. Remember, you'll do it again whenever you go back home." When Harry thought about it, he threw up again. Once they had recovered a little, cleaned up, and drank some water, they headed out. With an 8-hour time difference, it was now the middle of the night, so they didn't run into anyone as they exited the portkey arrival station in the ministry. Just before they left, everyone changed into heavier clothing. It didn't stop Harry and Lyra from shivering as they exited the building into the night and the rain. Whispers refused to come out from under Lyra's shirt. At least it kept her warm. Lyra looked around at all the buildings in the dark. "There's no color here," she remarked. They took some ministry cars to the Leaky Cauldron Tavern. Harry remembered his uncle's car, so being in one wasn't a shock. Lyra, on the other hand, had never seen it and was amazed at how they worked and how smooth the ride was. Even though she continued to complain about the lack of color, she was asking questions about everything. The street lamps, the roads, the umbrellas of the people who were out, and anything else she laid her eyes on. The rest of the group was trying hard to keep up with all the things she was asking about. When they arrived at the leaky cauldron, the place had been cleared out. There were a couple of people out front in long red jackets standing stiffly. Their appearance rang a bell for Harry, but he couldn't figure out why. When they entered the pub, they saw around a dozen adults wearing red jackets sitting around. Alistair barked out, "Attention!" All of them jumped up and stood stiffly. When they noticed who had called to them, each one of them stood a little straighter. Harry saw Whispers' arm holding Lyra's neck vanish and the sudden volume of Alistair's voice. Alistair turned to the woman by the stairs. "Officer, report the current situation." The woman pulled out a piece of paper. "The first and last 2 rooms upstairs have been rented out for our use. All rooms have been checked for monitoring devices and enchantments. No contraband has been discovered either. The bar and kitchen have been checked for any poisons or illegal material. Our rooms have been warded to standard S3. All other rooms have had their current guests cleared, and future residents will be screened upon reservation and arrival for the next month. A nightingale floor has been installed in the stairs linked to a ward scheme in the 2 guard rooms. All current guards have been sprayed with Thief's Downfall 1 hour before your arrival." She placed the paper back in her pocket and returned to the stiff posture. "Sir," Alistair smiled. So many of those procedures were his personal requirements. "I have just one more question. What's that behind you?" The woman blinked but then smiled. "Fool me once," she said. Alistair punched her in the shoulder. "Carry on." The adults had agreed earlier not to mention Harry by name to avoid panic. It was easy to pretend he was just a VIP, as he did not look like what anyone thought Harry Potter should look like. A dark tan, a different scar, and black and silver hair on a 12-year-old. That was definitely not Harry Potter. The group climbed the stairs and brought Harry, Lyra, and Whispers to the last room. There were 2 beds in the room with a nightstand in the middle and 2 wardrobes on the walls. A door on the wall connected to the bathroom. Regardless of the report, Tristan still did a sweep of the room. Severus pulled out 2 flasks and placed them on the nightstand. "It's still the middle of the night here. These potions will give you both a full 8 hours of sleep and start to adjust yourselves to the local time. When you get up, we will talk about a few things and then start to prepare you for school." Harry lay down on the bed but couldn't relax, and neither could Lyra. "It's not the same." Whispers still looked a little ill from the portkey. Minerva raised her wand towards the floor and conjured a pile of pants and shirts. Lyra looked happy and jumped into it, making a little nest for herself. Harry smiled and thanked Minerva. Then he handed 1 potion to Lyra, and they both drank, falling asleep in moments. Whispers climbed into the nest Lyra had made and snuggled into her to sleep. Tristan smiled. "They're just too adorable. It will be difficult at Hogwarts, where they don't have a pile of clothes to sleep on." Alistair nodded. "Let's get some sleep while we have the aura guard outside." They returned to their rooms and downed their own dreamless sleep potions. Lyra awoke and didn't know where she was. She started looking around until she saw Harry and Whispers lying there on their pile of clothes and remembered where they were. There were bits of the sun coming through the top of the window. She stepped off the pile of clothes and immediately jumped back on due to the frigid floor. Reaching for her staff, she tapped it on the floor, and a warm orange light spread out on it like a liquid until it covered the entire surface going under the door and into the hallway. Now that she was standing on a warm floor, she was able to relax. Then she had a problem. There was no place to pee. The Hidden had used a rotation of ditches away from their camp. There was no ditch here. Just as she was about to wake Harry, a woman in a red jacket burst through the door. Her wand was out, pointing around. Lyra yelled and Harry jumped up, grabbing his staff, and getting between Lyra and the woman, he pointed the tip of the antler coming out the top at her, and a white glow started to form. She could feel Whispers hanging on her back, invisible. A second later, they heard Alistair call out, "Stand down," and the woman dropped her arm to her side and stood up straight. Harry was still in protection mode, but Lyra was wondering why she was standing straight when Alistair had said down. Alistair walked into the room, the claw on his fake leg scratching against the floor as he walked. "What's going on here? Report." The woman in red pointed to the floor. There was an orange glow coming out of the room. I thought there was an attack and entered quickly to assess the situation. The boy pointed his staff at me, and it looked like he was going to cast a spell. Alistair looked around at Lyra standing behind Harry, both of them holding their staves. The glow on Harry's hadn't gone away yet. "Lyra, what is this on the floor?" Lyra leaned out from behind Harry. The floor was cold, so I warmed it up. One of the toes on Alistair's clawed foot scratched at the floor. Interesting. Turning to the aura. "You almost attacked 2 children. Return to your post and think of a better way to handle this situation. I'll expect a verbal report in an hour." The aura started to walk out before Alistair stopped her. "Wait, just a moment." She stopped and turned back. Turning to Harry, "What were you going to do to her?" Harry set his staff upright. "I was going to protect Lyra. I had to do it twice before with the people who visited the island and with a snake who thought it was a king. It knocks things away from me." Alistair hummed. He walked out into the hallway, which overlooked the pub downstairs, and called out, "I need all civilians out of the pub." He fired off a loud noise with his wand, and everyone not in a red coat filed out quickly. Calling out to the remaining auras, "Prepare the entire leaky cauldron for a bounce duel level 4. Harry could hear people outside casting a lot of spells. The woman in their room got an alarmed look on her face. She hastily started casting spells all around her and on herself as well. This woman is going to kick in the door again and attack Lyra. Knock her out of the room. This is a game, but it needs to be taken seriously or Lyra will get knocked unconscious, Alistair explained. Harry nodded and gripped his staff as Alistair, and the woman went outside and closed the door. It felt like at least a minute passed, with nothing happening. He was getting anxious, and the grip on his staff tightened. As he stared at the door, everything around it appeared to darken, and he could barely feel Lyra holding onto his shirt from behind. Once the only thing he was focusing on was the door. The woman kicked it in, red light glowing on the tip of her wand, and Harry just focused everything he had on her, and white light shot from the end of his staff, blasting her out into the pub. A white shockwave erupted from where he was standing to follow the blast of light. The woman rocketed over the balcony and bounced off the far wall of the pub before falling into a table and chairs which bent like they were made of rubber. Alistair watched it happen with both eyes before the shockwave caught him from behind and made him fall over the side as well, falling to the floor of the pub, which absorbed him like it was made of gelatin. Harry felt dizzy and fell backward with Lyra lowering him to the floor. Whispers climbed over onto his chest and poked him in the face. His vision was spotty, but he felt like he accomplished what Alistair had told him to do. He heard Alistair laugh a bit from outside and say, "I expect your report in an hour, Aura. Everyone, remove the dueling precautions and let everyone back in. What just happened is classified as a Class 1 fishtail." Harry heard a few laughs from outside. Once Harry's vision returned, Alistair came back in with Tristan, Minerva, and Severus. Tristan was rubbing his eyes. "What just happened? What's a Class 1 fishtail? That's not in the handbook." Alistair chuckled. "It is something I made up, but all auras know it and take it seriously. It means that they are allowed and encouraged to tell any story they want as long as it doesn't describe what actually happened. I suspect there will be stories about a herd of hippogriffs being released in the cauldron printed in tomorrow's Prophet." Severus was already dressed and was drinking from a large cup of coffee. And what really did happen? Alistair smiled. An aura busted into the kids' room because of this. He tapped the floor, and everyone looked at the red floor. Lyra did this because the floor was cold, and it spilled out into the hallway. I stopped Harry from attacking the aura, but then thought it might be fun to see what might have happened and to teach the aura a real-world lesson. Tristan raised his hand and waved it like he was in class. "After the story breaks that the boy is back in England, may I be the one to tell that aura that she got knocked around by he who will be named." Severus choked badly on his coffee, grabbing the door frame for support. Minerva let out a giggle fit for an 8-year-old girl. Alistair just stared at Tristan wide-eyed before nodding. "Excuse me, everyone," said Lyra. She was dancing a little bit, hopping from one foot to the next. "Where can I pee? Do I need to go outside?" No one knew what to say. There was a bathroom door right on the wall. Minerva took charge of the situation and showed the children into the bathroom. There were multiple flushings of the toilet, and Harry could be heard exclaiming, "It's so soft." They had breakfast in the children's bedroom, and when they were finished, Minerva decided it was time to have a serious discussion. "Harry, we told you last night that we needed to have a discussion in the morning, and now it is that time," Minerva started. "Right now, We aren't using your name in front of anyone because, in this country, you are famous." She let that sink in a bit before continuing. "It has to do with your parents and how you got your scar." Lyra reached down and grabbed Harry's hand for support. Whispers also mimicked Lyra's action with Harry's other hand. Minerva continued, "Before you were born, there was a war between the wizards of this country. The side we were on, the side your parents fought on, was losing. The leader of the other side was very powerful, and anyone who spoke up against him was killed. Your parents fought against him and his followers, but when you were born, they went into hiding. When you were a little over a year old, he found them and came to kill them." Harry focused on her with sharp precision, hanging on her every word. Lyra was alternating between focusing on the story and checking Harry's reaction. Alastair took over. "There is a curse that the only purpose to use it is to kill. There is no magical shield that can block it, and if it touches you, it is instant death. Using it will put you in prison permanently until you die. Other spells can kill, but this one requires pure intent to kill your target. You can't accidentally cast it or not intend for the target to die when it is cast. That is why it is unforgivable. This wizard that used it on your parents used it hundreds of times. When your parents were dead, he tried to cast it on you. No one knows how, but the spell that cannot be blocked or shielded bounced off your head and killed him. It didn't just kill him. When the spell rebounded onto him, he exploded and took the roof of your house with him." Harry rubbed his scar. Severus ended the story. With the leader of their forces gone, most of the people who followed him were arrested or went into hiding, and others pleaded innocence, but it was you that ended the war. So you are famous not only for ending the war, but also surviving the killing curse. The newspapers called you the boy who lived. There are children's stories written about you, and people tell fantastically impossible tales in the pubs about you. We told you that you were supposed to start school last year, but we couldn't find you. The people of this country were expecting you to come out of hiding last year and were told that they would have to wait one more year. They will be excited to see you, their new celebrity. Though right now you look nothing like what they are expecting, so it will be easy for you to blend in for the moment." Harry sat still for a moment, absorbing everything he heard. The story they told made him think of the night with the creeping death and the spectre of Lord Voldemort. However, he decided to keep that to himself and tell Lyra later. He also remembered bits of his Aunt Petunia gossiping with the neighbors about different celebrities, giving them praise, and saying horrible things about them depending on the day. Harry looked up at Severus. "I don't want to be a celebrity." The moment Severus had to give up his project of making liquid luck, he had been dreading meeting the son of James Potter. Every moment leading up to getting to the village had some level of annoyance to it, though it all started to fall away the second they met. He didn't have any of the qualities that he loathed in James Potter, and when the boy looked him in the eyes and declared that he didn't want fame, the final drop of resentment towards the child was gone. He was just a boy who wanted a family. Alastair broke Severus out of his thoughts, telling Harry, "Unfortunately, you can't change that. It is who you are here." Thinking straight again, Severus turned to Lyra. "We also need to have a discussion for you two." Harry in whispers tucked an arm around her as Severus continued. "You remember your father?" Lyra nodded fearfully. "He is the head of a family called Malfoy. Your mother was originally from another family called Black. Do you know about them?" Lyra shook her head. "The Blacks are one of the oldest families in England. There are currently only 4 Blacks that bear the name left in the country. Your great-uncle Arcturus currently is the head of the family. He is currently in the hospital due to his age and will most likely pass away in less than a year. Your mother took up the family name again when she broke her marriage with your father a little over a month ago and now lives with your uncle. The youngest person with the family name is you, Lyra." Lyra was following the story and at this point spoke up and said, "I'm not a Malfoy." There was a bit of sadness and joy in her voice. "No," replied Severus. "When your father got rid of you, he also disowned you from the family. You were left with your mother's family name of Black. The only other Black is currently in prison and will not be coming out." Severus said the last bit with a hint of glee, but Minerva looked sad. Lyra thought about everything. She remembered her father had been proud of being a Malfoy, so she was happy she wasn't. Her mother hadn't stopped her from being sent away and was only upset now because she had magic. "I don't want to see my mother," answering the unasked question. "You won't need to," said Severus. "However, your uncle is demanding to see you. He has a lot of political power even when he is dying. We would like to have him meet with you for an hour this afternoon. If you get upset, you can leave." Lyra didn't know what to do. She didn't know him, but the rest of her family had let her be hurt and locked in that container. Harry squeezed her hand. "I'll be with you." Lyra smiled and agreed. Minerva had to leave for Hogwarts, so Severus took the children with Alastair, Tristan, and two other Auras, providing an escort to the hospital. Whispers had to stay in the room. They explained to him twice about not leaving the room. They went by apparition again, which was far preferable to the portkey. Tristan mentioned another method of travel called flu, but said that the first times are best to do in more controlled environments. The hospital was incredibly clean. Both Harry and Lyra couldn't imagine a place that didn't have at least a little dirt, but here one was. Lyra was a bit scared as they rode the elevator up, and also to the side somehow, arriving at a wing of the hospital with private rooms. They reached a corner room and knocked. Severus recognized the man who answered as the steward from before, though he had a thin mustache and a soul patch now. He led the party in and presented them to the old man in the bed. "I present to you Lord Arcturus Phineas Black, head of House Black," the steward announced. The man pushed himself up as high as he could go and looked at the assembled party. He looked at Alastair hard in the eyes for a moment before ordering, "Take your people outside, Mad-Eye." Alastair glared back, not breaking eye contact before saying, "I'm keeping my eye on you." His blue eye spun around as he and the other Auras exited the room, leaving Harry, Lyra, and Severus there. The man looked down at Lyra with a scrutinizing glare. "I met you when you were a baby. I helped pick out your name." Lyra's eyes went wide at the revelation, and he continued, "You were brought back here because you are to attend Hogwarts. I assume the staff isn't for show. Let's see some magic." Now Lyra's eyes fell and started to water a little. Harry took her hand and said, "We are leaving." He pulled her out of the room into the hall with the waiting Auras. Lyra now cried a little. She had been hoping that this man wouldn't be like her mother, that he would want to be family regardless of her magic. She was wrong. Harry held her, feeling ashamed that he couldn't protect her from this man. He couldn't always just stand in front of an attacker. He was going to have to do more. He passed the sobbing girl to Tristan and went back into the room. Severus and the man were yelling back and forth, but stopped as Harry entered. Harry walked right up to the foot of the bed and slammed the butt of his staff into the ground. A pulse went through the room, knocking Severus and the steward back into the wall. Arcturus was already sitting up against the bed, so he was just pushed straighter. The steward drew his wand, but Severus was quicker and had his pointed between the man's eyes before he could raise his own. Harry stared the old man down. "How dare you?" His voice was radiating the same force as his staff. "My sister is crying now. You didn't want her because she didn't have magic, and now you want her because she does. She thought you might be different from her mother, but now she doesn't want you." Harry slammed his staff into the ground again, making Severus and the steward stagger a bit more, and then left the room. Severus held his wand on the steward and slowly backed out of the room, closing the door. He turned to Alastair. "We need to leave now." Harry held Lyra, who was still sniffling a little, as they walked ahead back to the lobby of the hospital to apparate out. When they arrived at the lobby, there was a commotion going on. A tall man with blonde hair was yelling at a blonde woman who looked a little like Lyra and trying to push past her. He didn't hear what they were yelling about because he was distracted by Lyra hyperventilating. These must be her parents. The woman pushed the man back towards the entrance hard, but he came straight towards her and slapped her in the face, knocking her to the floor. He turned towards Lyra, and Harry started to move toward them quickly. "Where did you get it?" he yelled. "Did you get your magic, you little squib?" Lyra was backing away, eyes wide and terrified. Harry was reminded a bit of his Uncle Vernon and was frozen for a second. The blond man pulled a wand out of his staff, which snapped the two children out of their shock. Both slammed their staves into the ground at the same time. There was a pulse of magic as a reddish-orange and white shockwave shot out toward the man. It blasted him back and made him fall to his knees, though he got up quickly and towards them again. The auras behind the children fired red spells at the man, but they splashed into nothingness on the wall of the magical shield the children had made. The blond man pushed his hands through the pulse, but then his left hand began to spasm, and the magic of the pulse started to wrap around his hand, twisting it and bending the fingers into a grotesque shape, while the color of the hand darkened and turned black. The man screamed in agony, and finally one of the red spells from the auras got through, and he fell to the ground. Harry nearly collapsed, but held on to Lyra, who started to cry again. Tristan ran over to the fallen woman and started treating her wound. Alistair took the wand of the blond man and bound him in a cocoon of ropes. The other two auras started pushing the watching crowd out of the lobby, but there were far too many of them. Severus knelt in front of the children. "We need to leave now. I'm taking you back to your room at the pub. Hold tight." He grabbed onto both of them, gave Alistair a nod, and vanished. Chapter 20. Catching Fire. Chapter text. When they arrived back at the room, Severus conjured more clothing for the floor as the previous ones had begun to fade. Whispers jumped up from the falling garments and started dancing around Lyra nervously. Severus gave the children calming drafts and they laid down to sleep, with Whispers cuddling into Lyra. As he stepped outside, Alistair and Tristan arrived back at the pub. "The kids are asleep. What happened to Lucius?" asked Severus. "The healers are working on him now. Whatever the kids did to him, it looks like they broke all the fingers on his left hand and petrified him up to the elbow in stone," answered Alistair. "Narcissa's fine, just a quick heal to a growing bruise," said Tristan. Alistair turned back to Tristan. "Go back to Narcissa. I want to know exactly how she and Lucius knew we were going to be there." Tristan apparated away. Looking at Severus, Alistair mentioned, "We've got another problem." "I heard one of the bystanders ask if that was Harry Potter. Doesn't matter if it doesn't look like him. They're expecting him back this fall, so they're going to jump on it, and this will be in the paper tomorrow." "Shit," Severus swore. "I'm going to take advantage of Malfoy's stupidity." He turned to an aura by the door. "Aura, what's your name?" "Derek Worth, sir." "Come over here, you have an assignment." "Do you know who we are guarding?" The man shook his head. "The two children upstairs are a sign of the Black family in Harry Potter." The man's mouth gaped open and shut like a fish. "What I need you to do is leak this to the Daily Prophet." Now the aura looked shocked and confused. "You haven't heard yet, but we were just attacked by Lucius Malfoy at St. Mungo's. Harry and the Black Scion repelled him, injuring him in the process. Go to the Prophet and tell them you know about Potter's return to England. Demand money for the story. Haggle until you think you've got every nut they can give you for the story. And then tell them everything I just said along with when you received this assignment and where we are located." Alistair paused and took a deep breath. "This is the most important part. You need to tell them I am running security at the Leaky. Use my fun name or any of the other names the cadets call me when they forget that I have a magical ear as well as a magical eye. I want them to know that attempts to breach the security will end with pain and not just arrest. Bring the money back here when you are done." "Got it." Derek nodded vigorously and left out the back door to the alley. Alistair plopped down on a chair and poured himself a drink. Severus stared at Alistair for a moment and said, "I didn't know you had a magical ear." Alistair poured another drink for Severus and pushed it over to him. "I don't, but I always find it fun to build my legend a little more." Severus smirked and raised his drink, and Alistair followed suit. "Ambition," said Severus. "Cunning," said Alistair. "Slytherin," they said together and drank. While Harry slept, he had flashbacks of his life with the Dursleys, particularly of the times his uncle had been angry with him. Dreams like this used to frighten him, but now he realized that he could defend himself and others if needed. Oh, now, any fear he felt in his dreams just faded away, and it was like watching it on the television while he was far away on the couch. As the memories played in his head, he remembered when Dudley called him a thief and his uncle tore apart his room. He couldn't see the bag under the floor. Magic. It must have been magic. It all started to connect. Cynthia Abbott had a wand. That's why Aunt Petunia was so angry. The kid at the party who asked him about taming a dragon had something to do with it. The blessing Cynthia's husband gave was some kind of magic too. The bag, with all the notes saying, "Thank you." He was a celebrity. All the people that had looked at him funny when they heard his name. It all slid into place like someone snapped the world from grey into color. And then he woke up. He sat there for a moment, pulling everything that he had dreamed about and bringing it into focus. He placed his staff next to Lyra's sleeping form and exited the room. There were only the people in red coats, plus the bartender when he went downstairs. He went over to the table with Severus and Alistair and sat down. Do either of you know any wizards named Abbott? He asked. I do, Severus replied, quirking his eyebrow curiously. Why are you interested? I just realized how many things I remember growing up weren't just weird, but were actually magic, said Harry. The bartender took that moment to bring a sandwich to Harry. He took a few bites before putting it back down and looked at Severus. I need to visit my aunt and uncle. Seeing the shock on their faces, he added, I think there is something of mine still at the house, and if I'm right, we can get afternoon tea when we are done, my treat. Alistair and Severus shared a glance. Not today, said Alistair. Tomorrow or the day after would work better. After the incident at the hospital, we need to wait to see how things pan out. We might also need a place to go if the situation gets hot here. When Harry was done with his sandwich, an aura came in. Alistair's magic eye rolled back to look at who came in behind him. Aura Worth, report, he commanded without turning around. Went off without a hitch. Most of the time was spent haggling on the tip, reported the aura. He pulled out a large sack which Alistair took and nearly dropped. He looked back at the aura with an impressed look on his face and added, Impressive haggling skills, Mr. Worth. Alistair cast a spell at the bag, and his eyebrows raised even more. He took a few handfuls of the coins inside and placed them on the table. From the pile, he pulled out 3 different coins, gold, silver, and bronze, then placed them in front of Harry. These are wizarding coins. They are minted by goblins at our bank, Gringotts. A galleon is approximately 5 pounds. Every galleon is worth 17 sickles, and every sickle is worth 29 nuts. He showed each of the coins to Harry. Harry hadn't done any serious math in years, and he had only just started multiplication before he left. Plus, this system just seemed like the goblins were purposely trying to give people a headache. The confusion was evident on his face, so Alistair turned to Aura Worth. Next assignment, Worth. Sit down with Mr. Potter here and explain to him how much various things will cost him. Food, toys, books, anything else you can think of that isn't too complicated, and nothing particularly magical, as he doesn't have anything to compare it to right now. Alistair took the handfuls of coins he had pulled out of the first sack and conjured a smaller one to put them in. He called Severus with him over to the bar. I'm going to need to go back to the department to file reports. Will you be okay here? Severus nodded. Alistair called over Tom, the bartender. Tom, have you already started filing the paperwork for us commandeering your place the past few days? I sure have. It's going to cost the ministry a lot of gold to keep me closed in the middle of summer, replied the bearded man behind the bar. Well, you can stop that right now, said Alistair. He placed the larger sack on the table. I am commandeering your place for the remainder of the summer up until the day the express leaves. We will take care of getting people through the pub to Diagon. I am also deputizing you with the rank of field commander, exclusive only in this building. He placed a silver badge on the bar. That means that if any of the men here get out of line, you can give them orders. Do not let them drink when they are on duty. Do not let them drink within 4 hours of being on duty either. Alistair placed the smaller bag on the bar. This is for feeding the auras on duty. Prepare a list of any staff you need to be keyed into the wards. Any off-duty auras need to pay if they give you problems. Remember you're their field commander. Tom gave Alistair a rather lackluster salute and started putting away the money. Sir, Derek yelled, I think there is a niffler in here. Some of the money just disappeared off the table. Harry whispered, It was just whispers. He's hiding over there, and pointed to the corner. We're going to have to tell everyone about him, said Alistair to Harry. Alistair turned to the rest of the bar. Attention, he yelled, and all the auras snapped to their feet. Some of you have been derelict in your duties. All the auras looked around nervously, turning to Harry. Bring him out, lad. Harry walked over to a corner and picked up an invisible whispers. He stroked the air a few times and slowly, and the demiguise faded into visibility. There was a sharp intake of breath from the collective group of auras. This little guy has been here since we arrived. Not one of you let me know there was an unidentified animal on the premises. I will make sure everyone here goes through a revised detection course next month with the new trainees. There were a few groans heard around the room. I want all of you to be aware that this demiguise will be with our VIPs and is just as important. The leaky cauldron is being converted into a field HQ. That means we are now at standard S5 warding. When you are on duty, keep your jackets on. When you are off duty, your jacket is off. Convert all rooms upstairs except room 7 into bunks for 4. Low power transfiguration only. Everything is temporary. He called 2 auras by the door. Set up a checkpoint with a privacy screen inside the front door. 1 aura outside in muggle clothing at all times. Use a muggle-born aura who knows how to set up a VIP line for a nightclub and how to dress properly. Inside, I want a temporary 2-way flu connection from the checkpoint to the Diagon Alley entrance. Finally, Tom here is the field commander. He will stay out of your way and provide food for on-duty auras. When you're off duty, it comes from your own pocket. I don't want to hear of a single instance of him using his authority. Everyone stood waiting. Alistair stared them all down. Go. He yelled, and they all took off to set up. He grabbed Derek as he started to run off. Are you done with Mr. Potter? No, sit back down and finish. Severus was just watching this all take place while he sipped his ale. He wasn't an aura at all. Alistair turned to him and said, They've got everything handled. I'm headed to the department. His blue eye spun upstairs. Lyra just woke up. Have her come down and sit with Harry to learn about money. If there's even a little Malfoy left in her, she'll have it down quick. He snapped away in apparition. That evening, they started getting a few curious parties showing up at the pub, but the auras had it locked down tight. In the morning, the Daily Prophet arrived. The boy who lived returns. Harry Potter defends an unknown black scion from a vicious attack by Lucius Malfoy, by Andy Smudgley. Harry Potter, boy who lived, and conqueror of the Dark Lord, he, who must not be named, has returned, as promised, to our shores. Last year we were told his return was delayed because of a need to finish his preliminary education. Some critics and politicians claimed this was a lie, that he was lost or dead. Though we see now that his preliminary education has paid dividends to the highest degree. The savior of the wizarding world does not appear to be the same as the one we have seen in our children's books. He is taller, stronger, and more powerful, with a head shining with black and silver hair, deeply tanned skin, and the bright green eyes of his muggle-born mother. He was spotted in St. Mungo's Hospital defending a young girl, identified as a scion of House Black from an attack by none other than Lucius Malfoy. According to eyewitness reports, Mr. Malfoy yelled at the girl about stealing magic and being a squib, only for the girl to unleash a torrent of orange magic, which was then reinforced and strengthened by Harry Potter. It appeared that Mr. Malfoy was going to tear through their shield with his bare hands when the magic coming from the children painfully twisted and darkened Mr. Malfoy's left arm before he was stunned by a squad of our ministry's finest auras. Rumors abound about who the mystery girl is. From St. Mungo's staff who wish to remain anonymous, we have been informed that both children were visiting with the ailing Arcturus Black, the current Lord Black. If this girl is indeed a scion of the family, maybe we are looking at its next head. The Prophet's chief geneticist also discovered that Harry Potter has a connection to the Blacks through his paternal great-aunt, Doria Potter, formerly Black. The Prophet speculates that the Black scion shared in Mr. Potter's preliminary education, as they both wielded a staff of power similar to great wizards and shamans of old. The Black scion wielded a staff with 2 types of animal fur wrapping the sides with a phoenix feather hanging from it, while Mr. Potter's staff was wrapped in snakeskin with the horn of an unknown animal adorning the top. Why would Mr. Malfoy attack a child? Why would Harry Potter defend her? Was Mr. Malfoy again under the Imperious curse? Our questions demand answers. Keep reading to get them. Mr. Potter and the Black Scion are currently residing at the Leaky Cauldron, which is off-limits to civilians, and under heavy aura guard led by the ever-watchful gaze of Alistair Mad-Eye Moody. Below the headline, there was a picture, a sketch from a pensive memory of the event. Lucius Malfoy looked terrifying. Like a letharfold with a head and hands in his flowing black robes, fury coming out of his eyes as his hands pushed through an orange and white shield. Some of the magic twisted around his left hand as the children pushed back, a terrified look on Lyra's face and a determined and angry look on Harry's. Narcissa Malfoy could be seen laying on the ground behind Lucius. Damn, that's even better than I was hoping for. Alistair whistled as he tossed the paper to an aura waiting for their turn. The morning had already been crazy. They had a line of people trying to get through the front entrance. They had a hit wizard dressed as a muggle bouncer who set up a line with a velvet rope at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. With all the witches and wizards trying to enter, it looked like they were having some weird daytime costume party for any muggles walking by. Some muggles had even waited in line just because it looked like something fun was going on inside. Now that all the Auras knew they were guarding Harry Potter and a Black Princess, they were all on higher alert constantly. Tristan got to tease the Aura who had kicked down the door on their first day as well. After she stopped hyperventilating, she realized that she now had a great story to tell her grandkids one day. They had a few attempted breaches from both Diagon and the street. None were even remotely successful. By 10 a.m., Alistair had decided to take a covert trip to Watford for Harry to visit his relative's house. Whispers had become friendly with two young Auras who swore heavily to Lyra that they would take care of him while she was away. So Harry, Lyra, Alistair, and Severus prepared to leave. In Harry and Lyra's room, Alistair started to modify the wards so they could apparate out and have a place to return to. Severus explained the security procedures. Before we apparate, I am going to put a disillusionment charm on each of you. It will feel like an egg breaking on your head. Once it washes over you, you will blend in wherever you go. Lyra was about to say something, but Harry elbowed her. What followed was an argument between two children in the sign language they used to talk with whispers that ended with Lyra smiling. Harry turned back to Severus. We don't need the charm. We wanted to keep it a secret, but we can also disappear as the hidden do. To illustrate his point, he and Lyra vanished in front of Severus and Alistair. Alistair rallied first. Well, that is certainly incredible. If we could teach that to the Aura Corps, that would be amazing. However, I am going to insist on disillusionment rather than your invisibility. You say you want to keep it a secret, so don't use it unless it is an emergency. The kids reappeared and agreed. They each got the tap of being disillusioned, and it kind of felt gross. They ended up apparating to the alley behind the market near Privet Drive. Seeing that no one was around, the charm was removed, but the kids' staves were shrunk so they could be put in their pockets. The adults transfigured their clothes into something more muggle-like and headed towards Privet Drive. As they arrived, they could see Petunia Dursley working in the front garden. Severus turned to Alistair and said, "Watch the street, this might get messy." Alistair hung back as Severus led the children up to Petunia in the garden. "Hello there, Toonie," said Severus with a bit of a mocking tone. Petunia jumped up to greet them, but her eyes widened quickly. What are you doing here?" Severus smiled sweetly and said, "I thought I might bring you a present." He stepped aside to reveal Harry, with Lyra behind him. It took Petunia several moments looking at Harry to recognize him. Nearly 5 years had passed. He was taller and stronger, with different hair and darker skin, but those eyes. Her sister's eyes gave her shivers. What are you doing back here?" She saw Alistair out on the street. "You brought more freaks to my house. Why would you even come back here? We threw you out." Harry's heart had hardened to this, and was about to reply when Lyra jumped in front of all of them. "You cruel, evil shrew. How could you treat Harry like this? Harry is the best person I know, and you treat him like mud on your shoe. You should be ashamed of yourself, but you have none." She spat at Petunia's feet and continued glaring at her. It took her a moment to recover before looking at the angry little girl in front of her. She was about to reply when she saw the blinds on the house across the street open, so she turned around and marched into the house. Severus just strolled in after, with the children following. Once they were inside with the door shut, she turned to them and said, "You're here for a reason, speak, and then get out of my house." Harry looked around. If Vernon or Dudley were around, they would have come out by now. He examined the house he grew up in. It seemed so much smaller than he remembered. Then he looked over at his room. In his memories, he remembered it was a room, big enough to sleep in, store some clothes and other possessions. Now looking at it, he saw it for what it was, a boot cupboard. He had been wedged under the stairs in the most pathetic place they could shove him. He walked over to the cupboard. The paneling and door had been replaced and repainted. He opened the door and found shoes and shelves. There was no way to get to the floorboards he needed to get to. Turning back to Severus, and his aunt staring daggers at him, he said, "There's something of mine under the floorboards there. At least there used to be." "You don't have anything here," snapped Petunia. "We put it all in the box with you when we sent you away." Lyra remembered the box Harry had been in. She had heard him inside the box drawing on the walls. She looked at this evil woman with pure malice in her eyes. "Thank you for putting his things in that box. You're such a kind and compassionate shrew. I was one of the other children that were sold to those men as you did with Harry. Harry read to me from the book you put in his box, and he saved my life later." Harry grabbed Lyra's hand and looked at his aunt. "You didn't put everything in there, or I wouldn't be here." Turning to Severus, "Can you check if it is there? A bag underneath the floorboards." He motioned for them to back up, and just as Petunia realized what he was going to do, he waved his wand, and all the shelves and shoes were ripped out of the cupboard and strewn around the room. Harry was shocked for a moment, but then regained his composure and pulled up some of the broken floorboards and found his treasure. The red velvet bag with a wooden nameplate on the string with his name, Harry. Petunia didn't seem to be able to focus on the bag, but saw that he had taken something. "You have what you wanted, now get out. Leave my house and never come back." Harry turned around and walked out the door. Lyra, however, stayed. Harry could feel the magic rolling off her, and before he could reach back for her, the feathers in her hair burst into flame, covering her whole head. The long braid on her head swung back and forth like a flaming tail. She screamed at Petunia, "Why will we ever come back here? You will pray you don't ever see us again." The fire in her hair went out, leaving smoke in the air, and she stormed out of the room. Severus and Harry followed. Just as they were on the street, they heard the smoke alarms going off in the house. Alastair was on the street waving his wand. The air around the house had a silvery, film-like barrier around the house. "I thought we might need an aversion ward," seeing a bit of smoke coming out of the house and the beeping inside, "and it looks like I was right. Now, I think you said something about tea." Harry breathed a sigh of relief and opened the bag to pull out the card in the bottom for tea service at Cynthia Abbott's tea house. Looking at the map on the back, "It's this way." They approached the parking lot to the Muggle entrance for the tea house. When they got to the front door, there was a sparkling sign to the right of the entrance with a wand on it and an arrow towards the back. The four of them followed the arrow around to the rear of the building and saw an archway on the wall that was filled in. Alastair winked at the kids with his one real eye and walked through the wall. Both kids thought this was awesome and ran after, though they closed their eyes and put their hands out when they were about to hit. Severus came in behind them. The tea house was empty except for a little blonde girl at the front desk who looked terrified at their arrival. "PPP, Professor Snape," she cried out. "How can I help you?" Severus seemed to put on a mask that cast a shadow over his eyes, and his robes began to billow in a non-existent wind. "Well, Miss Abbott, I think I am here to have tea. But if rumors are to be believed, maybe I will just need a large cup of blood with a splash of cream and 2 sugars." Alastair was doing his best not to laugh, while Harry and Lyra were just confused. The girl was shaking and pulled her robe up to cover her neck just as a blonde woman came walking in. "Hannah, do we have guests?" "Severus, you came at a good time. Everyone is in London to catch." Looks down at the children to catch a glimpse, blink a glimpse. Blink, blink of Harry Potter. Harry just stared back at the woman staring at her. He shifted nervously a bit and then pulled out the card. I had this card for afternoon tea. I was hoping to redeem it." The blonde lady fainted. "Mum!" cried the little girl as she raced to the fallen woman. They propped the fainted woman in a chair around a table and sat down. Severus popped open a vial small under the woman's nose vial, which caused her to wake up. She stared at Harry and then the girl, and then Alastair moody, then back and Harry and then Severus. "So you found him," she exclaimed, then adopted a mocking glare. "It sure took you long enough." The girl looked at Harry with slight recognition. Her mother decided to clear it up completely. "Hannah, dear, you remember when you met Harry Potter at our holiday party?" It all clicked together and the girl let out an "Eep" and disappeared to the kitchen. Her mother let out a laugh. "So you finally came back for tea, did you?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry said. Remembering the holiday party and introductions, he continued. "I would like to introduce you to Alastair Moody, Severus Snape, and my sister Lyra Black." She smiled. "It's good to see you still have manners. I'll go start the tea." She looked around at the ceilings and walls. "Alastair, did you put up wards in my shop?" At his nod toward Harry, she smiled and headed for the kitchen. The four of them sat around a table near the center. Lyra kept seeing Hannah peeking out of the kitchen at them. "Are people always going to act like this around Harry?" she asked. "At least for a little while," responded Severus. "I could scare her off if you would like." Harry was curious. "Why is she afraid of you?" "I have a reputation at school as a terrifying and evil creature that will drink your blood and drown kittens," Severus replied dryly. Harry looked at Severus for a while, then at Lyra and back at Severus. I don't see it. Alastair broke down in laughter. Severus put on a serious face. When we are at school, I won't be the same person. You will need to call me Professor Snape. I will not allow any playing in my classroom, and breaking rules will be severely punished. Okay, said Harry happily, which led to another round of chuckles from Alastair. Lyra chimed in. How do you do that dark thing with your face? It's like you suck the color out of the area so you look all dark and broody. I want to learn that. It would have been even scarier if I did that while threatening Harry's aunt. Alastair fell out of his chair laughing. Cynthia came out a moment later with a large tray of sandwiches, fruit cakes, scones, and other pastries. Parts of hot water and teas appeared on the table in front of them as well. She pulled over 2 chairs between Lyra and Alastair and sat down in one of them. She called to the kitchen, Hannah, come out here and sit with us. Then turning to Harry, so where have you been all this time? The little girl slowly inched her way out to the seat next to her mother. Harry and Lyra both looked to their chaperones, who exchanged a look before Alastair said, You know already that Harry was missing, not at school. We're not releasing any information to the press yet, so we will need a promise, just a regular one, that you and your daughter won't spread this around. Cynthia gave a calculated look to Alastair as the tea began to pour itself, surprising Harry and Lyra. I think we can agree on 3 conditions for the promise. The first is that you will let me know when the news breaks so I can be free to speak about it before the paper arrives in the morning. The second is that Harry comes back for tea on the break and to the holiday party this year. The third is that Hannah is allowed to show him and Miss Black around Hogwarts. Hannah was pulling on her mother's sleeves and moaning, Muyum, you're embarrassing me. Alastair replied, I can agree to the first one. The second one is Harry's decision. And the third, we can tell Harry that if he needs any advice or assistance, your daughter will be available to help. Agreed. Harry looked at them and to Lyra. The holiday party will be fun. I told you about it. And this is Cynthia. The Cynthia. Lyra's eyebrows went up, and realization in Alastair and Severus's eyes clicked as well. There was curiosity on Cynthia Abbott's face, though. Cynthia raised her glass to Alastair. Agreed. Alastair raised his glass. Cunning. Severus raised his glass, ambition. Then all 3 of them together, Slytherin. Then they drank. So tell me about me being the Cynthia. Harry jumped in to tell the story. He started telling about the shipwreck, and Severus stopped him, whispering in his ear, Do not tell anyone about the ship. I will start the story and then let you know when to continue it. Cynthia and Hannah were looking at them, so Severus started to speak. Due to reasons we will not speak of, ever, Lyra and Harry ended up on an unpopulated tropical island, where they were adopted and lived with. Go ahead, Harry. He jumped back in. We were adopted by creatures we called hidden. When Severus found us, we learned that wizards called them demiguise. Cynthia gasped at this and quickly explained what they were to Hannah. Severus added some commentary. There was another on the island, a kind of half-breed similar to a dwarf. He was able to teach them about magic. Lyra jumped in, but the hidden are our family. We lived with them and grew food with them and spent every day with them. The giver just taught us magic stuff, but he lived outside the village. Harry continued what she said. We lived with the hidden and made up a sign language to speak with them, and the ones we were closer with, we gave them names. Cynthia's eyebrows raised a fraction, knowing what was coming. There was one female in the village that had eyebrows that seemed to curl as they went up above her head. They reminded me of your hair at the holiday party, so I named her Cynthia. Cynthia smiled at Harry with adoration in her eyes. I think I'll wear my hair like that every day now. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. She played with her hair for a bit while they ate some pastries. Then she asked Harry, Did you name any of the little hidden girls after Hannah? Hannah's face went bright red, and she pulled on her mother's sleeve. Muum. Why? Harry wasn't sure why Hannah was embarrassed, so he just said, There weren't any smaller hidden with the same eyebrows, but Cynthia has had a few children in the last few years. Maybe one of them will, and then I can. If anything, Hannah became an even deeper shade of red, while Cynthia just smiled. Determined to continue to embarrass her daughter, she turned to Severus. Hannah didn't have the scores in potions this year that I was expecting. Do you have any advice you can pass on to her? Severus turned to them, and darkness appeared to shroud part of his face. She could stand to pay attention a little more. She could also use a new silver knife, and revise proper cutting techniques. Right now, she would have trouble knowing the difference between cutting a root and hacking the arm off of a troll. Hannah started shaking a little while Lyra giggled a little. The giggle made Alastair chuckle. Cynthia smiled and said, "You're horrible, but you get a little extra instruction before school starts again." They chatted a bit more, though Lyra was quiet and withdrawn while the others spoke. Harry might have been too if he wasn't often the center of the conversation most times. Lyra started taking apart some of the sandwiches on her plate. She took a few of the seeds out of the cucumbers and placed them on the side of her plate. Then she plucked the petals off of the loose chamomile flowers that were being pressed for tea. She laid the petals on top of the seeds and then pushed the combination into small pieces of salmon. She used the tiny knife at her place to cut small squares out of the salmon, so there were tiny squares of salmon with one seed covered in a chamomile petal in each one. She then placed 9 of the little squares in her teacup and filled the cup with hot water. Taking her teaspoon, she stirred 5 times to the left and 9 times to the right. At that point, all of the packets in the water appeared to dissolve into a light pink solution with flakes of gold drifting around in it. She lifted the cup to drink to see that everyone at the table was staring at her. Hannah was the first to speak. "What did you just do?" She was very curious. Lyra felt very on the spot, but Harry held her hand under the table for support. "I made something to drink," she said. "I like this tea, but I want to make it good for me and taste a little better." Severus was staring at the drink with calculations in his eyes. Alastair's blue eye was staring into the cup. Cynthia seemed to be interested in her daughter's question too. "You made a potion," said Hannah. "You didn't put anything magical in it, and it still dissolved. Why does a potion need a magical ingredient? The stirring is magical. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to count the number of stirs and in which direction." Severus raised his eyebrows, looking impressed. "Lyra is correct, though we don't start studying that rule of potions until after owls. Most potions rely on the magic in the ingredients, wand waving, and the little magic that gets infused just from a magical person being near it. However, with the right level of magical awareness and concentration, it is possible to infuse magic directly into a potion, so it can be done without a specific spell or ingredient. Until you learn to infuse your magic directly, you will have to rely on the exact stirring directions, the same as you would for the proper wand movements for a spell." Cynthia and Alastair nodded like they were remembering something they learned long ago. Harry reached over to a bowl of candies on the table and handed one to Lyra. He smiled at her and said, "It's not a mango, but a good job all the same." The others didn't know what to make of this, but smiled at the gesture. "However, I think you made a small mistake. Take a sip and you'll see." Severus added on, gripping his wand under the table. Cautiously, Lyra took a small sip only to spit it everywhere. The liquid, however, hit a small wall and remained suspended in midair. Severus pulled his wand out with a spell glowing at the tip. With a quick movement, the liquid disappeared. Lyra had a disgusted look on her face and was drinking from Harry's tea to wash the taste away. "The idea was sound, but your stirring pattern needs some work," said Severus. "When you get to Hogwarts, speak to Professor Vector about basic arithmancy. The importance of numbers is heavily involved in the number of stirs and the direction you do them in for creating potions." Hannah was staring at Lyra with amazement, and Harry was looking at her with the face of a proud older brother. Alastair folded his napkin and stood up. "I think it's time we headed out. I can't imagine the kind of chaos that is going on now at the Leaky Cauldron." Cynthia and Hannah both stood and politely said their goodbyes. Cynthia added, "I hope both of you can come to the holiday party this year." Facing Harry, she said, "You should also make time to see Lauren Davis. She was most upset when you disappeared, though you'll be seeing Tracy soon." Harry's eyes brightened. "Mrs. Davis and Tracy." Harry looked down at his feet, ashamed. "I had forgotten about them. I should have named a hidden after Tracy. There was one that really liked to hug me." Cynthia looked at Harry like he was the most precious creature in the world. Suddenly, Harry's head snapped back up. "Wait, why would I see Tracy soon?" Hannah responded. "Because she goes to Hogwarts, of course." The gears in Harry's head slowly started to turn, picking up speed. "She told me about unicorns, and she did some magic when Dudley got hurt. Well, we both did." He looked back to Severus and demanded, "Why didn't you tell me Tracy was magic?" Severus looked taken aback. I guess it slipped my mind." Alastair and Cynthia were chuckling slightly. Are any of my other friends magic too? Harry asked. The only two I was told about were Hannah and Tracy, replied Severus. Harry ended up going through a list of everyone he could remember, most of which he just described because he couldn't remember their names. Severus tried to remain patient as he slowly escorted Harry and Lyra out the door. Alastair followed and took down the wards he had set up in the tea shop. Chapter 21. Politics. Chapter text. Alastair must have had a sixth sense about these things, as when they came back, they had just missed the chaos. The bedroom was in complete disarray, torn apart by someone who seemingly picked and prodded over every square inch of the room. Sheets were off the bed, and the stack of conjured clothing had been thrown around the room. Alastair's magic eye started spinning in all directions, stopping occasionally to focus on something outside the room. He turned to the children and Severus. Stay here, Alastair ordered and left the room. He headed downstairs to find his auras fixing up the warding on the exits to Diagon and the street. Grabbing the nearest aura, he barked, "Aura, report." Everyone looked to see who had just issued an order, and then redoubled their efforts to continue fixing the wards. Sir, it was the minister. He showed up with his personal security team and Lucius Malfoy. They were looking for the girl. They had an arrest warrant on them, charging her with using dark rituals to steal magic. We were given a direct order to arrest her on sight. They didn't believe us that she wasn't here and tore up the place to find her. They also arrested Tom for hindering their investigation when he wouldn't give the keys to the rooms upstairs. Alastair was spitting in his head. The minister had taken Malfoy out of holding and created a phony arrest warrant to take the girl. This would be difficult. Where did you tell them we went? He asked. Another aura stepped up. I told the minister that you had taken the children to another location, but we weren't informed where. I did not make any implication one way or another if you would be returning. Good, good, said Alastair. Lock this place up tight. Everyone present is here for the long haul. Organize KP duty among yourselves when the wards are fixed. When you are done, tell Aura Jameson to come out of the back room with the demiguise. As he spoke, his blue eye that had been pointed behind him rolled back to face forwards. Alastair headed back to the children's bedroom. The first thing he told the children was that Whispers was safe. Lyra started to run to the door, but Alastair grabbed her. Wait, there's more. The Minister of Magic came here with his security team and your father. Lyra made a tiny scream and vanished. Harry reached out and pulled the invisible girl into an embrace. The minister managed to get him out of holding and create a bogus arrest warrant for Lyra on the grounds that she used dark rituals to steal her magic. The auras downstairs have orders to arrest you on sight, Alastair grimaced when he finished speaking. But they can't see her, said Harry Severus, and Alastair chuckled. Very true, boy, said Alastair. Lyra, how long can you hold the invisibility? I don't know, came a reply from somewhere in Harry's arms. Well, until further notice. Do not leave the room unless you need to, and if you do, make sure you do it while invisible. If someone comes to the door, turn invisible until you identify it as one of the people in this room now. No aura can see you and still follow their orders. Severus and I will go outside to discuss our next move. They left the room and entered the room at the top of the stairs to talk. They both sat in silence for a while trying to figure things out. Severus was the first to say something. I have an idea, but it may be difficult to pull off, and we will need to ask the children's permission first, particularly Lyra's. Responded Alastair. With the minister and Lucius Malfoy involved, it is not just a private matter, it is politics. In order to balance the board, we need someone to help. Even better, we could use more than one person. Severus's face was grim. Arcturus, Alastair nodded. And Dumbledore, said Severus. Turris will want more time to speak with the girl, and Albus will want a foot in the door with the boy. The children won't like this, said Alastair. Let's go talk to them, sighed Severus. I think that Harry will do anything to protect her. Just as they were about to leave, they heard the first creak of the stairs and went out to see Aura Jameson heading up the stairs, carrying Whispers, who was eating an apple. Alastair told Jameson to knock on their door and return Whispers. He did so and came back. Did you see the girl when you went in? He asked. Jameson seemed to start to say something, then stopped and replied, I saw the boy, but I did not see the girl at all. Receiving a nod from Alastair, he went back downstairs. Alastair and Severus went to the room. After they came in, Lyra faded back in. Good job, girl, said Alistair. We have part of a plan to get help, but we want your permission first. Receiving nods from the children, Severus continued. The minister is in charge of our government, but how he leads is determined by who is pushing and in what direction. Currently, your father is doing the pushing. We need to bring in bigger people to take control of the situation. The two biggest people we know are Arcturus Black and Albus Dumbledore. Lyra looked like she wanted to yell, but Harry stopped her. Dumbledore is the school headmaster, right? He also presides over the courts and is a war hero, said Alistair. When he speaks, people listen. Arcturus Black's political power was slowly being given to Lucius Malfoy because he was married to a Black, but now he is slowly losing it. Putting them both together, we could pull this off. Harry pulled Lyra aside, and they had another heated exchange in their sign language for a few minutes before turning back, though this time, Lyra wasn't smiling. Lyra agrees to allow Arcturus to help, but she doesn't go anywhere near him until this is over. There was suddenly a knock on the door. Lyra vanished. It was Tristan. He reported that Arcturus had informed Narcissa of the meeting before she had been told not to come. She came anyway and waited in the lobby. Lucius had several tracking charms on her and came after her. Tristan had managed to get the magical signatures of the tracking charms. Alistair ordered him to guard the children while stationed in the neighboring room. If anyone would try to take them, he was to put that person down with force. Alistair was to go visit Albus, and Severus would visit Arcturus. Severus entered the hospital suite of Arcturus Black. He was still going through paperwork with the steward. Arcturus looked up and interpreted Severus's thoughts. I am dying. There is much work to do before so, especially now that I must ensure that Malfoy doesn't get his hands on my legacy. Speak of the devil, said Severus. We have an issue with Malfoy. The minister sprung him from holding and issued an arrest warrant for Lyra, alleging that she used dark rituals to obtain magic as a squib. We need to stop him and push the minister back on a more reasonable course. Alistair is going to rally Dumbledore, so you have a choice. You can work with Albus separately, together, or not at all. However, you know that he will help Lyra if only to position himself on Harry's good side. Arcturus sighed. He turned as best he could and pulled a blue and silver piece of parchment from his side table and stared at it. I need to speak with Lyra. We told her you would probably want to, and she said that she would only meet with you when this issue is settled, Severus said with a tone of finality. Arcturus raised his hospital cup of apple juice, cunning, ambition, blah, 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 and took a drink. He handed the blue and silver sheet of parchment to his steward. Do it. The man took the parchment and left the room. The healers here informed me that I have 2 months to live, said Arcturus. Starting next week, I am arranging to live 3 years, 1 month, and 12 days. After that, I will have a particularly gruesome death. I will tell Lyra herself about it when I speak to her. Severus stared in horror, knowing exactly what Arcturus had just done. If I am going to war with Malfoy over the girl, I am going to do it standing on my own 2 feet. Why do you think House Black has a stable if not for this very reason? I will inform Lyra that you are fully committed to her struggle and well-being, Severus said, and headed out. The thoughts of what Arcturus was about to do were spine-chilling, but they showed incredible resolve. At Hogwarts, Alistair made his way to the headmaster's office. Just as he was about to enter, he called out, Yes, I can see you too, Albus. Albus Dumbledore had his mouth open about to call Alistair through the door, as he usually did. Instead, he just closed his mouth and frowned. He urgently wanted the school year to start so people could be amazed by him again. Adults seemed to suck all the fun out of magic. Alistair came in and conjured himself a puffy chair and sat down. We have a problem. He went over the situation and added to the end, I can assume we will have your support on the matter. Of course, Alistair, you always have my support, replied Albus in a calm voice. I would like to meet Harry and the young black girl, though. If I am going to be supporting them, I would like to know more about them. I will speak to them to get their approval, Alistair said firmly. Harry is very protective of Lyra. We also need to move them from the Leaky Cauldron. Do you have any old safe houses available? Which room of the Leaky Cauldron do you have them in now? Asked Albus. 7, replied Alistair. How many rooms are in the Leaky Cauldron? Asked Albus with a twinkle in his eyes. 6, are you kidding me? Did you really hide a room in the Leaky Cauldron? Asked Alistair incredulously. Albus pulled out his desk drawer and retrieved a small slip of paper, passing it to Alastor. He didn't even need to look at it to know what it said, but he did it anyway because that's how the magic worked. "I'll update you on Mr. Potter," Alastor said, and headed out. Albus Dumbledore relaxed in his big chair. This is the kind of feeling he liked. It didn't matter that Alastor was annoyed with him. Albus got to see his friend's shock at magic being performed right in front of him that he couldn't see, even with his magic eye. It was just like the 16 stairs he had randomly hidden on the staircases around Hogwarts. The unknown made life an adventure. Alastor and Severus returned to the leaky cauldron at nearly the same time. "Well, it's no surprise that Albus is on board," started Alastor. "Though he does want to speak to Harry, he also managed to pull some Dumbledore BS on us as well. We've got a safe house right here. It's in the room right next to Harry, too." "No, number 5 is your room," replied Severus. "What room are the kids in? How many rooms are up there?" asked Alastor. Severus glared at Alastor in disbelief and was handed a rolled-up piece of paper. Severus looked at it, and then looked up to the walkway as another room squeezed itself into existence between number 5 and 7. Severus rolled his eyes and went upstairs to move the children. When he showed them the new room appearing out of nowhere, he could hear Albus's eyes twinkling all the way back at Hogwarts. He would have wanted to watch their faces as it happened. Then he got to explaining the situation. "Your Uncle Arcturus is on board," Severus began. "He is 100% committed to helping you. I would suggest being extremely thankful to him, as he is currently engaged in literally putting his life on the line to help. He understands that you will only meet him when the situation has been resolved. On the other hand, Headmaster Dumbledore wants to meet with you sooner rather than later. We would like to bring him in 2 days. Is that acceptable?" Harry looked over to Lyra, and they both nodded. "What are we doing tomorrow?" asked Lyra. "Well, we had planned on taking you to get your school supplies, but I'm not sure we could sneak you into the alley now with so many people looking for you," said Severus. "Can we get some other books?" asked Harry. "I haven't read anything in 5 years." Suddenly a thought came to Alastor. "Lyra, can you read?" "A little, I think," she replied. "Well, we will need to fix that," Alastor said. He left the room and found Tristan. "I have an assignment for you. Find any auras here that have children over the age of 4. I need them to teach Whispers how to read. Though when he learns, it will sound like a young girl. I also need recommendations on what books to buy to teach him." "Got it." "Not really. Doesn't matter. Do it anyway. You'll figure it out." Returning to the room, Alastor told them the plan. Lyra thought it was a great idea. Whispers has been learning to speak. I bet he'd like to try reading too. That wasn't what Alastor's plan was, but if a human could turn invisible, why couldn't a demiguise learn to read? 2 days later, Albus Dumbledore turned up at the leaky cauldron. He chuckled a little bit at the aura in a suit and sunglasses standing next to a velvet-roped line of reporters at the door. It reminded him of a night out he had last summer in Soho. He might be old, but he wasn't dead. With great confidence, he strolled up to the bouncer and said with an exaggerated wink, "I believe I'm on the list." The bouncer chuckled and opened the rope for him to head on in. Once inside, there was a small table with a door and a fireplace behind it. The aura at the desk asked him to place his wand on the table and proceeded to run his own wand over Albus. The aura then picked up a spray bottle with a clear liquid and gave him 2 sprays in the face, then pulled out a stopwatch. A minute later, Albus had his wand handed back to him and was directed to the door behind the desk. The aura tapped it with his wand and used an invisible handle a foot above the one that could be seen to open the door. Albus used a spell to dry his face and smiled at the aura, constant vigilance, which got him a smile in return as he entered the leaky cauldron. As he entered, he saw many of his old students all in their red aura robes. He watched them for a few moments with pride, though he did notice something strange going on. There were 2 tables in the center of the room. The first had 2 auras sitting with a demiguise that had to be maybe 5 or 6 years old. The demiguise was holding a book, and the 2 auras were showing him the words in the book. The demiguise seemed to be trying to say the words out loud. The fact that the creature was having any success at all sounding the words out was astonishing. The second table had the exact scene occurring, except in place of a demiguise, there was nothing but a floating book. Albus cast a wandless, non-verbal, human-revealing spell to find that there was someone invisible sitting at the table holding the book. While he was staring at the scene in front of him and wondering what was going on, he was approached by Alastor Moody, who leaned in and said, "If you want to see something really weird, Severus Snape is upstairs teaching Harry Potter potions." Severus was teaching a child, a Potter, of his own free will during his time off. Albus took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. "So if Harry is up here, I assume the disillusioned girl is Lyra and the Demiguise is their brother, Whispers," Albus guessed. "Though what exactly is happening, I can't figure it out. So we discovered after I met with you that Lyra hasn't read any book beyond the basics she learned 5 years ago." Harry still remembered a lot and was reading Tolkien at age 6, so doesn't need to catch up much. So we asked any auras with children to help teach Lyra to read. We've been very sure to enforce the minister's orders to arrest Lyra on sight, but no one has seen her yet. Dumbledore chuckled at the loophole in the minister's orders. Originally, Whispers was sitting next to her so they would feel easier teaching a visible person. But then Whispers started to be able to identify certain words. So we have those two over there who have younger children who haven't started to read yet, and they are practicing their parenting skills with a creature who doesn't understand half of what they say and makes a lot of funny noises. This works perfectly because that pretty much describes a 2-year-old. Albus nodded at the comparison. Then over here, we have the parents with older kids that are catching Lyra up on her reading skills. Aura Jameson over there has volunteered to come to Hogwarts on weekends to continue working with her when the school year starts. Whispers has got attached to him as well. Albus let out a long whistle. Amazing. I can't even imagine the possibilities of actually getting a Demiguise to read. You mentioned that he already knows some basic words and speaks in a made-up sign language too. Alastor nodded. Absolutely astounding. Take me up to see Harry. I'll speak to Lyra later. As they walked to the room, Alastor told Albus, "The minister still hasn't seen fit to release Tom after arresting him during his raid with Malfoy. Please speak to him when you leave here." Albus nodded and knocked on the door. Harry was reading through potion ingredients with Severus. Trying to understand the properties of every ingredient or how to determine the properties was one of the most important parts of being a potioneer. The most difficult part was that many properties of ingredients were more poetic than based on their biological components. For example, asphodel is a white flowering plant where its petals, leaves, and roots can be used in potion making. The leaves are commonly used to wrap a type of Italian cheese, and the leaves will dry out in the same amount of time the cheese will remain fresh. If the cheese wrapping is dry, the cheese is bad. If the leaves are fresh, the cheese is too. So fresh leaves can be used as part of a type of truth serum, though that potion is easily fought against by novices in the mind arts, and there are plenty of antidotes for it. The dried leaves are used in a potion called the Pinocchio tincture. This potion is sold in joke stores and causes a person's nose to grow when someone lies for 5 minutes after drinking. It is also easily countered and tastes horrible, so it is easy to detect. On the other side, the flower is often planted in cemeteries, and there are connections in Greek mythology to it being grown in the underworld. As a result of this, if it was harvested from a cemetery, the roots could be used in an extremely strong sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death. Additionally, the plant grows in well-drained soils with abundant natural light. This biological property allows the petals to be distilled and added to soil mixes and fertilizers to transfer that property to other plants that grow in environments that aren't optimal. This is just one of the strange instances of how ingredients develop their properties. So Harry was looking through books of ingredients with Severus and asking questions about potential uses for them. When there was a knock on the door, Harry sat up straight as Severus asked them to come in. Alastor came in, and he was followed by a man that had been a regular visitor in Harry's dreams since first grade. One of the most incredible men he had ever read about just walked into his room as if it were an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Harry's eyes widened to the point that might have fallen out, and he loudly gasped, "You're Gandalf the Grey." Alastor just roared with laughter, while Albus gave a simple chuckle and said, "That would not be the first time a fan of Tolkien said that, though lucky for me they have all been in the past 40 years and not before that. I do never tire of it. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wisengamot, and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry stared at him for a moment before asking, "What's a mugwump?" It is the title used by delegates to the International Confederation of Wizards. It has its origins in a group that used the term to label themselves as above political differences and incorruptible, Albus answered. I warn you, though, this piece of information is extremely boring and is not the kind to be shared at parties. Harry just nodded, not understanding the joke as Alastair and Severus grinned. Albus blinked twice. Severus grinned. Strange matters were afoot. Harry asked, "So will you be able to help Lyra?" "I will," he said firmly. "She will be a student at Hogwarts, and even though she has not arrived yet, she has been accepted, and I will endeavor to look out for her. It helps that both of you also remind me of one of my oldest friends and one of my very first students who also keeps company with a demiguise. I would like to speak to you, though, about a few things before we can proceed. Is that all right?" Harry nodded. "Minerva told me about your time among the hidden, as you call them. One of the things she mentioned was changes in your physical appearance from when she knew you as a baby, notably your hair color and your scar. I was hoping you could tell me about those." Harry started. "The hair is just demiguise hair. One of the females, whom we named Weaver, regularly wove strands of their hair into ours. Eventually, our hair just stayed this color in certain spots. I've never had an actual haircut, and it doesn't seem to grow any longer than this, though if my hair is cut off, it regrows overnight. After the demiguise hair was woven in, it just regrew like this with the silver already in it." Albus was interested. "Please explain to me how it regrows." "I got one haircut before kindergarten." Harry flinched for a moment, then shook his head. Severus had given his report on the Dursleys to Albus, so they both knew what he was talking about. "The night after the haircut, all of my hair was back. When I was on the island, my head was shaved once for—" Harry looked up in an effort to find a way to describe what happened without giving anything away. "Well, actually, it was shaved twice for potion ingredients. The first was for, a purification spell. The second was when Tristan's hair got burnt off, and we used mine for the base of a hair regrowth potion since Severus knew about the other regrowth." Severus looked Albus dead in the eyes for a second, during which he told him non-verbally. "He told me that it had been cut before the hair potion, but I did not know of this purification spell." Continuing the conversation, "Mr. Potter, it might interest you to know that your grandfather on your father's side made a lot of his fortune from a potion called Sleekyzy's hair potion. The men in your family are notorious for having hair that refuses to be tamed, and your grandfather decided to do something about it. The potion was purchased after his and your parents' deaths, but you still receive the royalties for its sales. If you would like to meet the board of that cosmetics company, they might be interested in producing your hair growth potion, as having another Potter hair potion to sell would be a huge hit." Harry's face lit up at the mention of a family member, but fell slightly when his death was mentioned. "Maybe later, I guess," Harry said. "And Harry, what happened to your scar? It looks different from when you were younger." Harry had been thinking of what to say during the whole time, talking about his hair, about the scar, and thought of the perfect thing to say. "I don't remember. It happened when the ship sank. I was hit in the head with something, and that's when the ship started to roll over. Lyra and I fell off, and we floated to the island on a desk that floated up to the surface. Alastair Moody, who had decades of fighting and interrogating dark wizards, looked at Severus Snape, master of the mind arts, who looked at Albus Dumbledore, who had been teaching children longer than Alastair had been alive. They all knew that the boy was hiding something. So it may just be a scar on top of another scar. Nothing to be concerned about for now," said Albus. The three of them watched Harry as he let out what he must have thought was the tiniest of breaths he was holding. "There is a meeting of the Wisengamot in 3 days. I have arranged to speak to Arcturus Black after I leave here to try to arrange a strategy. As chief warlock of the Wisengamot, I have received the schedule already, and Lucius has a planned proposal on the books. Most likely he's going to try to make an absentee trial for Lyra, meaning he wants to simply convict her before arresting her or having her speak in her own defense. If we need anything from you or Lyra, I will update you. It was good to meet you, Harry. Alastair, Severus, may I speak to the two of you outside?" Harry stood up quickly. "Farewell. Wherever you fare till your eyes receive you at the journey's end." The three men looked confused, but after a moment Albus replied, "May the wind under your wings bear you where the sun sails and the moon walks." The three men exited the room and heard a small cheer from Harry as the door closed. "Severus, I must say I am extremely proud of you," Albus began. "I just witnessed something I thought would be impossible. You were teaching potions to Harry James Potter, who is, in turn, calling you Severus." Severus looked a bit annoyed at Albus but replied, "As much as I expected, and maybe even wanted him to be a target for my anger towards his father, he's not. He doesn't have the arrogance, the spoiling, the ridiculous friends, or the desire for celebrity status. He's not his mother either. He's just Harry. Though he does have an incredible knack for potions, which is even teaching me a thing or two." Albus nodded happily, then switched subjects. "We are all in agreement that he was lying about the scar, correct?" Severus nodded, and Alastair mentioned, "And something about the other times his hair was cut was disturbing to him. I wonder what the purification spell was for, or if it even was a purification spell." "He seemed to be telling at least a partial truth when he mentioned," said Severus. "Something about that was truthful. He was trying to find something to say, and he latched onto something somewhat truthful rather than a complete lie. This makes me think he is trying to protect something rather than hide it from us for more nefarious reasons. The other time he mentioned before kindergarten was part of a painful memory that I doubt he wants to share. I don't believe I need to speak with Lyra at the moment, but I'm sure I'll share a conversation with her in the future," said Albus. "I will take my leave now." Albus apparated out of the pub, straight through the wards, like they were made of tissue paper. The next day, Tom returned to the pub, incredibly annoyed, but happy to see that his kitchen had been taken care of. 2 days later, the Wisengamot was called to order. The Wisengamot chambers were modelled after the House of Lords in the Palace of Westminster. However, not being Muggles, they made it bigger and grander, despite not having as many lords. As a result, a little over half of the seats were always empty. The room was set up in a large oval shape, with a marble floor giving space for speakers and petitioners to address the members. The seats were raised, making the floor into a pit or arena of sorts. The paneling around the floor area was a rich mahogany that was imported for building the chamber. The seats were made of the same wood with red cushioning. The chairs had high backs with a space for a coat of arms that would be placed by the members sitting in them. At the front of the chamber, there were 2 podiums and a desk built into the higher level. The desk is where the scribe would sit. The lower podium is where a speaker or petitioner from the members of the Wisengamot would stand after being recognized, and the chief warlock would occupy the highest podium to control the rabble of Wisengamot members. At the far end of the chamber near the doors, there was a smaller seating area that was sometimes occupied by the press, family members, and commoners. They were so far underground that there was no natural light, so large magical windows were installed that were charmed to show the weather based on the average mood of the members present. It was very often dark and cloudy outside those windows. When the subject of new business came up, Lucius Malfoy stood in his seat. He kept his hands in his sleeves clasped in front of him. "I have new business to bring before the Wisengamot." Dumbledore banged the magical gavel, silencing the room. "You are recognized. Approach the podium and present your business." Lucius Malfoy approached the lower podium at the front of the room, straightened up as high as he could, and spoke. "A week ago, I was escorted by our minister and members of law enforcement to serve an arrest warrant for Lyra Cassiopeia Black, a squib who has received a Hogwarts acceptance letter. The charges were for the theft of magic through the use of dark rituals." Gasps were heard from around the chamber. A squib stealing magic was a tale that was told to pureblood children around the country. "Make sure to eat your vegetables or a squib will steal your magic. If you stay up past midnight, a squib will sneak into your room and drain the magic from your soul." It was the scariest thing that a pureblood could think of, so to have a real squib stealing magic on trial in front of them was terrifying. One member cried out, "You would bring such a demon before us. What's to stop her from taking our magic?" That set off more gasps and panic from some of the less intelligent members. Lucius Malfoy continued, "Do not be afraid for yourselves. Be afraid for the others outside this room. When we went to her last known location to make the arrest, she was not there. She's still out there, whereabouts unknown. There was additional panic as some people started to worry about their families losing their magic at the hands of this evil creature. Lucius Malfoy smiled as he felt their fear giving him what he wanted. I am calling for a vote in absentia for the conviction of Lyra Cassiopeia Black. Many hands rose into the air in favor of conviction, but the chief warlock's gavel fell and silenced the room. There are procedures to follow, Lord Malfoy. Do not overstep them. Albus Dumbledore warned harshly. The accused is allowed to speak in her own defense. Lyra Black, please stand and present yourself. Everyone looked towards the visitor seats, but no one moved. Lucius let out a small breath, thinking Dumbledore was going to pull some stunt. Lyra Cassiopeia Black has chosen not to speak in her own defense. Is there another who will speak on her behalf? The room was silent for a moment before there were 3 loud knocks at the door. The scribe stood and bellowed, "Who goes there?" "A rightful member of this Wisengamot," yelled a voice that a few of the older members recognized, and shock showed on their faces. The scribe bellowed again, "Enter and be presented." The doors opened, and Arcturus entered. He wore a suit, the style popular in wizarding Britain before the Grindelwald War, though it looked like it had been tailor-made yesterday. He stood tall and carried an elegant cane topped with a raven digging its talons into a crystal skull. His steward walked from behind him to a position ahead and announced loudly, "I present to you Lord Arcturus Phineas Black." The steward then took a large step to the side and backward. Arcturus stepped forward at the same time and spoke in a voice that sounded like the man he was 20 years ago, and not the one who had just exited hospice care in St. Mungo's. "I will be speaking on behalf of the daughter of my house, Lyra Cassiopeia Black." If Lucius was still having bouts of accidental magic, he may have literally shat a brick at that moment. Steeling his nerves, he did his best not to look scared. Arcturus walked up towards the podium. "I will be claiming my seat as soon as this trial is over." Lucius was furious. "I still hold regency for House Black. No proceedings have begun to change that." "That is incorrect," spoke Arcturus. "Following the private annulment of your marriage to Narcissa." Gasps were heard around the hall as that had been private and not announced publicly. Dumbledore banged his gavel to silence the members. "As I was saying, following the private annulment, a hearing was held earlier today for the legal annulment of the marriage. You were called for a chance to object, but you did not arrive, nor did anyone speak on your behalf, so the proceedings were done in absentia." A few chuckles were heard around the room. "Therefore, as you no longer have any connection to House Black, and your son Draco has not come of age, I will be taking my seat after these proceedings." The hall was deathly silent. Lucius Malfoy had just received a very public smackdown from one of the oldest families on the court. After a moment of silence, Albus Dumbledore spoke again. "Lord Black, you may continue the defense of Miss Black." Arcturus addressed Lucius. "Lord Malfoy, under what circumstances do you declare that Lyra Cassiopeia Black was a squib?" Lucius was ready to curse the man in front of him, and were they not in this hall or standing right next to Albus Dumbledore, he just might have cursed this feeble old man. He was trapped and would have to follow through. "I observed the girl's lack of magical power and personally performed a remembrall test which received no reaction. The girl had no magic from her birth until she was 6 years old. The idea that she could gain enough magic to earn a Hogwarts acceptance letter in 5 years could only be the result of theft through dark rituals," Lucius responded. Arcturus continued. "How were you able to gain access to the girl to observe her magical power? Did you keep certified records of the tests?" Lucius had wanted to get through this without revealing her parentage, but he was stuck. "The girl, Lyra Black, was born Lyra Malfoy. She was my daughter. I did not keep records, but I can present memories to the court." Gasps came from all around that the powerful Lucius Malfoy could have possibly sired a squib. Arcturus smiled and continued. "I believe it in one of the post-war trials that you personally helped establish that pensive memories were inadmissible due to the possibility of tampering or modification. So you have no original evidence of her squib level of magic." He made a waving motion, and his steward approached with a stack of papers. "I am entering into evidence of 4 acts of controlled magic performed by Lyra Black in the last 2 days." a warming charm, a partial disillusionment, and a setting herself on fire while using a flame-freezing charm. The assembled lords began muttering as he passed the documents up to Lucius, who rifled through them for anything he could pick out. Other than the warming charm, the rest were beyond the level that an 11-year-old girl should be able to perform, especially one who was supposed to have been a squib. Arcturus finished his speech. I strongly suggest to all lords present to vote against a member of House Black being declared both a squib and a thief. I hope to be able to sit among allies when this farce of a trial has ended. While Lord Malfoy has declared that the girl is a criminal without evidence, I simply am presenting the possibility that he was mistaken. Should Lord Malfoy wish to present evidence of the theft itself, the dark rituals that were performed, or anything else, I will sit down and listen to what he gathers now or in the future. Until such time, I rest my case. A lot of the members were looking in favor of Arcturus Black. He had threatened those who had been allies of House Black. He had dared them to declare a child of his family to be a squib when they had magic, and he had given them a way out to simply declare Lord Malfoy's observations from 5 years ago to be a mistake, and he dared Lucius to bring forth any actual evidence which he did not have. Lucius looked around and saw the dissent among those on the Wisengamot. Minister Fudge, who hadn't made a sound since Arcturus entered, wouldn't look him in the eye. Albus Dumbledore knocked the gavel, silencing the silence that was already in the room. Wands up for the conviction in absentia of Lyra Cassiopeia Black on the charges of magic theft. Lucius and a number of his closest allies raised their wands lit with a Lumos charm. They totaled 7. Albus Dumbledore knocked the gavel again. Wands up for the acquittal of Lyra Cassiopeia Black on the charges of magic theft. All the remaining members raised their wands, dwarfing the votes for conviction. Albus Dumbledore banged the gavel 3 times. This court acquits Lyra Cassiopeia Black of all charges presented today. Lord Malfoy, Lord Black, take your seats. Arcturus climbed the stairs slowly with the assistance of his cane to an open seat near the podiums and tapped the top with his wand. The coat of arms for House Black appeared and he sat down. Albus announced, "Is there any more new business?" Arcturus stood. "I have new business to bring before the Wisengamot." Whispers broke out everywhere, and Lucius became very nervous. Dumbledore banged his gavel, silencing the whispers. "You are recognized. Approach the podium and present your business." Arcturus brought forth papers as he approached the podium. "I hold an arrest warrant and charges for Lucius Abraxas Malfoy of—" Yelling broke out for a moment before the gavel magically silenced everyone. "The room will have silence, and there will be a proper time to respond to these allegations." Dumbledore seemed to have grown to twice his size, as if he were standing over the assembled lords and ladies like they were schoolchildren. Arcturus continued. "The charges are criminal abandonment of Lyra Cassiopeia Malfoy, now known as Black, illegal use of a tracking charm, physical assault of Narcissa Black, attempted assault of Lyra Cassiopeia Black, and attempted assault of Harry James Potter." Albus looked through the paperwork. "The charges have been filed, Lord Malfoy. How do you plead to the charges?" Lucius stood. "I plead not guilty." Arcturus smiled as Albus told him to proceed. "Lucius Malfoy, did you knowingly abandon your daughter, Lyra Malfoy, during the summer of 1987? Arcturus asked. Seeing no way out but through, Lucius responded, "I did, under the assumption that she was a squib. Even if I was incorrect, that is not grounds for a charge of criminal abandonment." Arcturus let out a small groan and rubbed his back. "You are correct. That wouldn't constitute criminal abandonment. My next question is, how did you go about getting rid of her under the assumption she was a squib?" Lucius responded quickly, but with alarm bells going off in his head. "Through the Australian adoption service that has been in use for centuries. They will have a record of the transfer." Arcturus continued. "I will circle back to this charge later." "Did you apply a tracking spell to your ex-wife in an attempt to follow her and confront Lyra Black at St. Mungo's Hospital?" Lucius responded. "I did not." Arcturus raised a piece of parchment. "I would like to enter into evidence the magical trace of the tracking spell left on Narcissa Malfoy and ask for an unspeakable to corroborate it." Dumbledore took the paper and raised it in the air over his shoulder. A hand appeared that snatched it from the air and disappeared. The Wisengamot always had an unspeakable in attendance, and often they would hide somewhere invisible just because they could. The paper reappeared and was passed to Dumbledore a few minutes later. A voice came from nowhere, identified as unspeakable number 34. I testify that the magical signature submitted into evidence matches Lucius Malfoy's wand and magical signature as collected during the Death Eater trials and investigations. Moving on, said Arcturus. It is a matter of public record, but did you assault Narcissa Black in the lobby of St. Mungo's? Lucius smirked. He had this one. I had a public argument with my ex-wife, where she pushed me and I responded with self-defense. Since you were following her with malicious intent, it could be argued that your use of a tracking charm would constitute the first strike. Moving on. Following your assault on Narcissa Black, did you knowingly assault two minors, Lyra Black and Harry Potter? I approached them asking questions. They responded with a magical attack that did this. Lucius Malfoy pulled his hidden left hand from his sleeve to show his forearm and hand, twisted like licorice, his fingers gripping an invisible fruit. Up to his elbow looked like it was made of a marble pattern of greys and blacks. Gasps were heard from around the room. Arcturus just ignored them. He retrieved more papers from his steward. Multiple eyewitness reports of the incident tell that you drew your wand before the attack from the children. I think you should count yourself lucky, though, as the last person who attacked Harry Potter wasn't able to be put back together properly for a funeral. I also find it interesting that you brandished your wand in your right hand, but Harry Potter's magic seemed more attracted to your left forearm. He left that thought hanging. Circling back to your statement that you delivered the child to the Australian orphanage, I would like to present a witness that places your child with Muggle slavers who were to take the girl for some unknown fate. Panic raced through Lucius's head, but he kept as straight a face as possible. The doors opened, and Vernon Dursley walked in, being held at one point by Alastor Moody. He was looking in nearly every direction and would have been cross-eyed if possible. He looked terrified and ready to bolt at a moment's notice if he actually could have done so. Albus conjured a high-backed wooden chair on the floor which he was placed in, and ropes bound him tight. Albus was looking at the man with barely restrained fury. Arcturus used his wand to point a spotlight on the man. This Muggle man met with the same people I am accusing you of meeting with to sell them a child. He is testifying of his own free will and will receive 1 drop of Veritaserum to authenticate his story. Alastor Moody looked up to Dumbledore. I am requesting from the Unspeakables 1 dose of Veritaserum. A hand appeared above Dumbledore with a small bottle. Identified as Unspeakable number 34, I am presenting an authorized dose of Veritaserum from batch 35,798. Dumbledore handed the bottle down to Alastor, who looked Vernon Dursley in the eyes and commanded, Open your mouth, Muggle. Vernon opened his mouth with terror in his eyes and stuck out his tongue to have 1 single drop placed on it. Vernon's eyes seemed to dim slightly, but remained pointing forwards with his mouth hanging slightly open. Alastor began to question him. Q, what is your name? Vernon Dursley, he spoke in a monotone voice. Q, during your visit to the docks on the night in question, what were you there to do? I was there to sell an unwanted child. Gasps came from around the room. Someone whispered about burning the Muggle at the stake, and another suggested drowning. Q, what did you see after you handed off the child you were selling? They placed him in a shipping container. I could see a few children at the entrance. I can guess there were at least a dozen inside. Alastor took out a photo of a small blonde girl in a summer dress. He showed it to the members of the Wisengamot and received some faces of sympathy at how adorable the girl was with her bright smile. Q, did you see this girl in the container? That girl was chained up right next to the door. I could see her easily. Q, final question. How much did you receive for selling your child? 5,000 British pounds. Lucius couldn't think of a thing to do, so he let Alastor take the man back out. Only when he was gone did he think to say, the man is a Muggle. He thought he saw something but was incorrect. I can still provide the paperwork showing the transfer of the girl to the orphanage. Arcturus stood up again. In the case that you still hold to your word that you did not sell the child to Muggle child slavers, I call forth a challenge of your honor. He stopped to take a breath, and his hands were shaking slightly. As a noble and ancient house, and due to your earlier perjury regarding the use of tracking charms on your ex-wife, I call your honor as a noble house worthless. Do you wish to respond to my challenge?" The room was dead quiet, with the exception of Arcturus, who was groaning slightly and leaning on his cane. There hadn't been a challenge of honor in the hall of the Wisengamot for quite some time. Such a challenge could be settled easily when the accused was being truthful with Veritaserum. If the accused was lying, they could ask for an honor duel, though that could go any which way, especially when you couldn't appoint someone to fight on your behalf, except in very specific circumstances. The duels weren't to the death, but still had a very high chance of serious injury. Lucius looked at the very frail old man who had been in hospice care just a few days ago and made his decision. "I wish to respond to your challenge by demanding a duel for my honor." Arcturus chuckled. "Excellent. As I have a note signed by 4 healers at St. Mungo's certifying that I only have a month and a half to live, I will be appointing someone to fight on my behalf." More gasps, for Malfoy being tricked, for Arcturus dying soon, and for wondering who would fight, as there were also special rules for that. Lucius stood in his position on the long oval floor, which was that shape to facilitate duels of this nature when they were more common. Arcturus called out, "I call for Augustus Stevens to fight in my stead." Some people in the visitors' seats cheered. Augustus Stevens was the current World Cup dueling champion. Lucius was going to lose. He tried objecting to the champion as he had no connection to House Black, but by a strange coincidence, he had sworn fealty to House Black 2 days prior. The doors opened, and a few in the visitor seats cheered, but then immediately grew quiet. The man walking in was not the Augustus Stevens they knew. Stevens had a certain style to him. He normally wore his long auburn hair in various outrageous hairstyles, and his dueling robes of choice were charmed to cycle through many colors and patterns as a means of distraction to his opponents. Today, he walked into the Wisengamot chambers wearing what many of the older generations would identify as a solid black version of the uniform that Grindelwald's war wizards used. No bright colors and no extra fabric. This was an outfit for fighting and killing. His hair was tied in a tight braid on his back, and the house black coat of arms was displayed by his wrist on his wand arm. He stood silently at the end of the hall. Lucius was doomed, but since he issued the challenge, he could not back out. Even when he lost, he could still claim he hadn't lied, even if he lost his case. He would make a good showing for himself. Auras guarding the doors locked them and set up standard dueling wards on the floor of the chamber. Arcturus returned to his seat to watch. 2 men took up their stances at either end of the floor and raised their wands. There was no countdown, no bowing. They had to wait for Lucius to cast the first spell. As he initiated the duel, he had to start it. He stared at the man in front of him who had been a professional on the circuit for 20 years. His form was perfect, and he was focused in a way that no one had seen him like in any of his professional matches. Lucius was well versed in dark magic and instilling terror in his enemies. However, he had not had a serious fight in the last 11 years. Before that, he also fought with his other compatriots. Now he was alone. Lucius had this one chance to strike a decisive blow, so he threw an enormous bolt of lightning toward his opponent with a quick flick of his wrist. Lightning was very hard to fight against because electricity would seek out a target to some degree, so dodging was almost completely out of the question. Shielding was possible, but the lighting would often branch out and still hit its target around a shield, not to mention the reaction time you would need to perform a shield that could divert lightning. Stevens had that kind of reaction time. Upon seeing the initial movements of Lucius's spell, a stone pillar erupted from the floor in front of him, followed by 2 iron rods near the walls of the arena. The lightning splashed against the stone pillar, cracking it, and the residual energy was siphoned into the iron rods. When the cracked pillar fell to the ground, Stevens was not standing behind it. From point-blank range, on Lucius's right side, the red light of a stunner appeared. Lucius managed to get a small shield up, enough to block the spell, but as he staggered back, another stunner from his back left erupted, and he couldn't get his wand around in time. He sank to the floor unconscious. The whole thing had taken approximately 5 seconds. Stephen's disillusionment faded where he stood behind Lucius's body, and he summoned the man's wand, tossing it to Dumbledore. Turning to Arcturus, he bowed and walked out of the hall. Everyone was quiet until the doors closed again, and then the visitors' seats erupted in cheers. There was some polite clapping from the Wisengamot members. Arcturus rose in his chair. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy has been defeated trying to uphold his honor. I now call for a vote. I am proposing the following punishments for his crimes. For criminal abandonment of Lyra Cassiopeia Black, 2 years in Azkaban prison. For the illegal use of a tracking charm on Narcissa Black, a 1,000 galleon fine. For the physical assault on Narcissa Black, a 5,000 galleon fine with an additional 5,000 paid directly to her for the humiliation that it was done in such a public place. For the attempted assaults on Lyra Cassiopeia Black and Harry James Potter, 2 months in Azkaban for each count. Many of the assembled members felt that he was getting off light. He had sold a pureblood child to Muggle slavers and publicly assaulted the boy who lived. Some of the more fanatical members of the Light faction wanted to take advantage of the situation and have him kissed, but as those members looked around, they could see small nods from many of the more conservative members. The lighter punishment was designed to pull more of Lucius Malfoy's supporters to vote against him. There was an hour of debate while Lucius lay on the floor unconscious, and Arcturus eventually agreed to fines payable to the court and directly to Harry and Lyra for the attempted assault on them. A small hole opened in the floor, and a wooden chair covered in hanging chains rose into place. Lucius Malfoy was placed into the chair, and the chains came to life and wrapped around his unconscious body. Dumbledore placed a silencing charm on him and woke him up. He immediately began to yell, though he made no sound. He struggled, but he could not move, so he stared daggers of death at every person in the room. Dumbledore banged his gavel 3 times. The Wisengamot have reached their verdict. Having failed to uphold his honor in a duel, Lord Malfoy has been found guilty of the crimes of criminal abandonment of Lyra Cassiopeia Malfoy, now known as Black, illegal use of a tracking charm, physical assault of Narcissa Black, attempted assault of Lyra Cassiopeia Black, and attempted assault of Harry James Potter. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. You are hereby sentenced to pay a fine of 10,000 galleons to the court, 5,000 to Narcissa Black, 2,000 to Lyra Black, 2,000 to Harry Potter, and 2 years incarceration in Azkaban prison. Lucius had a shit-eating grin on his face, as he thought he was going to only have to pay fines as a result of the trial, and then it was wiped away as he found he would be joining some of his old colleagues in prison. He looked towards the minister, who did not meet his eyes. He tried cursing, but it was silent, so he just ended up trying to commit every face in the room to memory. He would find out who voted in favor of his incarceration from his allies later. Auras, take this man away, Dumbledore ordered. 2 auras approached Lucius. One had a charm on the hood of his robe to obscure his face. The other was Alastor Moody. He picked Lucius off the chair and bound his hands with cuffs. As he led Lucius away, he made sure to whisper in the blond man's ear, "Time to join your friends," and tapped on his petrified left forearm. Once they were out of the room, Dumbledore banged his gavel once. "Does anyone else have any new business?" No one moved a muscle. "Then I adjourn the august session of the 1992 Wisengamot," Dumbledore said. "There will be refreshments available outside." Everyone stood, but made room for Arcturus to leave the stands first. As he reached his steward in the visitors section, he tossed his cane to the man and stood up straight. Then he just casually strolled out of the room while everyone else, with the exception of Dumbledore, looked on in shock. While everyone in the refreshment hall was speaking with each other or reporters, a man in Wisengamot robes approached Albus Dumbledore. He spoke quietly but incredibly firmly. "I do not know what game you are playing right now, but you must have won for Mr. Dursley to not give the name of the child he sold in this court. Whatever is happening, please inform him that his family has a month to move out of the area or retribution will come down on him and his family should he choose to stay." Dumbledore nodded. "The message will be passed on, Lord Abbot." Chapter 22. Curious. Chapter text. The Daily Prophet arrived with a special edition that evening. Lucius Malfoy imprisoned. Arcturus Black returns to the Wisengamot, but for how long? Are squibs being sold to Muggle slavers? The article recounted Lucius Malfoy's attempts at trying his daughter in absentia for using dark rituals to steal magic. The appearance of Arcturus Black. the public announcement of the annulment of Narcissa and Lucius, and the dismissal of the charges against Lyra. It went on to discuss the filing of the charges against Lucius for his crimes, the honor duel, and a public statement with a subtle prompt for the DMLE to look into what was happening to squibs born to magical families. Accompanying the article was an animated pensive sketch of the duel, the amount of action incredibly brief. There were about 10 seconds of Lucius Malfoy and Augustus Stevens just staring each other down, followed by the 5-second long duel, then Stevens handing Lucius's wand to Dumbledore, bowing to Arcturus, and walking away. In the leaky cauldron, Severus, Harry, and a visible Lyra sat around a table as Alastor described the events of the day. Lyra seemed exhausted from near-continuous invisibility over the past few days, as well as the weight from the threat of imprisonment by her own father. Having those incredible stresses lifted was like watching a pot revert back into the soft clay that it came from. Harry was a bit upset at having to potentially expose his secrets using his uncle, but according to Alastor, his name wasn't brought into it at all. He didn't want the man used at all, revealing his name or not, as he didn't want the attention that might be brought up with his name being used, or for others to feel sorry for him or seek revenge on his behalf. Luckily, that had been avoided. Severus let out a deep sigh. I will need to take my leave now. As you remember, Lyra, I am your brother Draco's sworn godfather. I have sworn an oath that in the event his parents aren't able to care for him, I become his guardian. With his father in prison and his mother separated from the family, I need to go to him now. I probably won't see either of you until school begins. Harry looked unhappy but said, I'll make sure to study the ingredients in the book you gave me. Lyra just kept quiet. She didn't know what to think when it came to Draco. Harry was her brother now. Remember, said Severus, when we are at school, you are to address me as Professor Snape. I am not a friend there, I am a teacher. Most students see me as a monster like you saw Hannah react to me. Both children nodded, and Severus headed out. Alastor turned to them after Severus had left. I know it has been tough being inside for so long, so tomorrow we will be heading out the back door to Diagon Alley. It is the main magical shopping district in London. We will get everything you need while we are there. Tristan and Aura Jameson will be accompanying us. We will get started early in the morning, so I will set an alarm for each of you. Harry flinched a little when Alastor mentioned the alarm, remembering the watch in that tiny cupboard that he had thought was his room. For the rest of the summer, I want you also to start sleeping in your beds when you can. You will have a bed while at Hogwarts, and until you are able to transfigure something different, that will be what you need to use. The rest of the summer, you'll be studying or in the alley for shopping. The only other place we will be going is to Tristan's commencement ceremony. Alastor frowned. After that, I have to go through the trouble of picking out a new trainee to break in. Alastor grumbled a bit more about young people until Jameson brought whispers over to them. I never would have thought a demiguise could read, he said. Even if he can't say all the words, he's definitely understanding them in the simplest books meant for the youngest kids. The pictures probably help him a lot too. Whispers climbed onto the table and ate food off of Harry's plate. You three should get a good night's sleep tonight. You'll be exhausted in a couple of hours of exploring Diagon Alley tomorrow if you don't. The next morning they were anxious. They had spent over a week inside the leaky cauldron and had only seen daylight from the windows. However, London summers being what they were accosted by a heavy rainstorm the first day they went out. Alastor and Tristan charmed everyone's clothes to be waterproof and gave an umbrella to Whispers. The security team at the front checkpoint stopped all incoming traffic while they made their way to the alley behind the pub. They stood in the rain while Whispers played with the umbrella, and Tristan got the honor of explaining to the children how to enter Diagon Alley. The entrance is just past this wall. Once you have your wand, you will be able to enter on your own. So remember this dustbin here. Tristan pointed out a bin that was in the corner of the alley. It doesn't move. He kicked it for emphasis, demonstrating that it was rooted into the ground. See this mark on the back of it? That's where you need to start. Count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks to the right. Take your wand and tap that brick 3 times like so. Tristan tapped the brick 3 times, and they heard a grinding noise. In a choreographed sequence, the bricks in front of them unfolded themselves until they had formed an archway with a cobblestone street stretching beyond them. The children had seen bits of magic before this, both their own and some performed by others. However, magic hadn't ceased to be magical to them yet, and they stared with wide eyes and smiles at what most other wizards probably got annoyed at for taking so long. They started walking down the street. There was next to no one walking, as people don't normally shop in the rain. A woman went running by, scaring Whispers into invisibility. She did a double take and looked back, only to see a floating umbrella which was normal as far as she was concerned, so she kept moving. The three auras kept their wands drawn, though Jameson commented that the rain probably made their job a little easier. They passed several stores selling clothing, books, and weapons. One store that sold licensed, enchanted Muggle artifacts. Another specialized in camping gear. Plenty of small cafes were available as well. Upon seeing a candy shop, Harry pulled on Jameson's jacket and whispered, "I need candy for Lyra," and gave him a pleading look. He whispered back, "We can go after the bank when you have some money." They arrived at a large white stone building that looked like a Greek temple that had been squished into a smaller space than what was available. There were two guards at the entrance that were unmistakably goblins. The descriptions from the Hobbit were near perfect in comparison to these nasty-looking creatures. Though unlike those, these were slightly shorter, around Lyra's height, and were clad in shiny armor that looked like what Tolkien's elves might wear. They carried metal clubs paired with tower shields and glared at everyone who passed by. They were just about to enter when one of the guards stepped in front of them and said in a squeaky but menacing voice, "The children need to read the plaque before entering for the first time." He pointed to the engraved stone tablet above the door. It read, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." When he finished, Harry felt a tingle of magic wash over him, and the guard stepped back to his post. "What was that?" asked Harry. He looked over to see Lyra finishing as she got the same shiver. Alistair replied, "It is a minor oath with a compulsion charm made with goblin magic. They could tell that it was your first time and hadn't read it before. If you ever do attempt to steal from them, they will also know, and they might contact the auras before cutting your head off if you come back after committing theft." Jameson also added, "Though the real threat is that if you attempt to steal anything, you won't even make it out of the bank. There are enough security measures in place that no one dares to try. Last year there was a break-in, but nothing was stolen. They haven't caught the thief yet, though." The other guard growled at Jameson, "Go about your business, wizard, no loitering." Harry and Lyra pushed ahead of the group to enter the bank. The inside of the bank looked like a temple, however. The religion was money. The outside may have looked squished, but all the lines of the walls inside were straight and clean. Along the walls were tellers specializing in various exchanges. Near the door, there was a desk with a sign that said, "Muggle Money Exchange." From there were desks for new accounts, loans, business accounts, and many more. There were guards stationed all over the bank, looking the same as the two outside. The tellers, on the other hand, were maybe a foot shorter than the guards and wore suits fitted for their smaller bodies. At the end of this church worshipping gold was a tall desk that was about 7 feet high and had a goblin in a suit and wearing spectacles sitting at the top. When they arrived, he peered over the top but did not speak. Alistair pulled a small golden key from his front pocket. "Harry Potter is here to make a withdrawal from his vault." The goblin took the key and assessed it before looking back at them. "Am I to assume that the young lady is Miss Lyra Cassiopeia Black?" Lyra backed up a little bit to hide behind Harry. "She is," responded Alistair. "What business do you have with her?" "We have instructions to bring Miss Black to her trust vault when arriving with Mr. Potter." The goblin pulled out another golden key with a small black stone on the tip. Alistair nodded. "Which vault will we go to first?" "Miss Black's vault is lower, so she will be second," replied the goblin. He then spoke with a voice that sounded like crumpling a plastic bottle underwater, and another goblin in a suit approached the desk. "This is Spineltap. He will escort you to your vault." The second goblin took the 2 keys and led them to a back door. On the other side, the building turned into a cave with a minecart on a track and a wooden double door at the far end. The goblin looked at the group of 5 and pulled on the back of the cart, instantly extending it by another few feet. Harry gave a worried glance to the auras. Tristan told him, "You might be scared of the ride down, but no matter how scary it gets, remember you're safe. No one has fallen out or been injured that I have ever heard of." Spineltap turned around and smiled with a toothy grin. "That you've heard of?" Of course, that made their fears worse, so after climbing in, Tristan held onto Harry, and Jameson held onto Lyra, who held onto Whispers. Alistair's clawed foot dug into the wood of the minecart floor as Spineltap took the brakes off, and they rolled forwards. The wooden doors in front of them opened, and they saw tracks going every which way in front of them, but theirs dropped off into the abyss in front of them. The cart sped up and seemingly turned everyone weightless as it fell down the tracks toward the vaults. There were twists and turns, and Harry lost track of how long they had been moving, though the wind in his hair felt amazing. When they reached the first stop, Spineltap turned around and remarked with a distinct lack of sincerity, "Oh no, did we lose someone?" Jameson responded, "She's still here. It just might take a minute for her to be visible again." "Fine, Mr. Potter, please follow me and take the lantern from the cart," said Spineltap. "I can create light if you need me to," Harry said. The goblin looked skeptical but nodded. Harry pulled his shrunken staff out of his pocket and shook it like Alistair had told him to do to return it to full size. Once it was full size, he tapped it on the ground, and a white glow spread throughout the cave. Just like the light from the protector, the glow from Harry's staff did not appear to emanate from anywhere. In particular, the surrounding area was just illuminated. Everyone just looked around at the light, both interested in the magic and trying to figure out the source of the light. Lyra and Whispers both reappeared as the light made them feel safe. Spineltap snapped out of his amazement, smiled at Harry without showing his teeth, and unlocked the door to Harry's vault. When the door opened, the light from the staff spread through the vault to show 3 massive crates, an old traveling trunk, a wardrobe, and 5 cardboard boxes. "That's weird," said Alistair. "There's no money." Spineltap walked over to one of the crates and pulled the top off of it, showing what might be hundreds of evenly stacked metal cylinders. He pulled out one that was about 5 inches long and instructed Harry to hold out his hand. Spineltap tapped once on the top of the cylinder, and 1 gold galleon fell into his hand. He tapped 3 times on the top, and 3 galleons fell into his hand. He then put the cylinder on top of each coin in turn, and they vanished into the cylinder. He then returned to the crates and put his hand on each in turn while saying, "Galleons, sickles, nuts." Tristan stared in amazement and asked, "Can I have this done in my vault?" Spineltap smiled a toothy grin back. The patent for these cylinders was filed by Lily Potter and is now owned by Mr. Potter here. The addition of this system to any wizard's vault carries a fee for the purchase of each container as well as our labor fees for the sorting. You may inquire about it with your account manager at a time that is not now. Turning back to Harry, each cylinder contains either 25 galleons, 35 sickles, or 40 nuts. He pulled a small pouch off a hook on the wall. "This bag will hold as much as you need. You could also store your staff in it without shrinking it. Do not put anything living inside for longer than it would need to breathe." Harry had got his lecture on money and the things he would need to buy, but he still asked, "Alistair, how much should I take?" Alistair responded, "I would recommend 100 galleons for the year along with at least 100 sickles and 200 nuts. Most of the galleons will be spent today on your school supplies, but I'm guessing there might be some other things in the vault here you might want to take that you won't need to buy later." Harry looked around the room and moved over to the trunk. It was very long and had a very thin lid. Opening it up showed nothing particularly interesting, just an empty bottom. The lid had many leather straps on it, in case you wanted to attach something to the inside of it. Alistair walked over to perform his own examination. "There's something special about this. I can see that it has multiple compartments, but I can't see how to access them," Alistair said. He and Tristan looked it over while Harry moved over to the cardboard boxes. The first one had books, mostly children's books, but others as well. Something caught his eye, and he pulled out a very old copy of The Hobbit. He dug around some more and found 4 more Tolkien books, the Lord of the Rings series and the Silmarillion, though he hadn't heard of the last one. While the Aurors were examining the trunk, Harry took the books and ran out to Jameson, Lyra, and Whispers. "Look what I found," Harry said with excitement. Lyra read the cover and her eyes widened. "This is what you read to me, right?" Harry nodded and pulled out the other books. These three come later after The Hobbit, and I'm not sure about this one, but it's written by the same person. I haven't read any of them. This is going to be great. The yellow feathers in her hair started glowing while she thought of the memory of Harry helping and protecting the children in the shipping container with the words from this book. She shed a few tears before giving Harry a big hug. Alistair called out from inside the vault. "We figured it out." Harry dragged Lyra back inside, but Whispers stayed with Aura Jameson in the cart. Alistair had the trunk closed and stood next to it to say, "This trunk has 3 compartments that we've found, and we are pretty sure it doesn't have any others. When laying down like it is now, if you open the top, you've got a regular trunk." He opened and placed one of the children's books inside, closing it. Then he reached over to the handle on the side and pulled it upright. "Now you have a closet." He opened the lid, which was now more of a door, and there was a closet with a high shelf, a bar for hangers, and a shoe rack on the bottom. The inside of the door now held a shoe shining kit, lint brush, shaving kit, and sewing kit. Alistair tapped a small jewel, and the inside of the door became a full-length mirror. He tapped it again, and the mirror vanished. He opened the wardrobe in the vault and took out a hat, a leather jacket, and a pair of shoes, and put them all in the trunk closet in their proper spots. He closed the lid and laid it back down. Picking up the handle on the other side, he turned it so the wardrobe would be upside down. "Now you have a library." He opened the door again, and now there was a bookshelf inside of the trunk. On the lid was a corkboard with pins, several quills, rolls of parchment, ink pots, and a shelf that could be folded down so you could write on it while standing. "May I have your books?" Alistair asked Harry. Harry handed over the Tolkien books, and Alistair placed them on the shelves, then closed the lid. Alistair looked at Harry and Lyra. "Stand back. I'm going to try something that I'm nearly positive will work." The children took a few steps back, and Alistair drew his wand. Harry stared in horror as Alistair levitated the trunk and proceeded to fly and spin it all over the vault before settling it back down. He opened it flat, and the book he had placed there hadn't moved at all. He used his wand to turn it to the wardrobe, and the clothes hadn't moved either. Flipping it the other way, all of Harry's Tolkien books hadn't moved either. Harry had been breathing heavily and was very relieved that Alistair had guessed correctly. Tristan hadn't heard from Spineltap for a bit and looked back towards the entrance to find the goblin eating a large stick of beef jerky in a red and yellow plastic wrapper while leaning against the wall. Spineltap noticed Tristan and waved him off. "Don't worry about me. I get paid by the hour." Harry and Lyra returned to the boxes. The second box contained a large number of school books. Harry consulted his list of books and found everything he needed except for a book series by a man named Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry asked Lyra to take any of the children's books she wanted to read as he put all of the school books into his trunk library. Harry opened the next box to find records. He remembered his aunt had a record player which she would occasionally listen to. Harry asked the Auras, "Is any of this good music?" Alistair and Tristan started looking through them and pulled out records by the Beatles, Bob Dylan, Aerosmith, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Miles Davis, Elvis Presley, Van Morrison, Bach, Beethoven, Wagner, and many others. Tristan pulled out one by someone named Marvin Gaye, but Alistair pushed it back in while saying, "Give it a few years." They went to put them onto a shelf in the trunk, but it wouldn't fit until all the shelves just shifted upwards to make space. "Now you're also going to need to buy a gramophone too." Before leaving, Harry looked through the wardrobe and found some gloves, warm hats, and a few red and yellow scarves that he added to his trunk wardrobe. After it was closed up, Tristan lifted it slightly by the handle on the top of the lid and twisted it 90 degrees. The sides shrunk to the middle, turning it into a slightly oversized briefcase. Harry remembered his briefcase from his old school, and it felt good to have a new one. He carried it out to the cart, and they all climbed back in before heading down to Lyra's vault. When they arrived, Spineltap stopped them from getting out. He walked over to a wall and took off a device that was mounted there. Turning back, he said, "Everyone needs to stay close here. We have dragons guarding the vaults down here. They will not approach when they hear this." He shook the device in his hands, and it emitted a ringing noise. In the distance, they could hear a small roar which Alistair's blue eye moved to track, and then he gasped. Even he took a big step closer to Spineltap, and they moved quickly towards Lyra's vault, which was opened with her key. The door was opened, and everyone gasped. There were piles of gold, silver, and bronze spread around the room. A larger wardrobe than Harry's was in the corner, as well as numerous bookcases and various types of weapons. However, right in front of them was a letter resting on a small podium with Lyra's name written upon it. Spineltap led her to the envelope, which she opened. It took her a long time to read it, but after she was done, she turned to them and said, "It's from Uncle Arcturus. It's an apology for how he treated me before and an explanation of everything that is here. There's also a note at the bottom for you, Alastair." Alastair took the note and read it, and then chuckled. "It's a reminder that no matter what I see in here in regards to dark artifacts and books, none of it will hurt Lyra, and I'm not allowed to confiscate any that might be illegal." Alastair looked around the room with his magic eye. "Yep, there are quite a few weapons and books that if I ever caught you with on the outside, I would need to arrest you. Just ask before you take anything that looks like it might have blood on it, okay?" Lyra looked a little scared and backed up to Harry in whispers. The Auras began to look around the vault, and Lyra spoke to Harry while holding the note. "No one has ever apologized to me before." She read the note again. "My father would hurt me and say it was for my own good. My mother never helped me, and my brother didn't either. Uncle Arcturus is the only one to apologize to me. I would like to talk to him again." Harry nodded, "Of course, and I will be there with you. He deserves another chance." He leaned down and gave Lyra a hug that he felt she needed right then. "Now pull," yelled Alastair as he and Jameson pulled a large trunk out from under a pile of gold. There is no way this wasn't deliberately put under all the money. Spineltap just shrugged. "There might be other stuff under there too. I don't have a magic eye. There is always the option of converting the storage to the method that Mr. Potter uses." "For a fee?" asked Alastair. Spineltap gave them a toothy grin and nodded. Alastair looked at the trunk. "I've got one of these, though mine has 7 compartments. This one only has 5. There were 5 locks on the front and a ring of keys attached to the handle. The children watched as he opened them up one at a time to reveal regular but different spaces. The last one, however, seemed to drop down quite a bit lower than where the floor was. "This is about 15 feet. He cast a spell inside. It also refreshes the air inside, so you can keep living things in it. Mine also has that feature." Lyra tried to think of something she would want in there and asked, "Could I keep a mango tree in there?" The Auras laughed, and Alastair said, "That's probably not the original purpose that it was intended for, but you may need some artificial light. We can stop by an herbalist later to check if it can be done." Harry thought it was a great idea. If the mango tree is tall enough, you just need to reach down to pick a mango off the top of the tree. No climbing necessary. That thought made Lyra even happier about the possibility of a mango tree in her trunk. They filled it up with some age-appropriate books, some clothes that fit her, and a few pieces of non-magical jewelry that Lyra liked. This one didn't have a shrinking charm on it, but it did have an extendable handle, wheels, and a featherweight charm. They filled a pouch with various coins and headed out. The ride out was fast but uphill, so not as scary as the first ride. Harry and Lyra thanked Spineltap for his help and set off again into the summer rain. The first stop they made was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to be fitted with their school robes. Both Harry and Lyra were very uncomfortable with being posed and measured with a firm grip by Madame Malkin or one of her assistants. Harry got very close to having a panic attack from the constant grip the madam had on him as she measured him for robes. He took many big breaths as they exited the shop. Alastair admonished him a little. "If you were uncomfortable, why didn't you say anything?" Harry's mind snapped back to life at the Dursleys, and he responded angrily, "What would that have achieved?" Jameson passed a napping whispers to Lyra and kneeled in front of Harry. "I don't know what your life was like before this, but there are people around you now who care. So if you're in a situation you're not comfortable with, you need to tell someone. If they don't care, tell someone else. If you're still having trouble finding someone to help, you can always find one of us, and we will help. Do you understand?" All of the wizards they had met so far seemed to want to help him, but he couldn't disconnect from the idea that some people might actually want to help him with problems. Even though he didn't really believe the man, he still nodded and said that he did. From there, they had lunch at one of the small cafes. Then they moved on to a candy shop where Tristan introduced the children to chocolate frogs. He held the container to them and said, "There will be a frog inside that will hop. It is made of chocolate, so you can eat it. I'm going to open it now." He pulled on the golden cord of the package, and it opened up. The frog took a quick look around and tried to hop away. Harry snatched it out of the air and held it still in his hands. Lyra reached over and plucked the legs off of it before handing a leg to Harry, and both bit down on the legs while holding the toes in their hands. Tristan looked shocked as the children's eyes lit up from the taste of chocolate. "That looked like you've done it before." "Well, yeah, frog legs are delicious," said Lyra. "We normally cook them first, but these are chocolate," she said with a chocolate grin on her face. Harry felt the frog in his hands stop moving and opened them to find it was now just a simple piece of confectionery without life in it. He carefully broke it in half and handed one of them to Lyra. They both enjoyed their pieces of the frog. The card inside was for a wizard named Ptolemy. Tristan advised the children to keep all the cards they got because some wizards were obsessive about them, even if it was worthless to them. Harry ended up getting a bunch of other small sweets and a few more chocolate frogs. The last stop for the day was for wands. They approached Ollivander's wand shop. The building was very narrow and 3 stories tall. The sign on the outside said, "Makers of fine wands since 382 BC." The auras stopped outside and turned to the 2 children and whispers. Alastair told them, "The matching of a wizard's first wand is a bit of a ritual. We will not go in with you. Take all the time you need." Harry felt a bit vulnerable without the auras, so he pulled out his staff before walking in. The inside of the shop was a lot wider than the outside. There were several chairs along the wall by the door and a long counter in front of them. Behind the counter were 5 rows of shelves and a set of very narrow stairs that led up to the next level. On every shelf, there were small, long boxes, too many to count. From the middle aisle, they heard a voice. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I was wondering when I'd be seeing you." They saw a shadowy figure approaching them with yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. Lyra pulled out her staff, shaking it to full size, but standing behind Harry as the man approached. "You made me wait a whole year for this moment, and I had been looking forward to it very much." The man stepped into the light to reveal an older man with short, wiry hair all around his head. "I feel like it was only yesterday that your mother and father were here to buy their first wands, and now I get to help with yours." His fingers started moving like they were playing an invisible piano in the air, each one reaching a bit toward one of the boxes on the shelves before settling down and returning to his side. He turned back to the children. "And Miss Black, you look to me like you will be an interesting one as well." He took another step towards the counter as she shrunk back behind Harry even more and whimpered a little bit. Whispers was peeking out over Harry's shoulder. He made a small chirp, and the man turned to Whispers, locking his eyes on him. "And a demiguise. Incredible specimen. I don't work with the hair myself, but I know many who do." Whispers faded into invisibility and hid behind Harry. Harry was terrified. He didn't remember what Jameson had told him, and he decided to act on his own. He took a step forward and slammed the butt of his staff into the ground, and a pulse of the white glow came out. "You need to stop scaring my sister and brother right now," Harry said with a second pulse getting sent out when he said, "Now." The man stood up straight and looked at Harry closely. Astounding. He stared at Harry's staff. "I am sorry for frightening you, Miss Black." Lyra relaxed slightly. She had just received the second apology in her life. "Your staves, the workmanship is very curious. May I hold them?" "No," Harry said firmly. This was his. He wasn't going to let a stranger take it. The man looked at Harry strangely and leaned forward to sniff the staff. He waved his hands around it before letting out a gasp, and his eyes widened immensely. "This is the horn of a lampung. Where did you get it?" "What's a lampung?" Harry asked. "The creature that this is from. Is it all white with black eyes and antlers like flowing water?" The man asked. Harry nodded. "The creature is called a lampung. You were somewhere in the Philippines." Another nod. "It is a great protector, fierce when it needs to defend, gentle when it needs to protect. I have only heard stories of it in the past. I can't think of anyone I know who has seen one living. How were you able to get one of its horns?" Harry felt a tug on his back and nodded to Lyra. "I don't want to tell you," he said with some difficulty. Lyra found her voice and said quietly, "We don't know you." The man snapped his head up. "My apologies. My name is on the door. I am Garrick Ollivander, the premier wand maker for the British Isles for nearly my whole life." He paused for a moment to scrutinize the children before him before saying, "Well, let's get you both a wand." He pulled out a measuring tape and started reaching for Harry's arm, but he pulled back his hand. He was finding strength in telling people what he wanted. "Please don't touch me," Harry said with a touch of hesitancy. Ollivander gave him a strange look, but just tapped the measuring tape with his wand, and it flew over to Harry and started measuring his arms, shoulder width, and even the distance between his nostrils for whatever reason. All the measurements were appearing on a sheet of paper next to Ollivander. "Let's try something basic," he said, pulling out a wand near him. The wand he pulled from the box did look pretty basic, and he passed it to Harry's left hand. "Since you hold the staff with your right hand, you will need to learn to use your wand with your left. Just practice every day with your left hand and you should be fine. Now give this one a wave." Harry took the wand and gave it a wave. All the windows behind him exploded. Alastor Moody and the other Aurors burst in behind them. Wands were drawn looking for a threat. Lyra and Whispers had vanished. After a quick explanation and fixed windows, the Aurors went back outside, and Lyra and Whispers faded back in with a quirk of an eye given to them by Ollivander. Ollivander took back the wand that Harry still held in a firm grip. "Not that one." After consulting one of the measurements on the paper, Ollivander went down an aisle and brought back another wand, passing it to Harry. Harry was terrified, but gave it a little twist of the wrist. A small bolt of electricity arced up to a light on the wall, shattering the glass around it into pieces. Ollivander caught the falling glass and repaired the light with his wand. "Not that one either," he said, taking the wand back from Harry. This process went on for 15 minutes as Harry destroyed bits of the shop here and there, and Ollivander repaired them immediately after. He blew out the windows twice more before Ollivander pulled a box from the shelves at the end, staring at the children from the darkness with his yellow eyes and muttering, "I wonder." Ollivander approached Harry cautiously and opened the box, removing the wand. He carefully handed it to Harry and stepped back. Harry stared at it for a second, then waved it. A blast of fire shot out the front and engulfed Mr. Ollivander's head in flame. He rushed to the sink at the back of the shop to get his head under water and put the fire out. Ever since the box had been opened, Lyra had been transfixed by the wand being given to Harry. From deep in her mind, she could hear a bird's song. The song filled her ears and head like happiness spreading through her. She had a longing in her to sing along to the tune that only she could hear. She saw the wand placed in Harry's hand, and she jumped back when Ollivander's hair was burnt off. While he ran to the back, Lyra tugged on Harry's arm. "May I try that one?" she asked. "I can hear it singing." Harry called Whispers up onto his back and took a step back from Lyra. She held out her left hand, and Harry reached out and gently placed the wand in her fingertips. Immediately there was a pulse of red light and a shower of red and brown sparks. The light seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, just like the white light that came from Harry's staff. Ollivander came running out from the back. His head was hairless and covered in singe marks. There was a wind whipping around Lyra, blowing her hair and rattling the boxes around the room. She gave the wand she was holding a wave, and the red and brown sparks flew around her, settling on the walls, floor, and table, making them shine with glowing light. As the light died down, Harry reached out to Lyra and pulled her into a hug. When he released her, he pulled out his bag of candy and gave her a handful of them. He hugged her again and told her, Lyra, that was some beautiful magic. She smiled and hugged him back. Ollivander gave her an astonished look, then narrowed his eyes. Curious, very, very curious. "What's curious?" asked Harry. Ollivander took on a somber tone. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in that wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that she should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." He pointed to the scar on his forehead. He turned to Lyra. "The wand chooses the wizard, Miss Black. It's not always clear why, but I think it is clear that we can expect interesting things from you." Turning back to Harry, "I am not sure how long it will take to find your wand. Please come back tomorrow while I examine the results from today." Harry and Lyra left the shop. Alastor stood up and vanished the conjured chair he was sitting on. "That was an incredible reaction. What kind of wand did you get?" "I didn't get a wand," said Harry. "That was Lyra. He can't find one for me. He told me to come back tomorrow. There's also something weird he said about this wand. I think he was hoping that it would match me instead of Lyra. He told us that there is a phoenix feather in my wand, and that phoenix it came from gave up only one other feather for a wand. Lyra paused for a moment to look at her brother. The other one was in the wand that gave Harry his scar. The Auras looked shocked, nervous, and unsure of how to process this news. Alistair rallied quickly and said, "We need to get back to the pub now. We can have dinner and work out the rest of this later." They headed back quickly, and Alistair sent a letter to Dumbledore as quickly as possible when they arrived, unaware that Ollivander had already sent his own letter as well. Chapter 23. Magic Flowing Like a River. Chapter text. The events of the previous day had been tiring for Albus Dumbledore. It had felt nice to work with Arcturus again, the last time being their involvement in fighting during the Grindelwald War. Though he had to wonder how the man moved from the brink of death to the mental and physical form he displayed in the courtroom. Albus was a good judge of a person's abilities, and he was nearly positive that Arcturus didn't need a stand-in for the duel and could have defeated Lucius himself. The answer to the question of why was easy enough. He was hiding his true abilities. He ditched the cane at the end of the session publicly, so he wanted people to know he wasn't as feeble as he was letting on, but he still had the world champion duelist swear fealty to his family, which must have cost him a great deal of money. So the question Albus needed to figure out was what his plans were going to be for the future, because they obviously weren't ending in the month and a half the healers predicted he had left. Albus spent most of the day lamenting over his decision to hire Gilderoy Lockhart for the Dada professorship. The boy had never been much of a student at Hogwarts, not the adventurer he was claiming to be now for sure. However, if he was able to teach even half of the techniques in his books, there might be some potential. The rest of the day was spent waiting for a sign. Harry Potter was going to get his wand today. Albus knew of the existence of the brother wands that his phoenix, Fawkes, had given his tail feathers for. He was as certain as he could be that the one still sitting in Ollivander's shop would choose Harry Potter on this day. In the late afternoon, Fawkes woke up and started looking around for a moment before tucking his head back into his wing to sleep. Seconds later, he started looking around again and let out a joyful caw, as red smoke seemed to rise from his body before vanishing, and the phoenix sang a short song that seeped all the way into Albus's bones. Albus relaxed. The wand had chosen Harry, and one piece had fallen back into place. He called for his favorite elf, Nitwit, to bring him dinner, and he ate quietly in his office. After he finished, he heard hooting as two owls seemed to be fighting to get through his personal delivery window. They both eventually pushed through and delivered their letters. The first had the personal seal of Garrick Ollivander, and the second had the stamp of Alastor Moody. Albus smiled as he opened the one from Garrick, first knowing exactly what he would find inside. He was shocked to find the exact opposite. There was just one line written that said, "The brother wand has chosen the girl, Miss Black." He reached quickly for the letter from Alastor, hoping to get a little more detail from the seasoned aura. "I don't know what is going on here, but it is troubling." The children went into Ollivander's alone, as is tradition, and Harry began trying wands. His first caused all the windows in the shop to explode. We rushed in to find that everything was all right, but the children looked terrified. Other than the explosion, I assume old Garrick was doing his usual shtick of frightening children by being exceptionally creepy. After repairing the windows, we left the children to continue the selection process. We heard numerous sounds of destruction from inside the shop until Garrick let out a scream. Moments later, a red light pulsed out of the shop, illuminating the entire street in orange and red lights. It had a calming effect on everyone it touched. Then there were sparks of red and brown that could be seen inside the shop. A few minutes later, when the children exited the shop, we congratulated Harry on his wand, only to find that it was Lyra who had received hers. The children also gave us some disturbing information. The wand that chose Lyra also has a brother core belonging to Voldemort. Please look into this. It feels incredibly important, especially after the events of last year. Harry will need to go back tomorrow for his selection. This was troubling. Albus had dismissed Miss Black as unimportant to the grand scheme of things, but he was wrong again. There were plans on top of plans that he would need to change with this information. She was meant for something connected to Tom Riddle, and this would require a lot of work to figure out, and it needed to be done yesterday. With that in mind, Albus retreated into his private library and locked the door. He pulled a time-turner out from inside his robes and spun it as far as it would go, vanishing on the spot. Back at the leaky cauldron, Harry woke up to very normal annoyance. Whispers had moved to the point where his furry butt was almost on his face, his hair tickling Harry's nose. Sitting up and sneezing, he gently woke up Lyra and they got ready for breakfast. Harry and Lyra were enjoying the modern conveniences of living in a building, but they still hated the cold, and Lyra had to reapply the warming charm on the floor every morning. Baths and showers were also amazing. They had the lake and the hot springs on the island, but that would take a while to get to and come back, so often they would only go there once every week or two. Now they were encouraged to do it every day. They had soap and shampoo as well that had scents that made them smell like fruits and plants. Tristan had told them they would go shopping for some later to bring with them to school. The thing that bothered Harry and Lyra the most was that they felt like they were getting weaker. There was nothing to climb and nowhere to run. Stairs made climbing effortless, and they didn't need to collect their own food anymore. They didn't even need to store water. They had seen the Aurors create it using their wands. This was the most incredible use of magic they had seen. Water was life, and wizards just casually made it with the flick of their wrists. So while life was more convenient, it seemed to make them weaker, and they longed for a good tree to climb. The rain had cleared up from the day before, and they went downstairs to see Alistair speaking with Tom at the bar. It was a serious discussion, as there was a privacy ward up that kept everyone else from hearing the conversation. In the middle of their meal, Alistair stepped away from the bar and came to join them. Whispers also saw Jameson come downstairs and ran off to play with him while carrying a book that he had taken from the room. "Good morning," said Alistair. "We will head back into the alley today to continue the shopping, though there will be some changes here at the pub. We've received an order from my boss to reopen the pub for other people. All guests will be screened. All bar patrons will be checked as well. Everyone will be told to stay away from the two of you, but there will be some that will disregard that, so you need to be aware." Both children didn't know what to say, so they just nodded. Lyra was a bit nervous. She had been getting used to the auras they saw daily and the ones that were helping her read, but seeing strangers all the time made her a bit nervous, and she shrunk a little in her chair as Alistair told them. "Because the sun is out now, there will be more people on the street. So we are going to increase the guard for today," Alistair warned them, and Lyra shrank even lower. 30 minutes later, they were ready to leave. Both children were advised to carry their staves openly to be used if people approached them through their guard. Tristan and Jameson were there as well, and supposedly 3 others would be out of uniform and keeping a watch on them from a distance. Jameson used a light sticking charm to place Lyra's wand on the inside of her right forearm. He told her when she was older she could get a holster, but for now this was a good option. This way, it wouldn't bother her when using her left hand, and she could grab it quickly without dropping her staff. They approached the wall in the alley and waited for a few seconds before Lyra realized they were waiting on her. Walking over to the dustbin by the wall, she found the mark and counted up 3 and over 2 on the bricks. Taking her wand off of her forearm, she tapped it 3 times and watched the bricks fold out to allow them passage. She smiled in amazement and even wiggled a bit back and forth. She turned to Harry, who passed her a small toffee, and she hugged him quickly before they moved on. The street was busy today, congested with people going in and out of shops. Many people saw the auras coming and stepped aside only to start staring and whispering about Harry Potter and the black girl. Others would wave and point at them. Whispers seemed content to ignore them and eat from the various fruits they had brought along. The few people tried to approach them and were pushed back by the auras, though they did get a small crowd following them. They arrived at Ollivander's, and a family was waiting out front. There was a mother and father along with 2 children. One was Lyra's age, and the other a few years younger. Both children were literally bouncing with excitement. The older of the children had a disposable camera in his hands and pointed it at everything, taking a picture of it, and then winding it before taking another. He seemed to reach the end of the roll and handed it to his mother, who placed it in a bag on her shoulder. His father took another disposable camera out of his bag and handed it to the child to continue. The parents saw the auras coming, and the mother said, There's a man inside now. They asked us to wait before going in." The older of the children turned and tried to take a picture, but Jameson whipped his wand up, and a large black sheet was conjured in front of them before the flash went off. After it did, he dismissed the sheet and looked down at the child, saying, "Please, no pictures." The child was fighting the urge to take another, but said with excitement, "Wow, that was so cool. How do you do that? Can you make it blue? I have a blue sheet at home I used to make movies with. Could I do that when I get my wand?" Jameson's face brightened a bit. "Yes, I imagine you will be able to. It will take a lot of studying and practice, but many things are possible with magic. You know, there is also a special potion that you can use to develop the photos so that they'll move on their own." He pulled out today's daily profit from his jacket and passed it to the child. He took it and started looking at all the moving photos with his little brother. The father stared in disbelief at the paper. He looked at Jameson and said, "This is all crazy for us. We always thought Colin here was a bit unique, but now it's magic. Wands, potions, flying broomsticks, and it's all been here under our noses. Colin has been telling us for a couple of years that Dennis also is doing weird things, so I guess he's a wizard too. What are your uniforms? What is that?" he asked while pointing to Whispers, who was eating an apple while sitting on Lyra's shoulders. Alastair smiled. New wizards were always a boost to society, no matter what the pureblood supremacists said about it. He could see where the young boy Colin got his personality from too. He stepped forward to address the questions. Jameson saw this and stepped back. "The red jackets you see are the uniform of an aura. You would probably compare us to a police detective crossed with a D11 officer." The mother let out a whistle. However, auras are specially trained for the position and do not start in a regular law enforcement position. Each unit in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the DMLE, recruits directly, though there are transfers between them later on. He gave them a moment for that to sink in, then pointed to Whispers. "That over there is a demiguise." Alastair turned to Whispers as the hidden's eyes glowed blue, and he vanished just before Alastair raised his hands and yelled, "Boo!" Lyra looked up at Alastair. "That wasn't very nice," she said, and she reached up to pet the invisible creature as it faded back in. Whispers echoed her feelings and threw his half-eaten apple at Alastair, who caught it with a levitation spell before giving it back. The family was just staring in astonishment at the newfound sights and revelations before them. Colin kept raising his camera to his face for his mother to push it back down without even looking at him. The father raised an eyebrow at the children. "So this is some kind of protection detail?" Alastair just nodded. Colin looked at Harry and Lyra and introduced himself. "Are you two also going to Hogwarts? I'm going to have so much fun. I'm Colin. By the way, this is my little brother Dennis. I guess he'll be coming in another 2 years." Kid reminded Harry of the demiguised children who had just got their precognition skill and would run around trying to do all sorts of crazy things with about 2 seconds of warning to keep themselves from getting hurt. He shared a look with Lyra and saw she must be thinking the same thing. "My name is Harry," he said. "This is my sister Lyra. I should have started last year, but I didn't get my letter on time, so now we get to go together." Dennis stared at his brother. "Can you wait for me too?" His mother looked down at them. "Dennis, you still need to finish your school before you go to Hogwarts." The little boy frowned, but still had the gleam of excitement in his eyes. At that moment, a man came out of the shop with a wand in hand. As he walked, he conjured various objects, flowers, a whistle, and even several small yellow birds that flew straight into a stone wall ahead of him, exploding in a small puff of feathers. The family started to head in only for Alastair to stop them. It is a tradition that a child goes to get his first wand by himself. It makes things a bit more magical for them. Lyra reached out and tugged on Colin's sleeve. "The man in there is creepy." Then she took a step back behind Harry again. Colin looked at his parents, who nodded, and he opened the door and went in. After a few minutes and sounds of objects breaking, Colin came back out holding a wand of reddish wood color and a huge smile on his face. The wand itself was a bit short but had a very sharp-looking tip. He was bouncing. "A unicorn. There's unicorn hair in my wand, and it's made of cherry wood, like the picture frames of our family portraits. This is so cool. And the man inside knew my name. I didn't even need to tell him. Will I be able to do that?" The kid was a bit nutty, but Harry liked him, and Lyra had spoken to him, which was unusual for the first meeting with her. He also had unicorn hair in his wand, which rekindled Harry's interest in meeting one of the magical horses again. They said their goodbyes, and the family continued their day. This time, though, Alastor and Tristan went into the shop with Harry and Lyra. Ollivander was in the middle of fixing a vase that had pieces scattered around the room, but his face brightened when they came in. He still had no hair or eyebrows. Harry felt a little guilty about that. Tristan looked at the man and asked, "What happened to your hair?" When Alastor explained what happened the last night, Tristan just replied, "That seems to happen around these two," while stroking the scar on his head. "Harry, do you think you could whip up some of the hair growth potion you used for me?" Harry nodded. "I'll need to write to Severus about how to make it weaker, though." Turning to Ollivander, he asked, "Would you want me to make you the potion?" Mr. Ollivander nodded. "I would indeed be interested in trying your creation, especially if it has already been tested, and you are going to consult with Severus Snape about it. But back to your wand. I went over all the measurements and the wands and woods you tried out yesterday, and I can't figure out what I could possibly use for your wand." He gave a deep frown, and then gestured to all the boxes in the room. "In my shop, we use dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and unicorn tail hair. I'm not sure I have any wands that would match your magic. If you would be willing to let me study your staff, I might be able to figure out a way to make a bespoke wand for your use." Harry did not want to part with his staff. He rubbed the snake skin on the side of it, remembering the snake he had received it from and the promise they had made. Then remembered the piece he had removed from the full antler. "Sir, I have a smaller branch of the antler that my staff is made from. Would that be helpful?" Ollivander looked very interested in this and nodded. Alastor told Harry, "We can go back to your room at lunch and bring it to him later." As they were leaving, Ollivander said, "Before you leave, Miss Black, may I see you use your wand again? Just focus on what you were feeling before when you first took it up and give it a wave." Lyra took her wand from her other arm and focused for a moment before giving it a wave. There was a small pulse of the reddish light from before, barely going outside the shop, followed by a stream of sparks of red and brown. Like before, when they settled on a surface, they glowed for a few moments before disappearing. Ollivander looked a tiny bit disappointed, but still smiled and said, "Incredible. I'm sure that you are destined for great things, Miss Black." They left the shop and headed to the post office to write a letter to Severus. Tristan corrected his spelling and grammar as Harry wrote about how he had burned off all of Mr. Ollivander's hair and how they might dilute the hairy growth potion they had used for Tristan. Lyra was busy looking at all the owls and asked the man working there if she could have any of their fallen feathers. Seeing as though he would be binning them anyway, he gave her a small bag with many different types. Returning to their shopping, people continued to stare at him, and those who tried to approach the group had to be pushed back a few times. When they arrived at the herbalist shop, Lyra pushed past Harry to the clerk and asked enthusiastically, "Can you help me put a mango tree in my trunk?" The clerk blinked at the sudden request, and Tristan stepped up to explain. "Miss Black here has a trunk with a 15-foot sunken level and an air-refreshing charm." He was hoping to put enough soil in to plant a mango tree and be able to pluck the fruit from outside when opening it. The clerk pulled out a large, ringed binder from under the counter. Looking through it, he stopped at one page. "I have a 9-foot-high mango tree at my greenhouse in Norwich. It will need about 4 feet of soil beneath it. We can fertilize it with dragon manure so it grows a little more and produces more fruit quickly. I can have it brought here in the next 4 days. How does that sound?" Lyra was all smiles. "Yes, I'm getting a mango tree. Is Miss Black also staying with Mr. Potter at the Leaky?" The man asked Tristan, and he nodded. The clerk produced another book and said, "I'll just need her signature here and a deposit of 5 galleons. The total cost will be 30 for the tree, 3 for the soil and fertilizer, and I will need to see your trunk to see about adding sunlight to the inside of the lid for it to grow properly. I can estimate that will be around 6 galleons." Tristan had no frame of reference to know if that was a good deal, so he turned to Alastor with raised eyebrows. Alastor just nodded. Lyra was boosted up to the counter, where she scribbled her name into the book and took out 5 gold coins to give to the man. They were about to leave when Harry noticed Whispers wasn't on any of their shoulders. After looking around the shop, they found him digging through some soil of a large planter while wearing some child-sized dragon-hide gloves. He was waving them around and even poking thorny bushes with them without getting hurt. Harry remembered that these were on his school list, and they purchased some for themselves as well as for Whispers. Harry also purchased an entire magical gardening kit. The group returned to the leaky cauldron for lunch and to retrieve the antler for Ollivander. When they entered the pub, it was filled with people eating who weren't auras. Lyra moved quickly behind Harry as the pub silenced itself while everyone stared at Harry. Auras pushed them through the staring crowd, and a table appeared near the staircase for them to sit, Lyra staying very close to Harry on the side close to the stairs. One man stood up, breaking the silence. "Mr. Potter, do you remember me? I saw you once in London." Harry had been to London only once when he was younger and briefly remembered his aunt cursing when a man waved at him. Harry responded to him, "You were wearing a funny red hat." "Yes," the man cried out. "He remembers me." The rest of the crowd started talking again as the food came to their table, though people continued to glance over in their direction. When they finished, Alistair went over to talk to Tom at the bar while Jameson and Tristan took them up to their room. Just as they were getting to the door, Lyra pulled on Tristan's sleeve. "There's someone behind us at the top of the stairs." Tristan looked, but no one was there. Lyra tapped her staff on the floor twice. The silver strands of hair wrapping around it glowed for a second, and a man appeared in a hooded cloak. Jameson immediately blasted him off the stairs, and he crashed into their table at the bottom. At the same time, he yelled, "Tristan, get them inside," and ran towards the fallen man. Tristan grabbed the children and pulled them inside the room, closing it. "How did you see someone there, Lyra?" "He looked like one of the hidden, but not the right shape. After I made my staff, I could always make them appear again." Lyra frowned a bit and said, "I wasn't allowed to use my staff when I would play with the others." Harry meanwhile went to retrieve the remaining branch of the antler of what he now knew was called a lampung. After he retrieved it, Jameson came into the room. "It was Fletcher," he said. "He somehow got his hands on an invisibility cloak and was probably trying to find where the room was to steal something." "Alistair has mentioned him a few times," Tristan said. "He always has information on some other bigger or more dangerous criminal activity going on, so if he does get pinched, he can trade it for his freedom. The cloak is probably why Lyra was able to see him. I know she's picked up Whispers a few times while he's been invisible." Harry and Lyra had been told about invisibility cloaks before. They were told it was the reason why the poachers had come to the island for the hidden and why they set up the deal for the protection of the island, but they hadn't seen one yet. "I can see them too," said Harry. "Not as well as Lyra, though. I can see a bit of dancing light, but it's hard to tell during the daytime. However, at night, it's a lot easier for me. Lyra sees exactly where they are, like an outline of me or the other hidden." "Amazing," said Jameson. He took his wand out and tapped Tristan on the head to disillusion him. "What about now? Can you see Tristan?" Lyra squinted. "I think I can see him the way Harry sees the hidden, like light dancing as he moves around." Harry shrugged. "I can tell he's there by feeling the floor move and listening for his breathing. Other than that, I can barely see the light I see for the hidden. Maybe in the dark, I could see better." They headed back out to see other auras taking the man out the front door in cuffs. His cloak was being held onto by one of the auras escorting him. Harry could see the demiguise's hair on it now clearly. It made him angry that this cloak was most likely not made by making a deal with the creatures like they had just facilitated with the Filipino ministry. Alistair joined them again as they headed out the back door again. Auras lined up behind them to stop people from the crowd to follow them back into the alley. Lyra opened the wall again, and Harry gave her a caramel candy. Then they proceeded to head back to Ollivander's again. Harry presented the man with the antler, and he placed it in a box behind the counter, saying he needed to run some tests on it to figure out how best to craft the wand. It may take him a week to finish. Harry was a bit disappointed. For some reason, he expected it to be instantaneous. When they left the building, an owl overhead banked down and landed in front of Harry with a letter. It was from Severus with directions on how to dilute the potion. They returned quickly to the shop to ask Ollivander how long he wanted his hair to be, and then headed out again. The next stop was the apothecary, where they purchased their potion kits. Harry had been making notes in the ingredient book Severus had given him and purchased many ingredients that weren't standard on the list to experiment with later. The last stop they made was to a junk shop where they managed to find a working gramophone that was enchanted to run without cranking and fit inside an expanded briefcase that had legs to turn into a table when opened. Harry was happy that he could listen to some of the music he had picked from his vault later that evening. Back at the pub, they ate dinner and Tristan brought down the records for them to listen to while they ate. Harry enjoyed the first album very much, Revolver by the Beatles. Songs were light and fun and set his imagination free. Lyra was smiling along with the music as she ate. Towards the end of dinner, a man approached their table to be stopped by Jameson. The man raised his hands to show they were empty and said, "That is one of the greatest albums. Do you have anything else from the Beatles?" Harry couldn't remember, but Alistair did. "He has Abbey Road and SGT. Pepper." The man smiled. "Very good. I can bring by Yesterday and Today tomorrow evening if you would like. I do enjoy that one myself." Alistair looked down at Lyra and Harry, who smiled, so he agreed. The next few days involved exploring the alley or studying their new books. Word had spread among people in the pub, and every evening, people brought albums of music for Harry and Lyra to listen to. Tom, the bartender, ended up buying a much larger gramophone to play the music on and said they would make it a regular feature in the evenings. 5 days after they had ordered the tree, they were called back, and after 2 hours of work, Lyra had a mango tree in her trunk. They also installed the lights and a ladder to the bottom. It didn't have any fruit on it yet, but the man said that with regular additions of the dragon manure, fertilizer, and water, there should be ripe fruit in 2 months. 2 days later was Tristan's commencement ceremony to celebrate his status as an official aura. The group traveled to a large indoor auditorium by Flew, which, as promised, was slightly better than a portkey, but not much. Harry and Lyra were seated in a private box above the main floor with Aura Jameson and another Aura that had been at the pub regularly. The ceremony was quite simple, with a superior officer just handing each trainee a new badge and insignia for the shoulders of their coats. There were cheers and applause from everyone present, and then a tall, dark-skinned man stood up to make a short presentation. "This year, we have 2 trainees who are going to be awarded the Golden Wand Award. Tristan Nevitt, Remington Argent, please stand." Tristan and another young man, a bit taller than him with brown curly hair, stood up. "Both of you have impressed your instructors enough to be recommended for the award and have been passed upon by all the department heads in the DMLE. He picked up 2 small golden pins and placed them on the lapel of their coats. "I can be assured that you will do the Aura Corps proud, and we can expect great things from both of you." He gave each one a strong punch in the shoulder, neither of them flinching at the blow. The man turned back to the crowd, who started to applaud and cheer. Harry and Lyra stood up and cheered loudly for Tristan. They adjourned to a party with food and drinks. Jameson kept close to Lyra and Harry while they walked around and ate. Occasionally someone would come up and speak to them, but it was just pleasantries, and a lot of the time they were asked political questions that they didn't know how to answer. Eventually, they were waved over by Tristan, who was speaking to the other Golden Wand recipient, Remington. "Lyra," Tristan called, "Remy here doesn't believe how I got my Mad-Eye scar." "Why not?" she asked, still standing slightly behind Harry. Remy said, "He's saying he was holding a hoo-hoo chick and its father burnt all of his hair off." "And," Lyra prompted. Remy stared at her, "and his hair was burned off with a magical fire, yet it grew back." "Oh," she said, taking a step to the side of Harry. "Harry made a hair growth potion and it came back, except along the scar." Alistair walked up. "Oh yeah, that reminds me." He turned and spoke loudly to the rest of the room. "Gather around the stage, everyone. We have another presentation." People gathered around the stage as Alistair waved his wand, and curtains behind it opened up to reveal a big white screen. Next to him, Harry could hear Tristan muttering, "Oh no, 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 no." Alistair cast a voice amplifier on himself. "I just overheard Mr. Argent here questioning the authenticity of my trainee's scar. Now, most of you know that due to some quirk of fate, none of my trainees get through their training completely intact. Though I haven't had one lose a limb or digit in 11 years. Mr. Nevitt received that scar in the last month of his training. He was brought to see a nest of hoo-hoos." He tapped the large screen behind him, and a photo of the birds came up showing an adult and a chick. He was being introduced to the chick by an expert who had been dealing with the birds. However, its father didn't approve of him holding his offspring. Tristan's head was burned terribly by the father throwing a vortex of flame from its tail to burn off all the hair on his head and face. As Mr. Argent mentioned, Tristan's head was burned by a strong magical flame, yet he still has hair. We managed to create a hair growth potion from the ingredients we had available, and without knowing exactly how strong it was, we tested it on Mr. Nevitt. Tristan was being held in place by Jameson and another aura while continuing to sputter. No, 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 no. Alastair continued. At first we thought it was a failure, but we were awoken the next morning by Mr. Nevitt's childish screams. I present to you at this time the results of that hair growth potion. Alastair tapped the screen, and it was replaced by what looked like some kind of yeti or hair monster, human-sized with hair covering all of his skin except his palms. The hair on his head going down to his feet, the hair on his arms at least 6 inches long. Being a magical photograph, it was moving to show the hair bouncing and moving with him as he tried to get it out of his face. Laughter erupted from the audience as the furry monstrosity danced around. Now, enjoy the pictures we took of removing the hair for the rest of the evening. He tapped the screen again, and it split into many pictures of the entire process of removing the hair and placing it in different styles. For anyone who has been to Ollivander's in the last week can also see the results of the second batch of the formula after his hair was burned off by a particularly nasty wand reaction from a new Hogwarts student. Everyone laughed, and Alastair went back to the crowd. The party went on for several more hours before they went back to the leaky cauldron. When they arrived at the room, they found a letter. Harry's wand was ready to be picked up. Despite being late at night, the note told them to come immediately. Even though they were tired from the party, Alastair and Jameson grabbed one more aura to complete the security detail and headed to Ollivander's. When they arrived, Ollivander was waiting for them. He had long silver hair that was tied behind his head with an elegant bow. He smiled and stroked his hair when they came through the door. There was a blue velvet box on the table in front of him. Harry stared at it. It appeared to be breathing or swelling, and he felt like it was reaching out to him, but he waited anxiously. Ollivander waved his wand, and the curtains on the windows closed, and he started to speak. The antler you gave me was one of the most incredible and difficult materials I've ever worked with. With the right interaction, even unicorn horns can be powdered to be used as a wand core. This antler seemed to be impervious to anything I tried to render it down, though eventually I succeeded. Even after powdering most of the horn, there was a core to it that I could do nothing with. I was surprised to find that the core was entirely black. He reached under the counter and pulled up what looked like a long black rod that expanded and had a conical diamond at the end. He placed it on the counter. This is what was left of the horn after I powdered the rest for the wand. Harry picked up the piece and examined it. He could have told the wand maker how he had separated this branch from the main piece, but he was too focused on what was happening now, so he stayed silent. From there, I needed to match the powdered core to wood. None of the usual woods I use had a good reaction to your magic, so I looked for others. I eventually found an extraordinary match with an ermine's birch that was in my experimental materials. The branch that bonded to the core had a slight curve to it, which adds to its beauty if I do say so myself. The wand is 14 inches long, very rigid, with the natural lines from the wood polished into a work of art. Harry felt like his heart was beating in time with the pulses that he saw coming from the velvet box. Ollivander reached over the box to open it. Inside was a white wand that had small curve after the handle, and then again next to the tip. It was longer than Lyra's wand by a few inches for sure. The auras and Lyra took a step back towards the back wall as Harry took a step forward towards the box. He could feel his heart beating in tune with the pulses from the wand as he reached over and picked it up. As soon as his left hand grasped it, he felt like his heart stopped. There had been pounding of his heart and the pulsing of the wand in his ears, but as soon as he held it in his hand, everything was silent. Slowly he felt what seemed like a river rush up his left arm from the wand and into his chest. He held the wand up as he felt the river connect to his heart and spread to the rest of his body. Then that feeling too stopped. He was about to give the wand a wave when he felt the flow of the river reverse course. From every corner of his body, a torrent of water flowed into his heart and then poured down his arm into the wand. Pure white light exploded in a pulse from the wand, knocking Ollivander down and everyone else against the back wall, but no windows were shattered. After what seemed like a few minutes, but was probably only a few seconds, the light receded back into the wand, and the light in the store went dark. Garrick climbed back up off the floor and relit the lamps in the shop. He turned to Harry and nodded with a smile. "I think it is clear we can expect great things from you as well, Mr. Potter." Chapter 24. Welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter text. Harry stared at his wand. The curve in the wand made it look like it was a snake that wanted to be a sword. Harry had seen a few wands, and most had a little spring to them, but this one was surprisingly firm. It felt like wood, but had the strength of bone. The moonlight shone through his window and made the white wood shine as he moved it in and out of the light. Eventually, he placed it on the table and laid down on his bed with Lyra and Whispers on the one next to him, already sleeping. They had just over a week left before they would be off to Hogwarts. The only thing they needed to do other than final shopping trips and study was to visit Arcturus Black. They ended up waiting until 2 days before September 1st. Arcturus had very respectfully asked Alastair not to come, and he had very respectfully told the man, not a chance in hell. So, with Tristan being assigned different duties as an official aura, Alastair, Jameson, and Kirkland joined them. Kirkland had been the aura who had broken into their door on the first morning. Alastair had given her this assignment as a reward for the report she had given detailing new procedures, instead of kicking down doors. Whispers stayed at the pub, where some of the fathers with younger children continued to try teaching the young demiguise how to read. He seemed to be able to identify words like pictures, but wasn't able to sound them out or figure out individual letters as part of the whole. Black Manor was hidden on a hill overlooking the Howden Reservoir. The back of the house was on a cliff overlooking the water, while the front side had a stone wall about 4 feet high wrapping around the property and grounds. The front gate had the Black family crest on it and opened as they approached. Around the grounds, numerous hedges had been trimmed into various animals, both regular and magical. As they walked by all the hedge animals, it felt like they were all looking at them. They never saw creatures move, but every time they weren't looking toward them, they adjusted their stance to face the group. When they reached the door, the Black family steward opened the door. He had a small wisp of a mustache and thin eyebrows in narrow lines to match. He stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He turned to Alastair. "Since you ignored Lord Black's request not to come, you will need to wear this patch over your magical eye." He held out a patch. Alastair didn't take it, just staring at it for 10 seconds. He then proceeded to cast what Harry assumed were many different diagnostic spells on the patch before taking it from the man and with a grunt placing it on his head. The steward added, "I advise not even trying to see through it either. There is a written curse on the inside of it, so if you do manage to see through it, the curse will be the first thing you see, and you will lose sight in your real eye." He turned and opened the door to let them in. Alastair sent a banishing spell at the steward, knocking him against the wall by the door, then stunned him and let him fall on the doorstep as the rest of them walked in. Harry and Lyra looked worried, but Kirkland whispered to them that the man would be fine. In the foyer, Arcturus Black sat in a large chair with couches on either side of the table in front of him. As they approached, he asked, "Where is Brant?" "The man had me put on a cursed eye patch without telling me first, so I knocked him out and left him outside." The two men exchanged angry looks before Arcturus leaned back and then called out, "Darby." Harry and Lyra watched as a tiny person with very large ears and eyes appeared with a pop into the room. It was wearing a black poncho with a black and gold braided rope tied around the center. Arcturus instructed the little creature, "Please deliver tea and snacks for everyone. Do not poison the tea for the man with the eye patch. When you are finished, Brant is stunned out on the doorstep. Deliver him to his room." Alastair squinted at Arcturus. "You wanted to come," Arcturus told Alastair. Turning to Lyra, "Thank you for agreeing to see me again. I don't have a lot of time to speak to you, so I'll go over what you need to know. First and foremost, what do you know about your mother's family, the Blacks?" Lyra scooted a little closer to Harry. "Nothing that wasn't in the newspaper." "I will go over the basics then, and give you family history books to read. Our family is one of the oldest families in the British Isles. There is some disagreement if our origins are originally Scandinavian or Roman, but in all likelihood, it is both. Our family has always been strong with magic, and it is very important to us. That is why it is so important for you to have magic. A few of the oldest families, like ours, have funded orphanages in Australia for children in our families born without magic for over 300 years. The most recent one has been working for the last 120 years. When non-magical children are born in our family, they are sent there. The funding ensures that they are well cared for and have their education completely paid for. Are disinherited after their 11th birthday, but watched as their descendants have a larger chance of being magical than other muggles. The steward you met, Brant, is one such example. 5 generations ago, one of his ancestors was a black witch. Shortly before I die, he will enter into a contracted marriage with a woman who is also from an awakened squib line from a family of purebloods in this country, known as the Sacred 28. Jameson and Kirkland looked surprised at this information. Arcturus took a sip of his tea, then continued. When you were seen to be without magic, known as a squib, you were supposed to go to that orphanage, but your father broke the rules. I would like to test your magic myself. You have shown yourself to be very capable, but I want to see if your father is a total idiot, or if he just made some kind of honest mistake. Lyra didn't know what to do. She looked at Harry for support. He nodded and gripped his staff with a tight fist to show he would protect her. Lyra turned back to Arcturus and nodded. It's good that you look to Harry for support, but you will need to learn self-reliance as well. Arcturus pulled out a glass ball with a gold ring on it. Do you know what this is, Lyra? Harry recognized it as the thing from the holiday party in Mrs. Figg's house. Lyra made a face like she was trying to remember it, but she shook her head. This is a remembrall, Arcturus told them. It's used to check for influences on your memory. It only works for people who have magic, so it is used as a standard to see if children have inherited their parents' magic. It is also often used at magical locations, in Muggle areas, to screen the people entering. Its primary purpose is to check if the person holding it has forgotten something or has had their memory modified recently. Arcturus rotated it in his hand, so he was touching the glass, and a white cloud spread around the orb before turning a shade of pink. The shade of red is very light, meaning whatever I forgot was very minor, or some part of my memory was erased over a year or so ago. The definition of the smoke determines how precise my memory is. Since I am very old, I don't remember everything in perfect clarity, so the smoke is just smoke, without form. Arcturus used his wand to levitate the orb to Lyra, where it hovered in front of her. She reached out for it with hesitation, but as soon as she grabbed it, white clouds erupted inside of it as if it was trying to break out. Eventually, the clouds settled into what looked like very distinct flames from a campfire, flickering from the bottom in pure white. Arcturus smiled. So your father is just an idiot. Well, you won't have to worry about him again. Harry spoke up. I barely remember holding one of those twice years ago. Could I try? Arcturus nodded and leaned forward a little, as did the auras when Harry took the glass orb. When he grasped it, clouds didn't erupt like for Lyra. Instead, a tiny white line came from the bottom of the orb and grew leaves and a bud before blooming into a white flower. Once the flower had bloomed, every few seconds, it let off a pulse of light. When Harry put it down, Kirkland whistled. That is not something you see every day. Arcturus looked at Harry with scrutinizing eyes. Your mind appears to have some kind of controlled protection on it. You might have the talent to be a natural occlumens, he said. What do you think, Mad-Eye? Alistair nodded. We can have him tested later. Arcturus changed the subject back again. Harry, you may have read in the paper, but you are also distantly related to our family as well, though not by blood. Your first cousin, twice removed, married my cousin. Confusing, I know, but it does mean that you are a distant heir to the Black family. You are currently 6th in line, though, out of 7. The most eligible heir is currently Lyra. Lyra was confused, muttering, but he's my brother. Harry gave her a reassuring half-hug and said, Yes, and you're my sister. Jameson politely raised a hand and received a nod from Arcturus. I was under the impression that the Blacks had always had a patrilineal line of succession. Was I wrong? That is true, but when I was made aware of Lyra's existence as a magical child and Lucius's marriage to Narcissa was annulled, I changed it to a cognatic line. Alistair laughed for a moment, and it turned into a cough. I am the head of house, and unfortunately, I do feel that Draco Malfoy is too much of his father's son at the moment, so I made a backup plan. Since Lyra carries the name Black instead of Malfoy, she can be first in line before Draco. I have some other contingencies in place, for if he really does turn out like his father, but 2 places after Draco is Brant, then Harry is 2 places down the line from there. He let all of that sink in for the children. All this is important because as potential heirs to the family, I would like to send tutors and come myself to Hogwarts on occasion to see that you know the family history and business in general. This needs to be done because I am dying, and the doctors gave me 1 month more to live. However, I arranged matters so that I will live for another 3 years, and then I will die. The Auras suddenly went on guard, all 3 gripping their wands. Alastair let out a snarl. If you're doing what I think you are, I will have you arrested, and you can share a cell with Lucius. Arcturus just chuckled. You have no jurisdiction for what I do on black land with black family property, and there is no law against what I am doing, because no one in their right mind would risk the curse. I've already informed your boss, and like you, she growled and snarled like an angry mutt, but gave up when she realized there was nothing she could do. Lyra looked like someone had just taken away her favorite rubber duck. You're going to die. If you can live another 3 years, why not longer? Child, Arcturus said, as if he was teaching a very sad lesson. The method of extending my life comes at quite a few costs. This option has been available to many blacks before me, but I am the first one in nearly 200 years to use it, and that one only used it to extend his life by 3 months. The last thing I will be teaching you is what the cost is, but for the next 3 years, I am dedicated to making sure the rest of your life is as successful as possible. Lyra still looked sad, so Harry hugged her again. I will send a notice when I've arranged tutors for you, said Arcturus. There is one more thing I wish to speak with you about. Your mother and brother have expressed interest in seeing you. He gave them a moment to let that sink in. Lyra was shaking her head as he said it. I've ordered both of them that they are not to approach you until you permit them to. Though in the interest of the family, I am encouraging you to at least meet with your brother. You will be at school with him for the coming year. There is also a great likelihood you will be in Slytherin as well and live within close proximity to each other. Only one black in the last 2 generations has not been in Slytherin house. Lyra continued to shake her head and whispered, They didn't help me when my father hurt me or sent me away. All I'm asking you to do is consider it. Right now, I need to take my medicine. You will head to Hogwarts in 2 days. Enjoy your time there. They will be the best years of your life. Arcturus rose to leave, and Darby popped in with the man's cane to help aid his departure. The group left the grounds, still creeped out by the hedge animals who were always looking at them. When they got outside of the walls, Alistair took off the eye patch and burned it to ashes on the ground. Kirkland, Jameson, I need you two to take the kids back to the Leaky. I'm heading over to the ministry to speak with Bones and check if she was informed of Arcturus's retirement plan or not. Alastair disapparated with a crack after speaking. It was somewhat of a testament to both children's development that they only barely flinched when the Auras put their hands on their shoulders to apparate them back to London. The night before the train to school, the pub was closed to the public for dinner and a planning session with all the Auras that were working Harry and Lyra's security detail. Harry tried to thank each one, and Lyra tagged along with him, occasionally speaking to the ones she was more comfortable with. Whispers was enjoying the celebration and playing with all the Auras. With a few of the Auras who had been teaching him to read, he had woven some of his hair into theirs. When everyone had finished eating, Alastair sobered everyone up with security arrangements for the next day. Assignments for tomorrow, he called out. Team 1 is in charge of securing King's Cross Station at 7 a.m., Muggle attire only, no umbrellas as there is no rain scheduled. Team 2 at the same time will be securing Platform 9 3/4. Dress reds on the platform. There will be members of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad and a few Obliviators in Muggle attire around the station. If you see them wearing stupid outfits, contact their commanding officer. For the kids, Kirkland and Jameson will be their escorts to the platform. Nevitt will meet them on the train. Team 3 will provide security for the train itself. Security for the platform and train will hopefully become a regular thing. I will expect detailed reports from everyone on what worked and what didn't. All Hogwarts students should have this level of protection. Harry and Lyra perked up at the mention of seeing Tristan again. I will be on Overwatch. With any luck, you will not see or hear from me for the entire day. Keep your heads, do your jobs, and as always, constant vigilance. Constant vigilance. All the auras recited back. Eat well, sleep well, and do your jobs tomorrow, Alistair said with a serious tone. When all goes as planned, drinks are on me tomorrow night after Team 3 returns to London. That got a cheer from the auras. Harry and Lyra were too anxious to sleep. Whispers also knew something was going on and seemed to mimic their anxiety by pacing around the room and occasionally looking out the window with glowing blue eyes before returning to them. Their bags were all packed and ready. Harry had added a strap to his shrunken trunk so he could wear it like a shoulder bag when it was the size of the briefcase. The mango tree in Lyra's trunk had started to blossom faster than expected. Whispers had taken to entering her trunk at random times to play around the mango tree in the small space, climbing the tree over and over. Harry and Lyra had both done the same thing from time to time, too. They were certainly homesick for the island, but their consternation for Hogwarts was helping cancel it out a bit. Eventually, the excitement and anxiety turned into exhaustion, and they fell asleep. The morning's pace was executed with military precision. They had breakfast at 8:30 and had a quick goodbye with Tom at the bar before Whispers had been placed into Lyra's trunk with the mango tree. Kirkland drove Harry and Lyra by car, while Jameson followed on a motorcycle to King's Cross Station. They arrived by 9:30. All the auras they had seen so far had been all business and spared no pleasantries for them. While they were walking through the station, they picked out a few auras in muggle clothes who they recognized or weren't holding their wands high enough in their sleeves. There were also a lot of children with their families pulling trunks or pushing them on a trolley. Harry assumed they were also heading to Hogwarts. When they arrived at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Jameson stopped them. This is the entrance to platform 9 3/4. If you walk straight at the wall, you'll pass through to a hidden platform, Jameson instructed them. We can stand here for a moment, and you can watch some other students doing it. They watched a couple of families just casually stroll through, while a few students ran through with their trolleys like it was a game. Harry looked a bit scared, but Lyra whispered to him, "It's like going into the Giver's Cave or the tea shop. Just walk in and don't think about it." Harry thought about it for a moment before nodding to Kirkland and Jameson. The group of four just walked slowly through the wall. Harry had his eyes shut as he went through, but when he felt the wind on his face again, he opened them to see a scarlet steam locomotive along with a perfectly clean train platform and families running around and children greeting each other. Kirkland moved them away from the entrance as Harry marveled at the platform. It really was amazingly clean. On the other side of the entrance, King's Cross was tidy. They had people working constantly to pick up trash and occasionally scrub the platform, but it was still filthy compared to this. King's Cross had a smell in the air from all the trains coming in and out and the cars from the outside, not to mention the people everywhere. But here, it's like they were nowhere even close to the old station. Kirkland and Jameson altered their outfits so they were back into their red jackets and started walking to the train. That's when people started noticing Harry Potter. People were staring and talking as they walked by. That's the boy who lived right there. His hair looks different than in the books. He doesn't look that tough. Cor blimey, that the Black Princess he's with. If he killed the Dark Lord, why does he need protection? Many other comments were overheard by the time they had crossed only 30 feet to get to the train. When they got there, Tristan stepped down from one of the carriages. Harry and Lyra jumped forward and gave him a hug, which he returned. Tristan nodded to both of them. "I am going to be on the train, specifically to watch after the two of you. However, I will be disillusioned and somewhere outside your cabin. Both of you should spend time with children your own age." Harry and Lyra looked unhappy, but he continued, "This is your first ride on the Hogwarts Express. This is where you will make friends and get to know them before school starts. So I will be here, but not right next to you. Got it?" They weren't happy, but Harry and Lyra nodded anyways. Right before Tristan was going to walk them in, Kirkland grabbed him by the arm. "Hold it, I forgot the procedure," and she pulled out a spray bottle and shot him in the face with it. Nothing happened other than Tristan got wet. Kirkland smiled. "I bet I would have gotten a nice, stinging hex from Mad-Eye if I had forgotten that." 2 seconds later, a stinging hex hit her in the back. He looked around to find the source, and Lyra pointed to the smokestack of the locomotive. "He's up there, watch the smoke." As they watched, they saw something flicker next to the smoke. Kirkland smiled as she rubbed her back. "At least I'll get to call him out on seeing him disillusioned." Tristan walked Harry and Lyra onto the train before telling them, "I'm going to disillusion myself now. The two of you go ahead." He tapped himself on the head and gave them a push forward as he slowly vanished. They were alone. There were no teachers or auras or Tristan. It was just them and a long corridor of the train. After feeling another push from Tristan, they started to walk forward. They walked by a few compartments with other students in them and crossed to the next car, getting a nod from the aura stationed at the beginning of the next car. They found an empty compartment and settled in. Harry placed his briefcase trunk on the rack above, and Lyra opened hers on the floor to take out Whispers, who climbed out and jumped onto the luggage rack above them, and they pushed the trunk under the seats. From the window, they looked on at the chaos on the platform with people greeting each other and getting on the train. They both stared at all the families hugging each other and saying their goodbyes before boarding the train. Neither of them got to experience this tradition. The auras were great, but not family. Neither were Alastair, Severus, Tristan, Minerva, or Nestor. Their family was on the other side of the world on an island. They had already said their goodbyes for the year to Charlie, Chief, Weaver, Mango, Teacher, Cynthia, Digger, and everyone else. Harry and Lyra did long to be back on the island during the holiday break. As they were both scanning the crowds outside, Lyra let out a peep and turned invisible. Seeing there might be a danger, Harry did the same. Lyra whispered, "Over there by the benches. That's my mother and Draco." There was the woman they had seen in St. Mungo's, who appeared to be giving a lecture to a boy who looked a lot like Lyra, though his hair only went to his shoulders and seemed to be shiny like it was wet and frozen in place, so it didn't move in the wind. The boy didn't seem to be put down by the lecture and stood tall as he was being spoken to. Eventually, the woman gave the boy a quick hug and they parted ways. Harry and Lyra sat down in their seats and turned visible again. Close to 11 a.m., the train whistle blew twice, and they returned to the window to watch as everyone rushed to board. A huge family of gingers came through the barrier a few minutes later and said quick goodbyes before 5 children boarded the train. Moments after they were on, the train started to move forward. As they left the station, the door to their compartment was opened by the 2 youngest of the Ginger family. The youngest was a girl Lyra's size, who seemed to be hiding behind her older brother, who was pulling both of their trunks. "Do you mind if we join you?" he asked. Everywhere else was full. Harry nodded, but the boy hadn't really waited for him to do so, pulling the 2 trunks in. He pushed one under the side of the seats where Harry was and pulled out his wand to start levitating the other to the rack above Harry. There was a scratching of quick movement as an invisible Whispers jumped down to Lyra, and she caught him. As the boy continued storing the trunk, Lyra scolded him. "Slow down. You almost hurt Whispers." Harry knew that wouldn't have happened because of the hidden's precognition, but the boy was still being a bit brash. The girl had meanwhile sat on Lyra's side of the compartment, but as far away from both her and Harry as possible. She reminded Harry a bit of how Lyra acted in new situations or large groups. The boy had possibly ignored what Lyra said as he just sat down next to Harry and held out his hand. "I'm Ron Weasley. That's my sister over there, Ginny." Harry cautiously took the boy's hand and shook it. "I'm Harry. This is my sister, Lyra." She gave a small wave to both of them. Ron looked a little confused. "Aren't you Harry Potter?" And Harry nodded. "Harry Potter doesn't have a sister," he said as if it were a fact. Harry didn't know what to say back. He looked to Lyra, who was just as confused that this boy had just told Harry that he didn't have a sister. Maybe Ron didn't understand. "I grew up with Lyra. She is my sister," Harry said, in no uncertain terms. Ron stared back with the same confusion Harry had a moment ago. Ginny was still silent and just staring at Harry. Ron looked at him like he was trying to put together a puzzle in his mind and asked, "Do you have any brothers?" "Just Whispers over there," and pointed slightly above Lyra. Now Ron was extra confused. "I thought you said she was your sister and her name was Lyra." "Whispers is invisible. He's sitting on Lyra's shoulders," Harry said like that would explain everything. "Okay," Ron said, looking at Harry like he was crazy. "So what's going on with your hair?" Everything I've read says it's just black, but yours has silver streaks in it. Harry was happy the conversation was continuing, and Lyra took the invisible Whispers down from her shoulders and started scratching his head. Whispers Aunt wove some of her hair into mine. Lyra's too. That's why we have the streaks. Her name is Weaver. Ron took a look over at Lyra's hair to see the silver there too. It blended pretty well with her already platinum blonde hair, so it was hard to see at first glance. Is Weaver invisible too? Asked Ron with a skeptical voice. She can be, replied Harry. Both Weaver and Whispers are hidden after all. Ron shook his head. I'm going to go see if I can find some other friends. I think you would get along great with Looney. I'll send her this way if I see her. He got up and left the compartment. His sister, Ginny, was still sitting there staring at Harry in silence. After the door shut, Lyra whispered, Looney is a nice name. Ginny looked over to Lyra. She lives near us. She's a bit strange, but nice. Whispers chose that moment to relax and turn visible again. This caused Ginny to scream, and he vanished again. What was that? She yelled, backing up against the wall by the door to the compartment. Lyra was holding the invisible Whispers and protecting him from the girl's scream. That's Whispers. He's our brother. He's a hidden. Other wizards have called him a demiguise. He can turn invisible when he doesn't want to be seen, Harry explained to Ginny. Is he dangerous? Asked Ginny. Not at all if you're nice. He might let you pet him. We've been teaching him to speak and read as well, Harry informed her. Ginny sat back down, looking intently at the bundle of nothing that Lyra was holding, and held out her hand like she was greeting a dog. Harry nodded to Lyra, who released Whispers. Harry could see the movement as Whispers cautiously climbed on the seats towards Ginny. As he got closer, he turned visible and Ginny lit out a small peep, but kept her hand still. Whispers was just about to reach out and touch her hand when his eyes glowed and he vanished, hopping back onto Lyra's shoulders. Something was about to happen, so Harry and Lyra started looking around with Ginny doing the same just because something was happening and she didn't know what. There was a knock on their door. Lyra, it's Tristan, came a voice. There is a boy here with a letter for you. He opened the door slowly. Tristan was there with his red jacket standing next to a chubby but strong-looking boy holding an envelope. The boy stepped forward and handed the letter to Lyra. Your brother asked me to deliver this to you. He requests to meet with you after the sorting. Lyra took the envelope and the boy left. Tristan stood there for a moment looking at Ginny. He turned his head slightly and asked, Are you Charlie's little sister? Ginny's face brightened. You know Charlie. We were friends in school. I thought he was nuts for going to work with dragons, and he thought I was nuts for being Mad Eye's trainee as an aura. Tristan laughed a little. I bet he's got some cool burn scars by now, and I've got this nice one too. Tristan lifted his curly hair to show Ginny the scar along the side of his head. I write to Charlie at least once a month. I'll be sure to tell him I met you, Ginny said. Tristan nodded to Ginny, Harry, and Lyra and left the compartment. Ginny looked back to Lyra and asked, How many brothers do you have? Harry and Whispers are my brothers, she said flatly. Whispers reappeared at his name and climbed up to the luggage rack to stretch out. Ginny's eyes followed him up. Lyra waved the envelope. This is from my other brother, but I don't want to see him. Harry looked at Lyra and told her, We can look at that later. Don't worry about it now. She opened the first compartment of her trunk and placed it inside. Ginny told them about all of her brothers. They were both very interested in Charlie and dragons in general. They had heard the one down in the vaults of Gringotts, but they really wanted to see one too. Ron came back once to check on Ginny, and she tried to convince him to come in and see Whispers, but muttered something about a case of the loonies and left. There was a knock later, and a woman with a trolley full of food offered them something. Harry and Lyra took quite a few chocolate frogs, and Ginny took some birdie barts every flavor beans. Harry and Lyra had been shown the beans when exploring Diagon Alley. They had so far eaten some that tasted like all the things around their island, including grubs and salt water. They weren't sure about trying more, though. Ginny seemed to like the surprise of each bean being something amazing or disgusting. At the leaky cauldron, Harry and Lyra had created a game to play with the chocolate frogs. They had a tiny table by the window, so they placed one of the frog packages on it. They asked Ginny to come over and pull the string to open it, while both of them sat watching it with their hands on their knees. Ginny was interested and pulled the string to open the top. The frog looked around and saw it was surrounded on 3 sides, but the window above him was opened. So he took one big leap upwards, only for Harry and Lyra to reach for it, with Lyra grabbing it out of the air and cheering. Harry reached over and pulled a leg off the frog and ate it while Lyra bit the head off while it was still wiggling. Ginny expressed her disgust with a big "you You ate it before it stopped moving." Harry added the card to the stash he was keeping. He still didn't see the purpose of it, but all of the Auras insisted that one day he would trade them for something important. They played the chocolate frog game 3 more times. The last time, Ginny tried to play against Lyra, but didn't win. She did pull the leg off before Lyra ate the rest, her face looking disgusted but amused as she ate the still squirming chocolate. As the sun started to set, Harry stepped out while Ginny and Lyra changed into their school uniforms. Just as the girls finished, Ron came back to change into his too. While they were changing, Ron asked Harry, "Why are you so tan?" Harry thought Ron was strange, but answered him anyway, "Because I was in the sun." He seemed to accept that, but when they were finished, he took his trunk and went away again. The train slowed down and rolled into a tiny town. The lights in the station and the houses around seemed to all be from oil or magic. Harry didn't see any electrical poles or open flames anywhere. The auras on the train reminded all the students to leave their luggage in the cars, and they would be delivered to them later. Most of the students seemed to know where to go as they left the train and headed towards a series of carriages being pulled by some obviously magical horses. It was like their skin was pulled so tight you could see every bone in their body, and they were almost as dark as the night. Just looking at them up on the hill, Harry got a feeling that was almost the opposite of looking at the lampung and its white light. However, away from the carriages, a giant man was calling out, "First years, first years, over here. Don't head to the carriages, come this way." He held up a lantern which with his height had to be at least 15 feet in the air when it was above his head. Harry quickly headed over to the man. Lyra ran after Harry, and they were the first ones there. He looked down at them. "Harry, is that you? I haven't seen you since you were a babe. We missed you last year, but looks like you've come along just fine." Harry stared at the man but couldn't remember him. He couldn't remember his parents either, so that made sense. "I'm sorry, I don't remember you," he said. "Of course, you were so small," the large man said with a tear in his eyes. "You look so much like your parents, though. Come by my hut sometime and I'll tell you about them. My name is Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper at Hogwarts." He suppressed a sniffle before turning back towards the train and swinging his lantern while yelling, "First years, over here." When it seemed like there was no one else coming, Hagrid led them on a small path down to the cove of a very large lake. In the cove were a few dozen small boats. He placed the lantern on a hook on one of the larger ones and turned back to the children. "Take a boat, everyone. No more than 4 each, mind you, due to the darkness. They had lost Ginny, so Harry and Lyra climbed into a boat with 2 other children who had less than 2 adjectives that could describe them. Harry was now holding an invisible Whispers in the front of the boat, with the 2 other nondescript first years sitting behind them. Once everyone was in a boat, Hagrid pulled a pink umbrella from his coat and tapped the front of his boat that he sat in alone, though he did take up the entire boat. Hagrid's boat moved forward, and the other boats pulled out as well as if tethered by an invisible string behind him. As they pulled out of the port, they could see the moon rising and reflecting its light onto the lake. Way off in the distance, something large splashed in the middle of the lake, making everyone strain their eyes to see what it was. Lyra saw Ginny in another boat, while Colin saw Harry and called to him while enthusiastically waving. A minute later, as they fully cleared the cove, all of their attention was seized by the castle, which could be seen ahead. It had been obscured by a large bank and tall trees on the other side of the cove, but now it was there. On a cliff maybe 200 feet above the lake ahead of them, there was the largest castle any of them had ever seen. There was a very tall tower on the edge of the cliff, connected to the castle by a stone bridge. The rest of the castle had 4 large towers sticking off the main building, which looked to be at least 7 stories tall. Several smaller towers were branching off from the larger ones, but the one that caught Harry's attention, in particular, was part of the main building. It was higher than the rest of the towers, and seemed to be open on the top with a square platform and a large spire on each of the 4 corners. The boats approached a cave covered in vines at the bottom of the cliff and passed through them into a small harbor. Crystals were covering the walls that let off a small glow so they could see in the dark. The boats pulled into docks, and all the children gathered near the base of a set of stairs. Hagrid placed his lantern on a hook, and hundreds of smaller lanterns lit up the stairs ahead of them. "Let's get going. It's a long way to the top." The giant man started walking up the stairs, easily taking them 5 at a time, and about 40 kids followed as quickly as they could behind him. After 12 flights of stairs, they arrived at a large set of wooden doors that Hagrid could fit through with ease. Most of the children were out of breath, but Harry and Lyra kept pace behind Hagrid. They did feel a bit out of shape from all the time spent in the leaky cauldron, though. When all the children had caught up, the doors opened, and Minerva stepped out. Harry and Lyra moved forward to hug her, but they saw her give them a quick shake of her head and a stern look, so they stood still where they were. Whispers, on the other hand, did not understand, so he launched himself at Minerva, turning visible as he flew. Minerva managed to see him just in time and caught him. All of the children cried out just as Hagrid gasped, "A demiguise!" Minerva returned the hug, but then looked at Whispers with a stern face. "Whispers, no jumping. This is not the place for games. Please go back to Lyra or Harry." Whispers tilted his head and gave a creepy smile, then jumped over to Lyra and sat on her shoulders. Hagrid had his eyes glued onto the creature, though at this point so did all of the other first years too. Minerva turned to all of the children. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Professor of Transfiguration. You're all about to pass through the doors behind me. They lead to the Great Hall. It is where you will eat your meals and convene for special assemblies at Hogwarts. Before you are seated, you must first be sorted into your houses. Your house will be like your family. These will be the students you will spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts with. Each year, students compete for the House Cup. All of your actions will reflect on your house, with your merits earning points and rule-breaking bad behavior losing points for your house." She stood up taller and took a breath before continuing. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, named for the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Prestigious wizards have come out of all 4 houses, and your hard and dedicated work will see you join them. Take your time now to straighten your cloaks and make yourselves presentable, and the doors will open in a moment." A few seconds before the doors opened, Whispers' eyes glowed blue and he vanished. When they opened, they could see into a room that could probably fit 1,000 people, and it was less than half full. 4 long tables spanned the length of the room, with a large stage at the far end that had stairs leading up to it. Along the back wall of the stage sat many adults, including Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape. There was a large lectern at the front as well, with a small wooden stool in front of it. The first years marched down the center of the tables, while some students cheered them on. Harry was one of the tallest of the children and was easily picked out, and he could hear people talking about him again. He saw Ron at one of the tables and saw him whisper at a boy next to him. All the first years spread out in front of the stage and waited. Professor McGonagall walked up on stage, carrying a scroll of paper and a pointed brown leather hat. She placed the hat on the stool, and it straightened itself out before scrunching down, so the folds turned into a face. The brim of the hat separated into 2, and it began to sing. "When I was stitched so long ago, when I first remembered I sought new students in search of magic, at the beginning of September, I'll see your thoughts, and find your place to send you on your way for all of you. A destiny awaits that I will not betray. The founders of our great school knew the best ways to make you strong, though they prattled, and they argued none of them were wrong. The 4 of them raised dear Hogwarts from the cliff face and bedrock, and gathered here inquiring young minds who were deemed of proper stock, not just to sort. I have a job to enlighten and inform, to give the history of these greats, and hope that you absorb, for when you join your classmates, you should think long and hard about the ideals that your house stands for. And yours too in that regard. Gryffindor was brave and strong, though he often did not think before charging into danger or tossing down a strong drink. Lady Ravenclaw was the greatest of the scholars, with a library and great wit beyond measure, though in her final years. Only then did she realize that family was the greatest treasure. The great clan of Hufflepuff were always the most loyal. They took in all who asked, and made them of a feather. They healed the weak and comforted the lost, but lost their strength when not together. Salazar loved all who were touched by magic, while bringing down curses to those who persecuted. Cunning, ambitious, and strong in the dark, however. Dangerous when his ideas were disputed, when I gaze into your thoughts, and I sit upon your head your greatest strengths, and your weakest points will make for me my choice. Professor McGonagall tapped the scroll with her wand, and it opened next to her and hovered in the air. When I call your name, please come forward and sit on the stool. I will place the sorting hat on your head. When it calls out your house, please head to the corresponding table and join your classmates. She picked up the hat from where it sat and called out, Ryan Adamson. A boy with grayish blonde hair ran up the steps and sat on the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on his head, and there was silence around the room. The scrunched face on the hat made faces like it was thinking hard for about 30 seconds before yelling out, Ravenclaw. As the boy got up, the piping on his robe turned to bronze and blue, as did the tie he was wearing. Next was Shirley Baker, who was placed in Gryffindor. Piping on her robes and tie changed colors to red and gold as she stood up from the stool. Then came Arthur Bell, who went to Hufflepuff. His colors changed to yellow and black. Then came Lyra Black. Harry gave his sister a side hug, and she walked up the steps very slowly. Harry realized she was still carrying Whispers and waved at Professor McGonagall and made a motion like he was rocking a child. As Lyra sat down, McGonagall whispered something to Lyra, and she held out an invisible package. Harry could barely see Whispers climbing onto McGonagall's shoulders as the sorting hat was placed on her head. Students started whispering at the strange display, though all the first years knew what was going on. After 2 minutes, a teacher in a red hat and robes pulled out a stopwatch and put 2 fingers in the air. At 5 minutes, Harry started hearing whispers from the other students, and the word hatstall repeated over and over. When they reached 9 minutes, the hat opened its brim and spoke. Fine then, it said with a bit of annoyance. I need to call for a point of order.